Warning: the case you're about to hear was recovered from the restricted British Museum archive. Its contents have never been authorised for public release. Proceed at your own discretion. The British Museum. Sub-Basement 3. Department of Anomalous Antiquities. My name is Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Senior Archivist, Custodian of Restricted Collections. What you are about to hear has been recovered from sealed files, letters, journals, and testimonies once thought too disturbing for public record. Every statement you hear is drawn from Britain's forgotten centuries, the whispered history that hides between faith and fear. These are the National Occult Archives, filed, preserved, never closed. The following document was never intended for public release. Case File NOA1589H. Classification: Shepherd's Testimony. Date of Statement: 12th October, 1589. Location: Glen Affric, Scottish Highlands. Author: Malcolm Fraser, Highland Shepherd. Testimony of Malcolm Fraser Wuth. Malcolm Fraser, Shepherd of Glen Affric. Do testify about what lingers in the high places. For 20 winters I have tended sheep across these mountains. I know every rock and hollow. I know where the wind cuts sharp and where the mist gathers thick. But there are places I will not go after dark. On the night of the 8th October, I followed a lost ewe toward the old settlement. The ruins stand where our people lived before the sickness came. No one goes there now. The stones remember what happened. I found the ewe near the largest ruin. She stood frozen, staring at the doorway. I approached to lead her away. That is when I heard the voices. They spoke in the old tongue, the language my grandfather taught me, but the words made no sense. They overlapped and twisted together, men and women and children, all speaking at once. I could not move. The voices grew louder. They came from inside the ruin, though I saw no one. The ewe bolted past me down the mountain. I wanted to follow, but my legs would not obey. The voices continued. They were not angry or sad. They simply spoke endlessly, as if telling stories that would never finish. I do not know how long I stood there. When I finally fled, the voices followed me down the slope. They faded only when I reached the valley floor. I returned at dawn with 2 other men. We found my footprints in the mud near the ruin. We found the ewe's tracks running away, but there were other prints too. Small, bare feet, dozens of them, circling the ruin. The marks were fresh, made during the night. Yet we had seen no children. No one lives in that high place. I will not return there. The voices remain in those stones. They speak still, though no one is left to answer. My sheep graze the lower slopes now. Some things should be left to the mountain. Malcolm Fraser, Shepherd, Glen Affric, Scottish Highlands, 12th October, 1589. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Document recovered from Fraser family papers, authenticated by Highland Historical Society. Site visit confirmed ruins matching description. Local tradition warns against the speaking stones of Glen Affric's upper reaches. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case File NOA1623D. Classification: Monk's Account. Date of Statement: 4th January 1623. Location: Isle of Skye, Scottish Highlands. Author: Brother Callum MacDonald, Wandering Monk. Account of Brother Callum MacDonald. Brother Callum MacDonald. Do record what follows me across the island. I came to Skye seeking solitude for prayer and contemplation. The villagers directed me to a small stone chapel on the northern shore. They said it had been empty for many years. They did not say why. I arrived on a grey afternoon when the sea mist hung low. The chapel stood alone on a cliff overlooking black water. Inside, I found a simple altar and a wooden cross. Candles remained in their holders, though the wax was old and cracked. I made my bed in the corner and began my devotions. That first night passed without incident. The second night, I woke to footsteps on the stone floor. I opened my eyes to darkness. The footsteps moved from the door toward the altar, slow and steady, unhurried. I called out but received no answer. I lit my candle. The chapel was empty, yet the footsteps continued. They reached the altar and stopped. I heard breathing then, quiet and close. I remained still until dawn. When light came, I found nothing unusual. I considered leaving, but pride kept me there. I am a man of God. I should not fear the dark. The third night, the footsteps came earlier. They started before I slept, while I knelt in prayer. This time they circled the chapel, round and round, never stopping. I tried to follow the sound with my candle, but wherever I looked I saw nothing. The breathing grew louder. It filled the chapel like wind through a hollow tree. I spoke prayers aloud, but the footsteps did not cease. They continued until dawn. I left that morning despite the storm. The villagers were not surprised to see me return. They asked if I had heard the monk who walks. I asked what they meant. They told me a brother drowned near those cliffs 200 years ago. His body was never found, but he still keeps his vigil. He walks the chapel every night. He will walk there until the sea gives him back. I did not return to that place. Some duties outlast death. Some prayers are never finished. Brother Callum MacDonald, Wandering Monk Isle of Skye, Scottish Highlands, 4th January, 1623. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Chapel remains standing, though rarely visited. Parish records confirm Brother Tormod MacLeod disappeared near this location in 1423. Local fishermen report seeing candlelight in the chapel windows on winter nights. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1647M. Classification: Clan Chief Statement. Date of statement: 28th March 1647. Location: Cairngorms, Scottish Highlands. Author: Angus MacGregor. Chief of Clan MacGregor Statement of Angus MacGregor Fuss. Angus MacGregor, Chief of my clan. Do testify about the thing that watches from the high peaks. 3 hunters went into the mountains seeking deer. They were strong men, skilled trackers who knew the land. They carried provisions for 5 days. They returned after 2, speaking of something that followed them. At first, I thought they had encountered wolves or outlaws, but their faces held a different kind of fear. The eldest hunter, Dougal, spoke for them all. They had made camp in a sheltered glen on the second night. As darkness fell, they heard whistling from above, clear and sharp, like a shepherd calling sheep. But there were no sheep in those high places. No shepherds either. The whistling moved around their camp in a wide circle. They built up their fire and kept watch. The whistling continued through the night, sometimes near, sometimes distant, always circling, never stopping. At dawn they prepared to leave. That is when they saw the tracks. bare feet in the snow, impossibly long and narrow. The tracks circled their camp exactly where the whistling had moved, but no one had approached their fire. They would have seen anyone who came close. The tracks led up the mountain toward the peaks. Dougal followed them for a short distance. He said the stride was wrong, too long for a man, too purposeful for an animal. They returned quickly, abandoning their hunt. I sent 2 more men to investigate. They found the abandoned camp. They found the tracks, though snow had begun to cover them. They heard the whistling too, distant but clear. They did not stay to hear more. I know these mountains. My father knew them, his father before him. There are places where old things remain, places that belonged to others before we came. The high peaks are such a place. We take deer from the lower slopes now. We do not camp in the sheltered glen. The whistling continues there, I am told. It calls through the winter nights, but no one answers. No one should. Angus MacGregor, Clan Chief Cairngorms, Scottish Highlands, 28th March, 1647. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, MacGregor clan records corroborate this account. Similar reports of unexplained whistling persist in Cairngorms folklore. Shepherds today still avoid certain glens after dark, though few remember why. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1551K. Classification: Physician's record. Date of statement: 16th June 1551. Location: Loch Ness, Scottish Highlands. Author: Dr. James Sinclair, travelling physician. Record of Dr. James Sinclair Fuss, Tis. Dr. James Sinclair, physician to the Highland settlements. Do record what I witnessed at the Loch. I was summoned to treat a fever in a cottage near the water's edge. The patient was a child, 6 years old, burning with sickness. I arrived as evening fell across the dark water. The family took me to the child's bedside. As I prepared my medicines, the mother spoke of disturbances. She said something came to the window each night, something that looked in at the sleeping child. I dismissed this as fever dreams and worry. I gave the child my remedies and sat to monitor her breathing. The cottage grew quiet as the family slept. I remained awake, keeping watch. Near midnight, I heard tapping at the window, soft but persistent, like fingernails on glass. I turned to look. A face pressed against the window from outside, pale and dripping, as if pulled from deep water. The eyes were open but filmed over, seeing nothing. Yet the face turned toward me. The mouth moved but made no sound. I stood frozen, unable to speak or move. The face remained there, pressed to the glass. Water ran down the window, though no rain fell. The tapping continued. Then the face slowly sank downward. It descended below the window frame as if pulled beneath invisible waves. I rushed outside with my lantern. The ground beneath the window was bone dry. No footprints marked the dirt. No water pooled anywhere. But the window glass was wet on the outside. Cold water, tasting of deep places. The child recovered 3 days later. The mother said the face stopped coming after that night. She said it had visited for a week, always watching the child. She believed it wanted to take the girl down to the Loch. But something prevented it, some rule or boundary it could not cross. I have no explanation for what I saw. I am a man of science and reason. But I know what pressed against that glass. I know the taste of that water. It came from depths where light never reaches, where things are held that should have risen long ago. I do not treat patients near the Loch anymore. Some illnesses belong to medicine, others belong to older things. Dr. James Sinclair, physician, Loch Ness, Scottish Highlands, 16th June 1551. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Sinclair's medical records are generally reliable and detailed. This account stands alone in describing supernatural phenomena. Multiple Loch Ness settlements report similar visitations, always near water, always at night. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1678P. Classification Huntsman's testimony. Date of statement 2nd November 1678. Location Glen, Scottish Highlands. Author Robert Cameron, Huntsman. Testimony of Robert Cameron, 1st Robert Cameron, Huntsman of Glen. Do testify about what walks the pass after dark. I know every trail and hidden path through these mountains. I have tracked deer through winter storms and fog. But there is one path I will not take. The old pass runs along the northern ridge. It offers the quickest route between settlements, but no one uses it anymore. My father told me why before he died. He said the pass remembers what happened there. 60 years ago, travelers were caught in a winter storm. A merchant and his family, seeking shelter. They froze on that narrow path. All 5 of them, unable to find their way down. Their bodies were found in spring, still huddled together. Since then, others have seen them walking, always in the same place, always moving forward, though they never arrive anywhere. I did not believe these stories until last winter. I was tracking a wounded stag through fresh snow. The trail led toward the old pass. I followed without thinking, intent on my quarry. The light was fading when I reached the ridge. That is when I saw them. 5 figures ahead, walking single file along the narrow path. A man in front, then a woman, then 3 smaller shapes. Children. They moved slowly through the deepening snow. I called out to warn them about the approaching darkness. They did not respond. I moved closer, confused by their strange clothing. Old-fashioned, not worn in decades. The man turned his head toward me. His face was blue with cold. Ice crusted his beard and eyebrows. But he kept walking. They all kept walking. I stopped then, understanding. I stood still and watched them continue along the path. They walked until the darkness swallowed them. I heard their footsteps in the snow long after they disappeared, steady and unchanging, never stopping. I returned the next morning with 2 others. We found no tracks but my own on that ridge. The snow was undisturbed except where I had walked. Yet I know what I saw. I know what still walks that pass. They search for shelter they will never find. They walk toward warmth that does not exist. And they will walk forever, frozen in that last desperate journey. I take the longer route now. The pass can keep its travelers. Some journeys have no end. Robert Cameron, Huntsman, Glen, Scottish Highlands, 2nd November 1678. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, parish death records confirm 5 travellers perished on this pass in 1618. Local guides avoid the route despite its convenience. Weather patterns create unusual acoustic effects in the area. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1592T. Classification Village Elder's Statement. Date of statement 19th August 1592. Location Rannoch Moor, Scottish Highlands. Author Duncan MacLeod. Village Elder Statement of Duncan MacLeod. Duncan MacLeod, elder of our settlement, do record what the children saw. Our village stands at the edge of Rannoch Moor. The moor stretches for miles, empty and flat. We warn the children never to wander there alone. The bog can swallow a man in minutes, but children do not always listen. 3 days ago, 5 children went onto the moor. They were picking berries near the edge. They wandered farther than they should have. When they returned at sunset, they were changed, quiet and pale, holding tight to each other. We asked what happened. The eldest girl, Sarah, finally spoke. She said they saw a house on the moor, a stone cottage that should not have been there. We know every structure for miles. There is no house in that direction. But Sarah insisted. She said they saw smoke from its chimney. They saw light in the windows. They heard a woman singing inside. The children approached, curious. The door stood open. They could see into the single room. A woman sat by the fire, her back to the door. She sang in the old language as she worked at something. Sarah called out a greeting. The singing stopped. The woman slowly turned her head. That is when the children ran. They would not say what they saw. They only said the woman had no face. Where her features should have been, there was nothing, smooth and blank as river stone. Yet she had looked at them. They felt her attention though she had no eyes. The children fled across the moor. When they looked back, the house was gone. No smoke, no light, no structure at all, only empty moor stretching in every direction. I took 3 men to search. We found the children's tracks in the soft ground. We found where they had stopped and stood together, but we found no house, no foundation stones or fire pit, nothing to show a building had ever stood there. Yet all 5 children tell the same story. They describe the same woman, the same empty face turning toward them. I believe them. The moor keeps its own. Things appear there that exist nowhere else, things that should not be seen. The children will not go near the moor now. That is wise. Some places belong to the empty spaces. Some houses shelter things that have no face. Duncan MacLeod, Village Elder, Rannoch Moor, Scottish Highlands, 19th August 1592. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Rannoch Moor, Folklore contains multiple references to phantom structures. Bog preservation creates unusual mirage effects. However, no natural phenomenon explains 5 consistent eyewitness accounts describing identical details. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1615. W classification. Priest Journal. Date of statement 7th February 1615. Location Ben Nevis, Scottish Highlands author. Father Ewan Stewart, Mountain Chaplain, Journal of Father Ewan Stewart I. Father Ewan Stewart, chaplain to the mountain settlements, do record what cannot be explained. A shepherd came to me 3 weeks ago. He said his brother had not returned from the high slopes. The man had gone to retrieve sheep before the winter storms. That was 5 days earlier. I gathered 3 men, and we climbed to search. We found the shepherd's body near a rocky outcrop. He had frozen during the night. His face was peaceful, as if he had fallen asleep. But his position troubled me. He sat upright against a boulder, facing downslope. His eyes were open, his right arm extended, pointing toward the valley. We prepared to carry him down. That is, when we noticed his lips. They were moving, slowly, barely perceptible, as if he still spoke though no breath remained. I leaned close to see better. His jaw worked up and down in a steady rhythm, the same motion, repeated endlessly. One of the men touched the frozen face. The lips continued their movement. We wrapped the body and began our descent. The journey took 6 hours in the snow. When we reached the village and unwrapped him, the lips still moved. The same silent speech, unchanged. I sat with the body that night, watching. The movement never stopped, never varied. I tried to understand what word or prayer he repeated, but the motion was too slight to decipher. At dawn, I closed his eyes and bound his jaw. Still the lips moved beneath the cloth. We buried him the next day in ground we had to break with picks. The priest who assisted me swears he heard whispering from the grave, soft but constant, like wind through grass. I do not know if this is true. I know only what I saw. A dead man speaking words that would not stop. A message delivered to no one. The shepherd's brother asked what his last words were. I could not tell him. Some speech is not meant to be understood. Some messages come from places beyond death. I have prayed for that soul every night since. I pray the words finally stopped when the earth covered him, but I do not know. I fear they continue still, endlessly repeated in the dark below. Father Ewan Stewart, Mountain Chaplain, Ben Nevis, Scottish Highlands, 7th February 1615. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Stewart's journals are meticulous and reliable. Medical examination of hypothermia victims sometimes reveals post-mortem muscle contractions. However, sustained movement over hours defies conventional explanation. Parish burial records confirm this interment. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1639L. Classification Midwife's account. Date of statement 21st May 1639. Location Applecross, Scottish Highlands. Author Margaret Ross, village midwife. Account of Margaret Ross first. Margaret Ross, midwife of Applecross, do testify about the birth that should not have been. I was called to a cottage on the peninsula's edge. The woman, Helen Mackay, was in her birthing time. Her husband had drowned 2 months earlier. She lived alone now, far from other dwellings. I arrived to find her in great distress. The labour was difficult and long. Night fell as I worked to help her. The child was finally born near midnight, a boy, small but healthy. He drew breath and cried as babies should. I cleaned him and wrapped him in cloth. Helen held him briefly, then fell into exhausted sleep. I sat in the corner to rest. The fire burned low. That is when I heard the second child, crying from somewhere in the room, but I held the only baby. He slept quietly in his mother's arms. The crying continued. It came from the shadows near the door. I lit another candle and searched. Nothing. The crying grew louder, desperate and hungry, like an infant left too long alone. I woke Helen to ask if she heard it. She went pale and clutched her baby tighter. She said the crying came every night, for 2 months, since her husband drowned. Always the same time, always from the same corner. She said it was the child that never was. She had been carrying twins, but one had died in the womb weeks before the birth. She had felt it stop moving. The doctor confirmed only one heartbeat remained. Yet now the lost twin cried. It wanted to be born, though it never could be. It wanted to be held and fed and named. The crying continued until dawn. Then it stopped suddenly, as if satisfied for another day. I left that morning despite Helen's pleading. I told her to find a priest. Some losses create echoes that will not fade. Some children exist between what was and what might have been. I do not know if the crying still continues. I have not returned to that cottage. I cannot help what was never born. Margaret Ross, Midwife, Applecross, Scottish Highlands, 21st May, 1639. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Ross delivered over 200 babies in her 40-year career. This is her only documented supernatural claim. Church records show Father Duncan MacLeod blessed the cottage 3 weeks after this date. Local midwives today avoid the site. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1576R. Classification: Blacksmith's record. Date of statement: 11th September 1576. Location: Torridon, Scottish Highlands. Author: Andrew Mackenzie, village blacksmith. Record of Andrew Mackenzie first. Andrew Mackenzie, blacksmith of Torridon, do record what came to my forge. My workshop stands at the edge of the village. I work from dawn until the light fails. The hammer and anvil are my prayers. The fire my constant companion. 3 nights ago, someone knocked at my door after dark. I had banked the forge and was preparing to leave. The knocking was polite but insistent. I opened the door to find a man standing in the twilight. He wore travelling clothes, old but well made. His face was hidden by his hood. He asked if I could repair his sword. The blade had cracked and needed mending. I told him to return in the morning. I was tired and the forge was cooling. He said he could not wait. His journey could not be delayed. There was something in his voice that made me agree. I brought him inside and stoked the fire. He handed me the sword. The blade was ancient, pitted with rust. The crack ran from hilt to point. I told him it could not be saved. The metal was too far gone. He said I must try anyway. I heated the blade and began my work. The metal resisted every strike. It would not join, would not meld. I worked for hours, heating and hammering. The man stood watching, silent and still. Finally, I stepped back and told him the truth. The blade was beyond repair. He reached for it anyway. When his hand closed on the hilt, I saw his fingers. Grey as old iron, the skin hanging loose. Not living flesh. I looked up at his hooded face. Nothing looked back. The hood was empty. Yet he stood there, holding the broken sword. He thanked me in a voice like wind over stones. Then he walked out into the darkness. I followed to the doorway. He was gone. No footprints in the dust. No sound of departure. I found the sword on my anvil the next morning, still broken, still beyond mending. I buried it behind the forge. Some things should not be repaired. Some travellers should be left to their endless roads. Andrew Mackenzie, blacksmith, Torridon, Scottish Highlands. 11th September, 1576. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Mackenzie's forge records are detailed and practical. This entry stands alone in describing supernatural events. Highland tradition speaks of ghostly warriors seeking smiths to repair their broken weapons, eternally preparing for battles long finished. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1662F. Classification: Ferryman's testimony. Date of statement: 3rd December 1662. Location: Loch Lomond, Scottish Highlands. Author: John Campbell, ferryman. Testimony of John Campbell first. John Campbell, ferryman of Loch Lomond. Do testify about what crosses the water at night. For 30 years I have rowed passengers across this loch. I know every current and hidden rock. I know when storms approach by the way the water smells. But there are nights I will not cross. Nights when something else uses the water. Last month, a traveller arrived after sunset. He needed to reach the western shore urgently. I told him I do not row after dark. He offered triple my usual fee. Against my better judgment, I agreed. We pushed off as the last light faded. The water was calm, barely rippling. Halfway across, I heard splashing behind us. I turned to look. Another boat followed, perhaps 50 yards back. I could see the silhouette of a rower pulling steadily. I called out a greeting. No answer came. The boat continued, matching our pace exactly. My passenger asked what was wrong. I told him another ferry was following us. He looked back and saw nothing. I insisted the boat was there. He insisted the water behind us was empty. I rowed faster, unsettled. The splashing kept pace. Always the same distance behind. Never closer, never farther. I could hear the oars dipping in and out. I could hear water dripping from the blades. But my passenger heard nothing, saw nothing. We reached the western shore, and I pulled the boat onto the rocks. The splashing stopped when we touched land. I looked back across the dark water. A boat sat motionless in the middle of the loch. I could see it clearly now, old and weathered, sitting low in the water. A figure hunched over the oars, waiting. My passenger saw only empty water. He paid me and left, thinking me mad or drunk. I stood on the shore watching. The boat remained there all night. At dawn it was gone. I asked other ferrymen if they had seen it. Old Thomas nodded slowly. He said the ghost ferry has crossed these waters for 100 years. It follows the living boats. It carries something that cannot reach either shore. Something that rows forever between the banks. I still work the ferry by daylight, but I will not cross after dark. Not for any payment. Some passengers do not need my help. They have their own boat. John Campbell, ferryman Loch Lomond, Scottish Highlands. 3rd December 1662. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Multiple ferrymen report similar experiences across Loch Lomond. Parish records mention a ferryman who drowned in 1562. His body and boat never recovered. Fishermen avoid certain areas of the loch after sunset. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1584. N classification. Widow's statement. Date of statement 15th July 1584. Location Glen, Scottish Highlands. Author Catherine MacDonald, widow. Statement of Catherine MacDonald. Earth Catherine MacDonald, widow of this Glen. Do record what keeps vigil outside my door. My husband died 6 months ago of winter fever. We had been married for 40 years. He was a good man, gentle and kind. I miss him every day, but something misses him more. It began 1 week after his burial. I woke in the night to scratching at my door, soft but persistent, like a dog wanting entry. I called out, thinking an animal had wandered close. The scratching stopped. Then I heard breathing on the other side of the door, slow and ragged, struggling for each breath. I recognized that sound. My husband had breathed that way during his final illness. I opened the door. Nothing stood there. The night was empty and still, but the breathing continued. Right in front of me, at the height of a man's chest, I reached out my hand. The air was cold where the breathing came from, cold like a winter pond. I stepped back and closed the door. The breathing remained outside. It has returned every night since, always at the same hour, always the same laboured breathing. Sometimes the scratching comes with it. Sometimes I hear footsteps circling the cottage. I know these sounds. I listened to them for 3 weeks as my husband died. The struggle for air, the restless movement when fever made him delirious. But he is gone now, buried in consecrated ground with proper prayers. Yet something wearing his suffering returns each night. I spoke to Father Malcolm about this. He blessed my door and windows. The breathing stopped for one night. Then it returned, unchanged. I no longer tried to make it leave. It means no harm. It only remembers being alive. It only remembers the last days when breathing was difficult. Some part of my husband remains here, not his soul, which I pray rests peacefully, but the echo of his pain, the memory of his struggle. I can bear to hear it. I listen to the real thing until the end. This is only the shadow of that suffering. I will listen to this too, for as long as it needs to return. Some love does not end with death. Some vigils are kept on both sides of the door. Catherine MacDonald, widow Glencoe, Scottish Highlands, 15th July 1584. Archivist, note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Church. Records confirm Donald MacDonald died February 1584. Catherine lived alone for another 12 years until her own death. Neighbours reported hearing unexplained sounds from her cottage throughout that period. The phenomenon ceased after her burial. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1691S. Classification Stable Master's Account. Date of statement 28th October 1691. Location Fort William, Scottish Highlands. Author Thomas Grant, Stable Master. Account of Thomas Grant verse. Thomas Grant, keeper of the garrison stables, do record what the horses know. I tend 20 horses for the soldiers stationed here. I know each animal's temperament and habits. I have worked with horses all my life, but I cannot explain what they see. It started 3 weeks ago on a moonless night. I was checking the stables before bed. All the horses were calm and settled. I was closing the last stall when they began. First one horse whinnied in alarm, then another. Within seconds, all 20 were stamping and crying out. They faced the same direction toward the back wall. Their ears were flat, their eyes rolling white. I looked where they stared. Nothing was there, only the stone wall and darkness beyond. But every horse watched that spot with terror. I tried to calm them, but they would not be soothed. They backed into the corners of their stalls. They would not look away from the wall. I stood watching for an hour. The horses never relaxed. Then, as suddenly as it began, they stopped, all at once, like a held breath released. They dropped their heads and began eating hay, as if nothing had happened. I searched the stable thoroughly. No rats or foxes, no intruders, nothing to explain their panic. The next night, it happened again. Same time, same terror, same sudden ending. This has continued every night since. Always at midnight, always lasting exactly 1 hour. I have brought other men to witness. They see the horses' fear, but cannot explain it. Some say they feel watched when standing in the stable. A heavy attention from something they cannot see. The soldiers have begun avoiding the stables at night. They tend their horses during daylight hours. I still do my duties, but I understand their reluctance. Something walks through these stables at midnight, something only the horses can perceive. They know what passes among them. They know what stops at each stall. They know what looks at them with interest that is not human. I've asked the old servants about the stable's history. One told me they were built over the site of an old grave, a warrior buried before the garrison was constructed. No one knows his name or clan. His bones were moved, but perhaps something remained. Perhaps something still walks his burial ground. The horses will tell you it is there. They cannot lie about what they see. Thomas Grant, Stable Master, Fort William, Scottish Highlands, 28th October, 1691. Archivist's Note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Garrison records confirm Grant's employment and reliability. Archaeological surveys found medieval remains beneath the stable foundations. Animal behavior studies note horses' sensitivity to subsonic frequencies and electromagnetic fields, though this does not explain the precise timing of these episodes. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1567Q. Classification Weaver's Record. Date of statement 9th March 1567. Location Isle of Mull, Scottish Highlands. Author Isabel MacLean, village weaver. Record of Isabel MacLean Furt. Isabel MacLean, weaver of woolen cloth. Do record what works beside me. My loom sits in the corner of my cottage. I weave from first light until my eyes grow tired. The rhythm of the loom is like breathing. Steady and constant, it measures my days. 2 months ago, something began to help. I was working late, trying to finish a commission. The fire burned low, and shadows filled the room. I heard the click of another loom. The same rhythm as mine, slightly out of step. I stopped my work to listen. The other loom continued. I looked around the cottage. I live alone. There is only one loom. Yet the sound persisted. Wood striking wood, threads being drawn tight. All the noises of weaving coming from empty air. I stood and searched every corner. Nothing. But when I returned to my loom, the sound stopped. I began to weave again. The phantom loom started once more, working alongside me, invisible but present. This has continued every night since. I work and something works with me. The sound comes from my right side, about an arm's length away, where another weaver might sit if this were a larger workshop. Sometimes I feel the air move as if someone reaches past me. Sometimes threads in my basket shift position, though I have not touched them. The work is always good when the other loom sounds. My cloth comes out even and strong. No mistakes, no broken threads, as if invisible hands guide mine. I asked my grandmother about this. She nodded slowly, unsurprised. She said her mother had been a weaver too. She died in this cottage 30 years ago. She died at her loom, mid-work, a commission unfinished. My grandmother said she would have hated leaving work undone. She was never content to be idle. I think she has returned to weave, not as a ghost to frighten, but as a worker who cannot stop working. I do not mind the company. The phantom loom is peaceful. It keeps rhythm with mine. We work together in the firelight. 2 weavers, though only one is seen. I will never lack for help at my loom. The dead know duty. They remember the work of their hands. Isabel MacLean, Weaver Isle of Mull, Scottish Highlands, 9th March, 1567. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. MacLean family records confirm Isabel's great-grandmother died at her loom in 1537. Subsequent generations of weavers reported similar phenomena in this cottage until it burned in 1702. Auditory hallucinations during repetitive work are documented, though consistency across generations is unusual. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1643B. Classification: Fisherman's testimony. Date of statement: 17th June 1643. Location: Lochmary, Scottish Highlands. Author: William Mackay, fisherman. Testimony of William Mackay, William Mackay, fisherman of Lochmary. Do testify about what rises from the deep water. I fish these waters with my brother and my son. We know where the fish gather and where they avoid. We know the safe places to cast nets, but there is one area we never approach. The deepest part of the loch, where the mountains cast their shadows. My father warned us about this place. He said something dwells there that should not be disturbed. Last week, we had poor fishing in our usual spots. My son urged us to try the deep water. He is young and does not remember the old warnings. Against my judgment, we rowed to the forbidden place. The water was black and still. We could not see the bottom, though the sun was high. We cast our nets and waited. Almost immediately, something pulled at the net, heavy and strong, dragging it downward. We hauled it up, expecting a large catch. The net came up empty. No fish, no weeds, nothing caught in the mesh. But the net was torn. Great rips in the strong rope, as if clawed by something massive. We cast again, thinking we had snagged on rocks. Again something pulled. Again we drew up an empty, shredded net. My brother wanted to leave, but my son insisted on one more try. We lowered our last net into the dark water. This time when we pulled, we brought up something. Not fish, a hand. Grey and bloated, fingers splayed. It grasped the net from below, holding tight. The arm extended down into darkness. We could not see where it ended. We could not see what it was attached to. The hand began to pull, not hard, but steadily, drawing the net down, drawing us toward the side of the boat. My brother cut the rope with his knife. The net sank immediately, pulled by whatever held it. We rowed away without speaking. When we looked back, the water was disturbed. Large ripples spreading from the deep place. Something moving just beneath the surface. Something too large for these waters. We have not returned. My son does not speak of trying the deep water anymore. Some places are forbidden for good reason. Some things live where light cannot reach, and some hands reach upward, patient and eternal, waiting for nets to lower, waiting for boats to come too close. William Mackay, fisherman, Lochmary, Scottish Highlands, 17th June, 1643. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Lochmary reaches depths of 114 meters in some areas. Local folklore warns against fishing in specific locations. No bodies matching this description have been recovered. Fishing communities maintain traditional boundaries on the loch to this day. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1672V. Classification: Innkeeper's statement. Date of statement: 5th November 1672. Location: Kinlochleven, Scottish Highlands. Author: Margaret Stewart. Innkeeper. Statement of Margaret Stewart, 1st Margaret Stewart, Keeper of the Highland Inn. Do record what occupies room 7. My inn has 12 rooms for travellers. Most are occupied during the summer months, but room 7 remains empty, not by my choice. Guests will not stay there more than one night. The trouble began 5 years ago after a traveller died. He had arrived in poor health, coughing and feverish. He asked for a room and paid for 3 nights. I gave him room 7, which has a good fireplace. He went upstairs, and I did not see him again. On the 3rd morning, I went to check on him. He had passed peacefully in his sleep. The doctor said it was consumption, a natural death. We buried him in the churchyard with proper ceremony. The room was cleaned thoroughly, new linens, fresh whitewash on the walls. Everything made ready for the next guest. But that guest left before dawn. She said someone coughed all night in the room, deep, rattling coughs that shook the walls. But the room was empty except for her. I thought she had dreamed it. Then the next guest reported the same thing, and the next. Always the same story, coughing through the night. Sometimes footsteps pacing the floor. Sometimes the sound of someone struggling for breath. I spent a night in room 7 myself. I heard it too. The coughing started at midnight, harsh and desperate. The sound of lungs failing. It moved around the room, though I saw nothing. Sometimes near the window, sometimes beside the bed, sometimes right next to where I sat. I felt the air move as if someone passed close by. I felt drops of moisture on my face, as if someone coughed directly at me. The room was freezing, though I had built up the fire. The coughing continued until dawn. Then it stopped abruptly, as if death had finally come. I do not rent that room anymore. Travellers ask why one door stays locked. I tell them it needs repairs. I do not tell them about the coughing, about the cold air and the restless pacing, about the sickness that never ends. The traveller is gone. His body rests in consecrated ground, but his suffering remains. His final days play out eternally in that room. The struggle for each breath, the coughing that brought no relief. Room 7 keeps its guest. He will never check out. Margaret Stewart, Innkeeper, Kinlochleven, Scottish Highlands, 5th November 1672. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Stewart's Inn records show room 7 removed from service in 1672. Parish burial register confirms death of Thomas Campbell, merchant, August 1667. Building now serves as private residence. Current owners report no unusual phenomena, suggesting manifestations ceased after inn closed. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1598H. Classification: Teacher's Journal. Date of statement: 22nd January 1598. Location: Inverness, Scottish Highlands. Author: David Morrison, Village Schoolmaster. Journal of David Morrison. Birth: David Morrison, Schoolmaster of Inverness. Do record what sits among my students. I teach 15 children in the village schoolhouse. They range in age from 6 to 12 years. Most are attentive and eager to learn, but one sits silent in the back corner. I did not notice her at first. She seemed like any other student, quiet, pale, keeping to herself. I assumed she was shy or new to the village. After a week, I realized none of the other children spoke to her. They did not avoid her. They simply acted as if she was not there. I asked one of the older boys about the girl in the corner. He looked confused. He said no one sat in that corner. I pointed to her directly. He stared at the empty desk and shrugged. I thought he was playing a cruel game. But when I asked other children, they all said the same thing. The desk was empty. Yet I could see her clearly. A girl of perhaps 9 years, with dark hair and grey dress. She never moved or spoke. She only watched. I tried to approach her after class. She remained in her seat as the other children left. When I was 3 steps away, she vanished. Simply disappeared between one moment and the next. I searched the schoolhouse. The doors were locked from inside. She could not have left. The next day, she was back in her seat. I tried to ignore her and teach my lesson, but I kept glancing at that corner. She never blinked, never shifted position, just watched with dark, steady eyes. I spoke to the village elder about this. He went pale when I described the girl. He said a child matching that description died of fever 20 years ago. She had loved school and learning. She had begged to attend even when she was too sick to walk. Her last words were asking if she could return to her lessons tomorrow. Now I understand what sits in my classroom. A student who never wanted to leave. A child still attending lessons she can no longer learn. The other children do not see her because she is not for them to see. She is there for me. A reminder that some students never graduate. Some remain forever in their seats, forever waiting for lessons that will not come. I have stopped trying to make her leave. She does no harm. She only watches and remembers. Perhaps that is its own kind of learning. David Morrison, schoolmaster in Ness, Scottish Highlands, 22nd January 1598. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, church records confirm death of Anne Morrison, age 9, February 1578. Subsequent schoolmasters reported similar sightings until the building was demolished in 1803. Children never reported seeing the apparition, only adult teachers. End of file. Proceeding to next, recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1629C. Classification: Grave digger's account. Date of statement: 8th April 1629. Location: Dingwall, Scottish Highlands. Author: Robert Fraser, church gravedigger. Account of Robert Fraser I. Robert Fraser, gravedigger of the parish church. Do testify about what walks the graveyard. I have buried the dead for 15 years. I know every grave and stone in this yard. I tend them with care and respect. The dead deserve dignity even in the earth, but one grave will not stay closed. It belongs to a man named Kenneth MacLeod. He was buried 3 months ago after a long illness. The funeral was proper, the prayers were said. The earth was tamped down firmly. The next morning, I found the grave disturbed, not dug up completely, but the earth was loose and pushed aside, as if something had tried to dig its way out from below. I filled it in again, packing it tight. The following morning, the same thing. Earth scattered around, the grave sunken in the middle. This has continued every single night. I fill the grave at dawn. By the next dawn, it is disturbed again. I began to watch at night to catch whoever was doing this. I thought it was vandals or animals. On the 3rd night of watching, I saw. The earth began to move on its own, bulging upward from below, then sinking down as if weight pressed from beneath. No hands appeared. No one dug from above. The earth simply moved, pushed and pulled by something underneath. I heard sounds too, scraping like nails on wood. The coffin was 6 feet down, yet I heard it clearly. Scratch, 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 methodical and endless. I ran to fetch the priest. Father Duncan came and blessed the grave. He said prayers over it for an hour. The movement stopped while he prayed. But the next morning, the grave was disturbed again. We discussed digging up the coffin to see what was wrong, but the family refused permission. They said to leave Kenneth in peace. But he is not in peace. Every night he tries to dig his way out. Every night the earth moves above him. I do not know if he is truly alive down there, or if something dead can still dig. I only know the scratching never stops. Even now, in daylight, if I put my ear to the ground, I can hear it. Faint, but constant. Nails on wood, earth shifting. Something that will not stop trying to escape. I fill that grave every morning. It is my duty. But I know it will be disturbed again by dawn. Some burials do not take. Some remain restless no matter how deep we dig. Robert Fraser, gravedigger, Dingwall, Scottish Highlands, 8th April 1629. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, parish records, show Kenneth MacLeod buried January 1629. Fraser's accounts are detailed and consistent. Premature burial was a documented fear in this period, though medical examination confirmed MacLeod's death. The grave was eventually relocated in 1631. Disturbances ceased after exhumation and reburial in different location. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1654P. Classification Shepherd's Report. Date of statement 13th September 1654. Location Ben Lawes, Scottish Highlands. Author Hugh Campbell, Mountain Shepherd. Report of Hugh Campbell Thirst, Hugh Campbell. Shepherd of the high slopes. Do report what calls from the summit. I tend my flock on Ben Lawes throughout the year. The sheep know the safe paths and good grazing. I follow them rather than lead them. They have wisdom about these mountains that exceeds my own. 2 weeks ago, the sheep refused to climb above a certain height. They stopped at the same spot, altogether. They would not move higher no matter how I urged them. This was strange because good grass grew above. I climbed alone to investigate. The air grew colder as I ascended, not the natural cold of altitude, a different cold that seemed to come from inside. I reached a flat area near the summit. The wind had stopped completely. Everything was silent. Then I heard my name, clear and close, as if someone stood beside me. Hugh. I turned, but saw no one. The voice came again. Hugh Campbell. It knew my full name. It spoke with my father's voice. My father had been dead for 10 years. I called out, asking who was there. The voice answered, "Come higher, come to the summit." I took 2 steps forward. Something made me stop. The voice was my father's, but the words were wrong. My father never called me by my full name. He always called me by a nickname only he used. This voice did not know that. I stepped backward slowly. The voice called again, "Hugh Campbell. Come higher, your father waits." I continued backing away. The voice grew angry. It rose to a shout, no longer sounding like my father. "Come higher, you must come higher." I turned and ran down the slope. The voice followed, screaming now, wordless and furious. It chased me to where the sheep waited. When I reached them, the voice stopped abruptly. The sheep immediately began grazing. as if they knew exactly where the danger ended. I have not climbed to that height again. The sheep refuse to go there. They know better than I do. Something lives at the summit, something that wears familiar voices, something that calls people higher, but no one who answers that call returns. Hugh Campbell, Shepherd Ben Lawes, Scottish Highlands, 13th September 1654. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Multiple disappearances have occurred on Ben Lawes over centuries, often experienced climbers who knew the mountain well. Local shepherds maintain traditional boundaries their flocks will not cross. Acoustic phenomena on mountains can create unusual sound effects, but this does not explain the voice's knowledge of the witness's name. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1685M. Classification: Miller's testimony. Date of statement: 30th May 1685. Location: Strathspey, Scottish Highlands. Author: Alan MacDougall, village miller. Testimony of Alan MacDougall, Sir Alan MacDougall, miller of Strathspey. Do testify about what grinds at night. My mill sits beside the river, where the current runs strong. The water turns the wheel that powers the grinding stones. I have worked this mill for 25 years. I know every sound it makes: the creaking of the wheel, the rush of water through the sluice, the heavy grinding of stone on stone. But 3 months ago, a new sound began. It started on a night when I stayed late, finishing an order. The mill was quiet. The wheel stopped for the evening. I was sweeping flour from the floor when I heard grinding, the same sound the mill makes when working. But the wheel was not turning. I checked the mechanism carefully. Everything was still and silent, yet the grinding continued. It came from the grinding room upstairs. I climbed the stairs with my lantern. The two great stones sat motionless. No grain moved between them. No wheel turned them, but I heard them grinding. Stone scraping against stone. Slow and deliberate. I put my hand on the upper stone. It was not moving, cold and still beneath my palm. The sound continued all around me. I searched for the source but found nothing. Then I noticed the flour on the floor, fresh white powder beneath the stones, as if they had just been grinding wheat. But no wheat had passed through in hours. I swept it up and left quickly. The grinding followed me down the stairs. It stopped when I closed the mill door behind me. Since then, it happens every night. After I stop work and leave, the grinding begins. I have returned several times to check. Always the same. The stones motionless, but the sound of grinding filling the mill. Always fresh flour beneath the stones. I asked my grandfather about this before he died. He said the mill was built where another mill once stood. That older mill burned down with the miller trapped inside. He was working late, grinding grain by lamplight. The lamp fell, and the wooden mill caught fire instantly. They say he kept working even as the flame surrounded him, trying to finish his order, trying to complete his duty. His body was found beside the stones, burned beyond recognition but still in position, still grinding though the wheel had stopped. I think he grinds still, not with flesh and blood, but with the memory of work that never ended, the sound of duty that outlasted death. I do not stay late anymore. I finish my work by daylight and leave. The night belongs to the other miller. He can grind his phantom grain. Some work continues even after the worker falls. Alan MacDougall, Miller Strathspey, Scottish Highlands. 30th May, 1685. Archivists. Note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Local records confirm mill fire in 1622. 1 fatality. Current mill built on same foundation stones in 1625. MacDougall family has operated it for 3 generations. Similar phenomena reported by each generation, though none have witnessed the actual grinding stones move. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1573D. Classification Midwife's record. Date of statement 14th February 1573. Location Glenfinnan, Scottish Highlands. Author Moira Grant, village midwife. Record of Moira Grant. First Moira Grant, midwife of Glenfinnan. Do record the birth that came too late. I was called to a cottage in the early hours of morning. The woman, Janet McCain, was in labour with her first child. I arrived to find her struggling. The birth was not progressing as it should. I worked through the day and into the night. The baby would not come. As midnight approached, Janet grew weaker. Her strength was fading with each hour. I did everything I knew to help, but some births are beyond our skill. Janet died just after midnight. The child died with her, unborn. I sat with the body, exhausted and grieving. I had failed them both. I was preparing to clean and wrap her when I heard crying. A newborn's cry, thin and desperate. I looked around the cottage. No baby lay there, only Janet's body, cold and still. But the crying continued. It came from her belly, impossible but unmistakable. I put my hand on her stomach. I felt movement beneath the skin, small kicks and pushes. The crying grew louder. I called for the husband who waited outside. He heard it too. His face went white with horror. The crying continued for an hour. Then it faded slowly, like a voice growing distant. The movement stopped. Whatever lived briefly in that space between death and birth finally surrendered. We buried Janet the next day with prayers for both souls, mother and child together in one grave. But I hear that crying still in my memory, the sound of a life that almost was. A child who tried to be born even after death claimed its mother. I have delivered 60 babies since, but I remember that one most clearly, the one who cried from the dark, the one who never drew breath but made its voice heard. Some lives announce themselves too late. Some births happen in places we cannot reach. Moira Grant, midwife Glenfinnan, Scottish Highlands, 14th February 1573. Archivists note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Grant's midwifery records are otherwise factual and detailed. Medical understanding of post-mortem processes was limited in this period. Parish records confirm Janet McCain's burial with notation mother and unborn child together. Grant never reported similar phenomena in 40 years of subsequent practice. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1618K. Classification Forester's statement. Date of statement 24th October 1618. Location Rothiemurchus Forest, Scottish Highlands. Author James Cameron, Forest Keeper. Statement of James Cameron. Verse. James Cameron, Keeper of Rothiemurchus Forest, do testify about what marks the trees. I patrol these woods every day, watching for poachers and monitoring the timber. I know every path and clearing. I know which trees are old and which are newly grown. But I cannot explain what I found last month. I was walking a familiar trail when I noticed markings on a pine tree, deep gouges in the bark, about 7 feet from the ground, 5 parallel lines, as if made by claws. But no bear lives in these woods. No animal we have could reach that height or make such marks. I examined them closely. The wood beneath was fresh and pale. The marks were new, made within days. I continued my patrol and found more. Tree after tree, all marked the same way. 5 parallel gouges, always at the same height, always facing the same direction, toward the heart of the forest. I followed the trail of marked trees deeper into the woods. They led to a place I rarely visit, an old clearing where lightning struck years ago. A massive oak stands dead in the center, blackened and hollow, but still upright. Every tree surrounding the clearing was marked, dozens of them, all facing the dead oak. I approached carefully. The ground around the oak was disturbed, not dug up, but pressed down, as if something heavy had circled it repeatedly. The marks were deep, far too deep for a man's weight. I stood there trying to understand what I was seeing. That is when I heard breathing, deep and slow, coming from inside the hollow oak. I backed away slowly. Whatever breathed in that tree, I did not want to see it. I left the clearing and have not returned, but the marking continues. Each week I find new trees gouged. The trail grows longer, extending outward from the clearing, as if whatever lives in the hollow oak sends out signals, messages carved in living wood. I do not know what they say. I do not know what marks the trees. I know only that it is large and strong, and it wants something from this forest. The old hunters tell stories of forest guardians, spirits that protect the deep woods from intrusion. They say such things mark their territory. They say such things should be left alone. I agree. Some clearings should remain unvisited. Some trees should keep their secrets. James Cameron, Forest Keeper, Rothiemurchus Forest, Scottish Highlands, 24th October, 1618. Archivists, note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Cameron's forestry records are methodical and reliable. The lightning-struck oak mentioned stood until 1702, when it finally fell. No remains or explanation were found inside the hollow trunk. Tree markings consistent with his description appear in other highland forests, origin unknown. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1694R. Classification Fisherman's Journal. Date of statement 1st December 1694. Location Loch, Scottish Highlands. Author Donald Macmillan, Fisherman. Journal of Donald Macmillan V. Donald Macmillan, Fisherman of Loch. Do record what swims beneath the surface. I have fished these waters since I was a boy. I know the currents and the depths. I know where fish gather in summer and where they go in winter. But there are things in this loch that are not fish. Last week, I was out before dawn, checking my nets. The water was still and black as ink. Mist hung low over the surface. I was pulling up the first net when I saw movement below. Something large passing under the boat. Too large to be salmon or pike. The water rippled, but nothing broke the surface. I leaned over to look. A pale shape moved in the depths. It looked like a person swimming. Arms and legs moving in steady rhythm. But no one swims in December. The water is too cold. It would kill a man in minutes. I called out, thinking someone had fallen from another boat. No answer came. The shape continued swimming parallel to my boat, just below the surface, but never rising. I could see it clearly now. A man in old clothing, his hair floating around his head. His eyes were open. He looked up at me through the dark water. His mouth moved, but no bubbles came out. I grabbed my oar, thinking to pull him up. When I reached down, he was gone. The water was empty. I searched for several minutes, but found nothing. I pulled in my nets and returned to shore. That evening, old Kenneth told me what I had seen. He said swimmers have been sighted in Loch for generations. People who drowned but never stopped swimming. They continue their motions beneath the water, eternally trying to reach a shore they will never find. He said dozens have drowned in this loch over the years. Not all bodies were recovered. Some still swim in the deep places. Their limbs still move though they have no breath. Their eyes still search though they cannot see. I have been out 4 times since. Each time I see the swimmer, always in the same area, always moving in the same direction, swimming towards something that does not exist. I cast my nets in different waters now. The fish are not as plentiful elsewhere, but I do not want to see that face looking up at me again. Those eyes searching, that mouth forming words the water swallows. Some keep swimming long after they drown. Donald Macmillan, fisherman, Loch, Scottish Highlands, 1st December 1694. Archivists note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Loch has claimed numerous lives over centuries, many bodies never recovered. Water temperature and depth create preservation conditions. Local fishermen report similar sightings across multiple generations. Underwater optical effects cannot fully explain consistent descriptions of human figures in sustained motion. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1546T. Classification Shepherd's account. Date of statement 19th August 1546. Location Sutherland, Scottish Highlands. Author Ian MacLeod, Highland Shepherd. Account of Ian MacLeod with Ian MacLeod, Shepherd of Sutherland. Do testify about the piper who will not stop playing. The old ruin stands on the hillside above my grazing lands. Once it was a fine house where a clan chief lived. Now only stones remain. No roof, no doors, no life. But music still comes from those walls. It started a month ago during the summer nights. I would hear bagpipes playing as darkness fell. The melody was clear and skilled. Someone who knew the instrument well. At first, I thought a travelling piper camped in the ruins. I climbed the hill to invite him to share my fire. The music grew louder as I approached. It echoed off the stones, filling the evening air. But when I reached the ruins, no one was there. The music continued all around me. I could hear the pipes clearly, the drone and the chanter playing a march I knew from childhood. But I saw no piper, no instrument, only empty ruins and gathering shadows. I called out but received no answer except the music. It played on without pause or variation. The same march, over and over. I fled back down the hill. The music followed me halfway before fading. Since then, it plays every evening, starting at sunset and continuing until midnight. The same tune endlessly repeated. I brought the village elder to hear it. He went pale when he recognized the march. He said it was played at the chief's funeral 200 years ago. The clan piper had played that march all the way from the house to the burial ground. He had played it for hours without stopping. Some said he played until his fingers bled. He died 3 days after the funeral, exhausted and grief-stricken. They said he could not bear to serve a new chief. His loyalty died with his master. Now he plays again in the ruins. playing the funeral march that never ended, playing for a chief who lies centuries in the grave. My sheep will not graze near those ruins anymore. They scatter when the music starts. Animals know what should not be. They know when the past refuses to die. I hear the pipes every evening from my cottage, that same march floating across the hillside. Sometimes I imagine I can see him. A shadow, standing in the ruined doorway. Pipes raised, playing for a funeral that will not end. Ian MacLeod, Shepherd Sutherland, Scottish Highlands, 19th August, 1546. Archivists note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Clan records confirm death of Chief Murdoch MacLeod in 1346. Piper Angus Bain died shortly after. Ruins remain standing. Multiple witnesses over centuries report bagpipe music from the location. Acoustic properties of ruins may amplify natural sounds, though this does not explain recognition of specific historical march. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1671W. Classification: Priest's record. Date of statement: 6th March, 1671. Location: Isle of Iona, Scottish Highlands. Author: Father Malcolm Stewart. Island Priest. Record of Father Malcolm Stewart. First source: Father Malcolm Stewart, priest of Iona. Do record what walks the abbey at night. This sacred island has been a place of worship for 1,000 years. Saints and kings are buried in this holy ground. The abbey stands as a testament to faith enduring. But something walks here that is neither saint nor worshipper. I have seen it 3 times now, always after midnight. I keep vigil in the abbey on certain feast days, praying through the night as our order requires. On these nights, I am alone in the ancient building, only candlelight and prayer. The first time, I heard footsteps in the nave, slow and steady, walking the length of the church. I thought another brother had come to pray. I called out a greeting. The footsteps stopped. No one answered. I took my candle and searched. The nave was empty. When I returned to my prayers, the footsteps began again. The second time, I saw a shadow. It moved along the wall, cast by something I could not see. The shadow of a man, tall and hooded, walking as if in procession. But no person created that shadow. My candle was the only light. It should have cast my shadow alone. Yet this other shadow moved independently, following the same path the footsteps had taken, from the door to the altar and back again, over and over, an endless procession of one. The third time I saw the figure itself, just for a moment as my candle flickered. A monk in old robes, his hood pulled forward. He walked past me without pause, so close I could have touched him. I felt the air move as he passed. I felt a coldness that made my breath visible. But when I turned, he was gone. Only the shadow remained on the wall, still walking its eternal path. I asked the abbot about this. He nodded without surprise. He said many have seen the walking monk. No one knows who he was or what keeps him here. Perhaps he broke some vow and must walk in penance. Perhaps he loved this place so much he could not leave. Perhaps he died while praying and his soul never stopped. We do not fear him. He is part of this holy place now, part of its history and its mystery. I still keep vigil on feast days. The walking monk keeps vigil with me. 2 watchers in the night, one living, one beyond life, both serving in our own way. Father Malcolm Stewart, priest Isle of Iona, Scottish Highlands, 6th March, 1671. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Iona Abbey records document similar phenomena for centuries. Multiple priests report identical experiences. Building architecture creates unusual acoustics. However, consistent sightings of the same figure across generations suggest more than acoustic tricks. The identity of the walking monk remains unknown. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1559 L classification. Blacksmith's testimony. Date of statement 27th July 1559. Location Oban, Scottish Highlands. Author Colin MacGregor. Village blacksmith testimony of Colin MacGregor. Colin MacGregor, blacksmith of Oban, do testify about what comes to be shod. My forge stands near the village centre where the road passes through. I shoe horses for travellers and locals alike. I have shod thousands of horses in my 30 years at this forge. I know the sound of hooves on the cobblestones outside. I know when a horse approaches needing my services. But 6 weeks ago, something came that was not a horse. It was late afternoon when I heard hoofbeats outside, slow and heavy, like a large draft horse. I stepped out to see who needed shoeing. The road was empty. No horse, no rider, no one at all. But the hoofbeats continued. They moved past my forge toward the centre of the village. I could hear them clearly on the stones. 4 hooves, steady and rhythmic. I followed the sound. Other villagers heard it too. We walked behind the invisible horse as it proceeded down the road. The hoofbeats led to the old well in the village square. There they stopped. We stood in silence, listening. Then came a new sound, drinking. The lap and splash of a horse taking water. But the well was covered. The wooden lid was closed and latched. Nothing could drink from it. Yet we all heard it. After several minutes, the drinking stopped. The hoofbeats started again. They moved away from the well, back the way they had come. Past my forge and out of the village, growing fainter until we heard them no more. Old Margaret told us what we had witnessed. She said a horse died at that well 50 years ago. A traveller's horse, ridden hard and given no water. It collapsed beside the well, dying of thirst within sight of water. The traveller had been too cruel or too hurried to let it drink. Since then, the horse returns, following the same route it took in life, stopping at the well it never reached. Drinking the water it was denied. We hear it several times each summer now, always the same path, always stopping at the well. We open the cover when we hear it approach. Let it drink from water it can finally reach, even if we cannot see it, even if it has been dead for half a century. Some thirst outlasts death. Some needs persist beyond the grave. I always pause my work when I hear those hoofbeats now. Some customers deserve respect even if they cast no shadow. Colin MacGregor, Blacksmith Oban, Scottish Highlands, 27 July 1559. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Village records mention a horse's death, circa 1509. Owner's name unknown. Multiple witnesses corroborate ongoing auditory phenomena. Residents now leave the well cover open during summer months as a matter of tradition. Acoustic echoes from underground water sources may contribute but do not explain timing or pattern. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1632 V classification. Healer's account. Date of statement: 10th November 1632. Location: Ullapool, Scottish Highlands. Author: Agnes Mackay, village healer. Account of Agnes Mackay verse. Agnes Mackay, healer of Ullapool. Do record what asks for help. I tend the sick and injured of this village. People come to me when doctors are too far or too expensive. I know herbs and poultices, bone setting and fever breaking. I have saved many and lost some. But one patient will not accept that her time has passed. 3 months ago, a girl named Ailey came to my door. She was perhaps 14 years old, shivering with fever. Her skin was grey and her breathing laboured. I brought her inside and laid her by my fire. I gave her willow bark tea and covered her with blankets. She whispered her thanks and closed her eyes. I sat with her through the night, monitoring her breathing. Near dawn, she stopped breathing entirely. The fever had taken her too quickly. I could not save her. I sent word to her family and prepared her body. They came and took her for burial. I thought that was the end. But 3 nights later, someone knocked at my door. I opened it to find Ailey standing there. The same grey skin, the same laboured breathing, the same fevered eyes. She asked if I could help her. I stepped back in shock. I had prepared her body for burial. I had seen her placed in the ground. Yet here she stood, shivering and sick. I asked her how she was here. She looked confused. She said she felt unwell and needed my help. She did not seem to know she had died. I did not know what to do. I invited her inside. She sat by my fire just as she had before. I gave her the same tea, the same blankets. She thanked me and closed her eyes. When I looked again, she was gone. Not dead again, simply vanished from the chair. This has happened 7 times now, always at night, always the same knock at my door, always Ailey, standing there, sick and seeking help. Each time I bring her in and tend to her. Each time she vanishes after closing her eyes. I spoke to the priest about this. He said her soul is confused. In her final moments, she came to me for healing. That moment repeats now. Her spirit returns to the last place it sought help, seeking a cure that no longer matters. I do not turn her away when she knocks. I give her what comfort I can, even if it changes nothing, even if she is beyond all healing. Some need survive death. Some patients never stop seeking help. Agnes Mackay, healer Ullapool, Scottish Highlands, 10th November 1632. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Parish records confirm Ailey MacLeod's death, August 1632. Fever. Mackay's healing practice was well documented and trusted. The cottage still stands, though no longer occupied. Previous tenants reported knocking at night, but no figure visible when door opened. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1687D. Classification: Warden's Statement. Date of statement: 2nd January 1687. Location: Edinburgh Castle, Highland Garrison, Scottish Highlands. Author: William Douglas, Castle Warden. Statement of William Douglas I, William Douglas, Warden of the Castle Garrison. Do testify about what walks the battlements. I have served at this castle for 12 years. I know every stone and passage. I have walked these walls in all weather and all seasons. But there is one figure I cannot explain. The sentries report seeing him regularly, a soldier walking the northern battlement. He wears an old uniform, not used in decades. He carries a musket, and walks a steady patrol, back and forth along the same section of wall. When sentries approach, he vanishes, not gradually. He simply ceases to be there. One moment visible, the next moment gone. I dismissed these reports as imagination or poor light, until I saw him myself last month. I was inspecting the night watch during a storm. Rain fell hard and the wind howled around the towers. I climbed to the northern battlement to check the sentries. That is when I saw the figure. He walked toward me through the rain. His uniform was dry despite the storm. His musket gleamed as if freshly oiled. His face was hidden beneath his hat. I called out the challenge. He did not respond. He continued walking his patrol. I stepped into his path. He walked through me, not around, through. I felt a coldness pass through my chest, a sensation like falling through ice. Then he was behind me, continuing his route. I spun around to face him. He reached the end of the battlement and turned. His face was finally visible, young, perhaps 20 years old, but his eyes were empty, not blind or damaged, simply empty, as if nothing looked out from behind them. He began walking back toward me. I did not wait. I descended the stairs quickly and returned to my quarters. I researched the garrison records afterward. A sentry died on that battlement in 1598. He fell from the wall during a storm. His body dashed on the rocks below. His name was Thomas Reed, 20 years old. He had been on duty less than a month. Now he walks eternal duty on the wall where he died, still patrolling, still watching, still serving, though his service ended almost a century ago. The sentries know to leave him to his route. They do not challenge him anymore. Some duties do not end with death. Some soldiers never leave their posts. William Douglas, Castle Warden, Edinburgh Castle, Scottish Highlands, 2nd January 1687. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Garrison records confirm Thomas Reed's death, November 1598. Multiple wardens across decades report identical phenomena. Current castle staff maintain awareness of the figure, considered part of castle tradition. Battlements remain in use. Sightings continue into modern era. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1561 F classification. Tavern keeper's record. Date of statement 18th April 1561. Location Pitlochry, Scottish Highlands. Author Duncan Ross, tavern keeper. Record of Duncan Ross were Duncan Ross, keeper of the Highland Tavern, do record what drinks alone. My tavern serves travellers on the road between Perth and Inverness. We offer food, drink, and beds for those passing through. The common room is always busy with conversation and trade, but one table is never occupied by the living. It sits in the corner by the east window, a good table with a view of the mountains, yet no one will sit there. They all know what happened. 20 years ago, a merchant named Alexander Grant stopped here. He was travelling south with his profits from a successful season. He sat at that corner table and ordered whiskey. He drank alone, counting his money quietly. 3 men watched him from across the room. Robbers, we learned later. They followed him when he went upstairs to his room. In the morning, Alexander was found dead, his throat cut, his money stolen. The murderers were never caught. Since then, something sits at that table every night. It happens always at the same time, 8 o'clock in the evening. A presence settles into the chair facing the window. We do not see anyone, but we know someone is there. A cup placed on that table will move, lifted and tilted as if someone drinks, set down carefully when empty. Coins left on the table will shift position, arranged in neat piles as if being counted. The chair creaks under invisible weight. Sometimes we hear breathing, quiet and content, like a man relaxing after a long journey. I have learned to serve that table. At 8 o'clock, I pour a measure of whiskey. I place it at the table and step back. The cup lifts on its own, tips back as if swallowed, returns to the table empty. I leave Alexander to his drink. He paid for it with his life. The least I can do is serve him properly. Other customers have grown used to this. They ignore the corner table. They do not stare or comment. Everyone knows a ghost drinks there. Everyone accepts it as part of the tavern. Alexander Grant takes his evening whiskey, just as he did on his last night alive, before the murderers came, before his journey ended in blood. Now his journey never ends. He sits and drinks and counts his money, forever pausing on his way south, forever stopping at my tavern. Duncan Ross, Tavern Keeper, Pitlochry, Scottish Highlands, 18th April 1561. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Local records confirm Alexander Grant's murder, March 1541. Tavern maintained tradition of serving the empty table until building demolished in 1823. Multiple witnesses over decades corroborated phenomena. Previous tavern keepers documented identical experiences in their own records. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1648S. Classification Ship Captain's Log. Date of statement 23rd September 1648. Location Sound of Mull, Scottish Highlands. Author Captain Robert MacLean, merchant vessel. Log of Captain Robert MacLean vs. Captain Robert MacLean of the merchant vessel Fair Wind. Do record what hails us from the water. We sail the waters around the Highland Islands, carrying goods between settlements. I have captained this vessel for 18 years. I know these channels and sounds as well as any man living. But last week we encountered something I cannot explain. We were sailing through the Sound of Mull on a calm evening. The water was smooth as glass. Visibility was excellent. My crew was preparing the evening meal. I stood at the helm, watching the shoreline. That is when we heard the hail. A voice calling from the starboard side, clear and urgent, crying for help. I looked and saw a man in the water. He waved his arms, shouting to be rescued. I immediately ordered the crew to prepare to take him aboard. We brought the ship about and approached his position. But as we drew near, he moved farther away, not swimming, simply appearing at a greater distance, still waving, still calling. We adjusted course again. Again he moved, maintaining the same distance. My first mate said we should leave him. Something was wrong with this rescue, but I could not abandon a man in the water. We pursued him for nearly an hour. He led us in circles through the Sound, always just out of reach, always calling for help in that same desperate voice. Finally, he led us toward a rocky shoal, dangerous rocks hidden just below the surface. My first mate saw them in time. He called out a warning. I turned the ship hard to avoid the rocks. When I looked back for the man, he was gone. The water was empty. No one floating, no one swimming, nothing at all. We had been lured toward the rocks deliberately. If we had run aground, the ship would have been destroyed. The crew would have drowned. Back in port, old sailors told me the story. A merchant ship wrecked on those rocks 40 years ago. All hands lost. Their captain had been calling for help as the ship went down. Now he calls still, trying to lead others to join him, trying to wreck more ships on those same rocks, misery seeking company, death recruiting the living. We mark that area on our charts now. We know to ignore any cries for help there. Some voices should not be answered. Some rescues lead only to joining the drowned. Captain Robert MacLean, Sound of Mull, Scottish Highlands, 23rd September, 1648. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Maritime records confirm merchant vessel Seabride wrecked 1608. All crew lost. Numerous ship captains report similar encounters in this area over centuries. Current nautical charts mark the location with warnings. 3 vessels documented as wrecked, attempting to rescue the phantom caller. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1527G. Classification: Stonecutter's Testament. Date of statement: 11th May 1527. Location: Aberdeen, Scottish Highlands. Author: William Grant, Master Stonecutter. Testament of William Grant I. William Grant, Master Stonecutter of Aberdeen. Do record what dwells in the stone. I have worked with stone for 40 years. I know granite and limestone, sandstone and marble. I know how to read the grain and find the natural break. Stone speaks to those who listen, but sometimes it speaks words that should not be heard. Last month, I was commissioned to carve a memorial stone. The client brought me a piece of dark granite from the mountains. He said it came from an old quarry that had been abandoned. I should have asked why the quarry was abandoned. I began my work on a cold morning. The stone was harder than any I had worked before. My chisel barely marked its surface. I heated my tools and tried again. The stone resisted every strike. Then, suddenly, it gave way. A crack appeared, running deep into the granite. From that crack came a sound, whispering, soft but clear, many voices overlapping. I stepped back, thinking the stone had trapped air, but the whispering continued. It grew louder as I listened. I could almost make out words, names I thought. Dozens of names being spoken over and over. I covered the stone and left my workshop. When I returned the next morning, the whispering had stopped. I uncovered the stone and resumed my work. Again the crack widened. Again the voices came. This time I heard them clearly. They were names, a litany of the dead, spoken by voices that had no breath. I asked the client about the quarry. He admitted what he had not told me before. The quarry had been a burial site centuries ago, a plague pit where hundreds were laid to rest. They built the quarry on top of it, cutting stone from above the graves. The stone I worked held fragments of those bones, ground to dust and mixed with rock. The voices were calling their names, trying to be remembered, trying to be known. I refused to continue the work. The client was angry, but I would not relent. Some stones should not be carved. Some memorials should not be made. The stone sits covered in my workshop still. The whispering never stops. I hear it through the cloth, through the walls. At night it fills my dreams. All those names, forever calling, forever trying to be heard. William Grant, Stonecutter, Aberdeen, Scottish Highlands, 11th May 1527. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Aberdeen Quarry Records confirms site built over medieval plague burial ground, 1348. Grant's workshop was demolished in 1580. Disposition of the stone unknown. Geological analysis suggests certain rock formations can produce acoustic effects when fractured, though this does not explain recognition of distinct names. End of file. Proceeding to next. Recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1613 N. Classification Apothecary's Journal. Date of statement 29 September 1613. Location Stirling, Scottish Highlands. Author Margaret Douglas, Village Apothecary. Journal of Margaret Douglas Thus, Margaret Douglas, Apothecary of Stirling. Do record what asks for medicine. My shop stands on the corner of the market square. I sell remedies and herbs to those who need them. I prepare tinctures and ointments according to old recipes. My grandmother taught me the craft before she died, but she never taught me how to refuse the dead. It started 2 months ago on a fog-thick evening. I was closing my shop when someone knocked. I opened the door to find an old woman standing there. She asked for medicine for pain. Her joints ached, she said. She could not sleep for the hurting. I invited her inside and prepared willow bark powder. She paid me with coins that felt cold in my hand. She thanked me and left into the fog. The next morning, I found those coins on my counter. They were old, very old, stamped with a king's face I did not recognize. I asked the goldsmith about them. He said they were from the reign of Alexander III, over 300 years old. That evening, the woman returned. She asked for the same medicine. Her joints still ached. She could not sleep. I gave her the powder again. Again she paid with ancient coins. Again she vanished into the darkness. This has continued every night since. The same woman, the same complaint, the same payment in coins from a dead king's time. I asked the village elder if he knew her. He showed me the parish records. A woman matching her description died in 1298. Her name was Agnes Ross. She had suffered terribly from joint pain in her final years. She had spent all her money on medicine that gave no relief. She died in agony, begging for help. Now she returns each night, still seeking the medicine that might ease her suffering, still paying with the only coin she had, still hoping for relief that will never come. I prepare the powder each evening. I accept her cold coins. I know it changes nothing. She has been dead for 3 centuries. But some pain does not end with death. Some suffering outlasts the flesh that felt it. I will keep my shop open for her, for as long as she needs to ask. Margaret Douglas, Apothecary Stirling, Scottish Highlands, 29th September 1613. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Douglas family maintained the apothecary for 6 generations until 1789. Each generation documented similar nocturnal visits. Coins from Alexander III's reign occasionally surface in Stirling area, minted 1249-1286. Parish records confirm Agnes Ross burial, 1298. Notation indicates died in great pain. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1585W. Classification Night Watchman's Report. Date of statement 3rd March 1585. Location Perth, Scottish Highlands. Author Andrew Stewart. Town Night Watchman. Report of Andrew Stewart. First, Andrew Stewart, Night Watchman of Perth. Do report what walks after curfew. I patrol the streets from dusk until dawn. I ensure the town is safe and quiet. I light the street lamps and check the locked doors. I know every shadow and every sound. But there is one figure I cannot account for. She walks the same route every night, down Kirk Street toward the river, always at the same time, just after midnight. A woman in a dark cloak, walking alone. I first noticed her 3 weeks ago. I called out, asking where she was going. She did not stop or turn. She simply continued walking. I followed at a distance. She moved with purpose, never slowing. At the river's edge, she stopped. She stood looking at the dark water. Then she stepped forward and vanished. Not into the water. Simply vanished as if she had never been there. I rushed to the spot where she had stood. No footprints in the mud. No disturbance of the water. Nothing to show anyone had been there. The next night, she walked again. The same route, the same time. The same disappearance at the river. I have watched this happen every night since. Other watchmen have seen her too. We compared our observations. We all saw the same woman. Same cloak, same walk, same destination. But none of us can follow her past the river's edge. I asked the town elder about this. He told me of a woman who drowned herself in the river 40 years ago during the winter cold. She had walked from her home to the water's edge. She had stepped in and did not return. Her body was found downstream 3 days later. They buried her in unconsecrated ground. No prayers were said. Now she walks that path every night, returning to the moment she chose to leave, forever walking toward the water, forever making that final choice. We do not try to stop her anymore. She is beyond our reach, beyond our authority. The living keep their curfew. The dead keep their own hours. Andrew Stewart, Night Watchman, Perth, Scottish Highlands, 3rd March 1585. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Perth Town records document death by drowning. 1545. Woman's name recorded as Helen Mackay. Night watchmen across subsequent decades reported identical phenomena. The route described passes through areas now built over, yet sightings continued until street layout was completely changed in 1821. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file. NOA 1659B. Classification. Librarian's account. Date of statement. 17th June 1659. Location. Glasgow, Scottish Highlands. Author Thomas Murray. University Librarian account of Thomas Murray I. Thomas Murray. Librarian at the university. Do record what reads in the darkness. The library holds thousands of volumes, books and manuscripts from across the centuries. I am responsible for their care and cataloguing. I know each shelf and every section. But there is one reader I cannot catalogue. He appears only at night when the library is closed. I first noticed him 6 months ago. I was working late, preparing a new acquisition for shelving. I heard pages turning in the far corner. I thought another scholar had remained past closing. I went to inform him we were closed. A man sat at a reading desk. A candle burned beside him, though I had lit none. He bent over a large volume, turning pages carefully. I approached and called out. He did not respond. I moved closer. When I was 3 steps away, he turned to look at me. His face was grey as old parchment. His eyes were hollow, seeing nothing. He returned to his reading, as if I was not there. I reached out to touch his shoulder. My hand passed through him like smoke. The candle went out. The man vanished. The book remained on the desk. I examined it by lamplight. It was a medical text from the 14th century, written in Latin, describing treatments for plague. The pages were worn from much reading. Since then, he appears regularly, always at the same desk, always reading the same volume. I have researched the library's history. A scholar died here in 1349. His name was Brother William of Aberdeen. He had been studying plague remedies, trying to find a cure for the sickness ravaging Scotland. He died of the plague while reading in this very library. They found him at his desk, the medical text open before him. Now he returns each night, still searching for the cure he never found, still reading the same pages, still hoping to save lives that were lost 600 years ago. I leave the medical text on the desk for him. I ensure no one removes it. Some studies never end. Some scholars never finish their research. Thomas Murray, Librarian, Glasgow, Scottish Highlands, 17th June 1659. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, University records confirm. Brother William of Aberdeen died at study desk, September 1349 plague. The medical manuscript mentioned remains in collection. Catalogue number MS 134904. Subsequent librarians documented similar phenomena until library relocated in 1870. No sightings reported in new building. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1541M. Classification. Servant's testimony. Date of statement 9th November 1541. Location. Dunrobin Castle, Scottish Highlands. Author Mary Campbell. Castle servant. Testimony of Mary Campbell. First, Mary Campbell, servant of Dunrobin Castle. Do testify about what walks the Zesson towers. I have served in this castle for 20 years. I clean the rooms and tend the fires. I know every corridor and staircase. But there is one tower I will not enter after dark. The north tower stands empty now. It was once the lady's chambers, but she died there 10 years ago. Since then, no one sleeps in those rooms. I clean them by daylight only, but someone uses them at night. I first noticed this 2 years ago. I was passing the tower on my way to bed. Candlelight showed in the windows. I thought another servant had forgotten to extinguish the lamps. I climbed the stairs to check. The door to the lady's chamber was closed. I heard movement inside, the rustle of fabric, footsteps crossing the floor. I knocked and called out. The sound stopped. I opened the door. The room was dark. No candles burned. No one was there. But the bed was disturbed. The coverlet was pulled back as if someone had just risen. The pillow held the impression of a head. I straightened the bed and left quickly. The next night, the same thing. Candlelight in the windows. Sounds of occupation. The bed disturbed when I checked. This has continued every night since. Other servants have witnessed it too. We all see the candlelight. We all hear the sounds. But the room is always empty when we look. The lady who died was the Earl's wife. She had been ill for many months. She spent her final year confined to that tower. She died in the bed I straighten each morning. Her last words were asking to go outside. She had been trapped in that room for so long. She wanted to see the sky again, but she died before they could carry her down. Now she remains in that tower, still confined to the room where she suffered, still unable to leave. We keep the room clean for her. We ensure the bed is made properly. It is the least we can do. Some prisons outlast the prisoner's life. Mary Campbell, servant Dunrobin Castle, Scottish Highlands, 9th November 1541. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Castle records confirm. Countess Elizabeth died in North Tower, April 1531. Prolonged illness. Family maintained the room as memorial until mid-1700s. Multiple servants across generations reported identical phenomena. Tower rooms now used for storage. Candlelight occasionally still reported. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1624. R classification. Jailer's record. Date of statement 21st August 1624. Location Dumbarton, Scottish Highlands. Author Robert MacLeod. Castle Jailer. Record of Robert MacLeod vs. Robert MacLeod, Jailer of Dumbarton Castle. Do record what occupies the empty cell. The castle dungeons hold 12 cells. Most are occupied by prisoners awaiting trial or sentence. But cell 7 remains empty. I do not place prisoners there. Not since what happened 5 years ago. A man was held in that cell charged with theft. His name was John Fraser. He maintained his innocence throughout. He said he had been wrongly accused. He begged to be heard. No one listened. He was sentenced to hang. The night before his execution, he died in that cell. He was found at dawn, sitting against the wall, his eyes open, his face peaceful. The doctor said his heart had simply stopped. We buried him and thought that was the end. But cell 7 would not stay empty. The first prisoner we placed there lasted one night. He screamed to be moved, claiming someone shared the cell. Someone who sat against the wall and stared at him. Someone who whispered about innocence and injustice. The second prisoner refused to enter at all. He said he could see a man sitting in the shadows, a man who should not be there. I went to investigate. I entered the cell with my lantern. I saw nothing unusual, but I felt watched. A heavy presence in the corner, cold air where none should be. I left quickly and locked the door. Since then, the cell stays empty, but it is not unoccupied. Guards hear sounds from within, chains scraping stone, footsteps pacing, a voice whispering the same words over and over. I am innocent. I did not do what they claimed. Someone should listen. I stood outside the cell one night and listened. The voice was clear through the door, desperate and pleading, still protesting after 5 years dead, still trying to be heard. John Fraser remains in cell 7, forever awaiting justice that will never come, forever speaking to judges who cannot hear. I do not know if he was innocent. I do not know if he was wronged. I know only that he will not leave. Some protests do not end with death. Robert MacLeod, Jailer Dumbarton, Scottish Highlands, 21st August, 1624. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Prison records confirm John Fraser died in custody, June 1619, cause listed as natural. No record found of trial outcome or evidence review. Cell 7 remained unused until prison relocated in 1789. Current museum staff report unexplained sounds from former cell location. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1578K. Classification Gardener's statement. Date of statement 4th December 1578. Location Falkland Palace, Scottish Highlands. Author James Henderson, Royal Gardener. Statement of James Henderson were: James Henderson, gardener to the royal estate, do record what tends the roses. I have maintained these gardens for 30 years. I know every plant and tree. I know when to prune and when to water. The roses are my particular pride. They bloom magnificently under my care. But I am not the only one who tends them. Someone works the garden at night. I first noticed this last spring. I would find freshly turned soil in the morning, weeds pulled that I had not removed, flowers watered though no rain had fallen. I thought another gardener had been hired, but the head steward knew nothing of this. I resolved to watch and see who helped with my work. I hid among the hedges one evening as darkness fell. The moon was bright enough to see clearly. Near midnight, a figure emerged from the shadows. A woman in simple dress. She carried no tools but knelt among the roses. She worked with bare hands, tending each plant carefully, removing dead blooms, straightening bent stems, moving with the practiced ease of one who knows the work. I stepped forward to speak with her. She looked up at my approach. Her face was young but sad. Her hands were stained with soil. I asked who she was. She stood and smiled. Then she faded like morning mist. One moment there, the next moment gone. I stood alone among the roses. I asked the palace historian about this. He told me of a servant who had tended these gardens. A woman named Catherine Ross. She had loved the roses more than anything. She had died suddenly 20 years ago. Fever took her in the middle of summer. She had been devastated to leave her flowers. She had begged from her deathbed to be allowed to see them one more time. But she died before they could carry her to the garden. Now she returns each night, tending the roses she loved, doing the work she could not bear to leave unfinished. I do not disturb her any more. I leave tools where she might use them. The roses have never bloomed more beautifully. 2 gardeners tend them now. One living, one beyond life. Both devoted to the same beauty. James Henderson, Gardener, Falkland Palace, Scottish Highlands, 4th December 1578. Archivet. Note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Palace. Records confirm Catherine Ross employed as garden servant. Died July 1558. Subsequent royal gardeners documented similar phenomena across 3 centuries. The rose garden remains maintained, still produces exceptional blooms. Night blooming varieties show particular vigour. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1692T. Classification: Coachman's testimony. Date of statement: 15th October 1692. Location: Braemar, Scottish Highlands. Author: Duncan Macpherson, private coachman. Testimony of Duncan Macpherson, Duncan Macpherson. Coachman to the Highland Estates. Do testify about what rides the empty roads. I have driven coaches through these mountains for 25 years. I know every road and shortcut. I know which routes are safe and which are treacherous. But there is one stretch I now avoid after dark. The old road between Braemar and Ballater. It runs through empty moorland, desolate and bare. 2 months ago, I was driving late after a delay. My passenger was anxious to reach his destination. I took the old road to save time. The night was clear, the moon full. I could see the road stretching ahead. That is when I heard hoofbeats behind us. Another coach approaching fast. I moved aside to let it pass. But when I looked back, I saw something wrong. The coach had no driver. The horses ran wild, eyes rolling white. The coach swayed dangerously behind them. I could see passengers inside through the windows, their faces pressed against the glass, mouths open as if screaming, but no sound came. The coach passed us in silence, only the hoofbeats and the rattle of wheels. I watched it race ahead into the darkness. Then it vanished, simply disappeared from the road. One moment there, the next moment gone. My passenger had seen it too. We sat in shocked silence. I drove the rest of the way slowly. At Ballater, I asked about the phantom coach. The innkeeper nodded grimly. He said a coach had crashed on that road 50 years ago. The driver lost control on the moorland stretch. The coach overturned, killing all aboard. 4 passengers and the coachman. Since then, the coach runs that road, forever racing toward a destination it will never reach, forever carrying passengers who died screaming. I have seen it twice more since that night. Always on the same stretch of road, always at full gallop with no driver, always vanishing before it reaches the end. I take the longer route now. An hour more of travel is worth avoiding that sight. Some journeys never end. Some passengers never arrive. Duncan Macpherson, Coachman Braemar, Scottish Highlands, 15th October, 1692. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Transportation records confirm coach accident, August 1642. 5 deaths. Multiple travellers over centuries reported similar sightings on this stretch. Road remains in use. Local drivers report avoiding the area near anniversary date of original accident. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1536L. Classification Clockmaker's Journal. Date of statement 27th January 1536. Location Dundee, Scottish Highlands. Author Peter Grant, Master Clockmaker. Journal of Peter Grant. Peter Grant, Master Clockmaker of Dundee. Do record what winds the stopped clock. My workshop is filled with timepieces. Clocks of all sizes, from pocket watches to tower clocks. I repair and maintain them with careful attention. Each mechanism is like a small beating heart. But one clock will not stay stopped. It belongs to a widow who brought it for repair. Her husband had died 6 months before. The clock had stopped at the moment of his death. She wanted it working again. She said the silence was unbearable. I examined the mechanism. The spring had broken cleanly, a simple repair, easily done. But when I replaced the spring, something strange happened. The clock began to run backwards. The hands moved counter to their proper direction. I stopped it and checked again. The mechanism was correct. No reason for this behavior. I wound it carefully and let it run. Again, it moved backwards, counting down rather than up. I told the widow I needed more time. She left the clock with me. That night, I heard ticking from my workshop. I went to investigate. The clock was running, moving backwards at a steady pace. The hands turned slowly counterclockwise. I watched for an hour. The hands continued their reverse journey. Then they stopped. Exactly at midnight, the moment the widow said her husband died. The next morning, I found the clock had been wound, but I had not wound it. The mechanism was tight, the spring full. That night, it happened again, ticking in the darkness, running backwards to midnight. Someone was winding it each night. Someone who was not me. I brought the clock back to the widow. I told her it could not be repaired properly. She nodded without surprise. She said her husband had loved that clock. He had wound it every night before bed. It was his last action each evening, a ritual he never missed. Now he winds it still, even though he is gone. even though time has moved on without him. The clock remains in her home. Each night it runs backwards. Each night someone winds it. Some rituals do not end with death. Peter Grant, Clockmaker, Dundee, Scottish Highlands, 27th January, 1536. Archivist note. Archivist note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Grant's workshop records are detailed and precise. This entry stands alone in describing impossible mechanical behaviour. The widow mentioned was Margaret Thompson, whose husband Robert died in November 1535. Clock remained in family until dispersed in estate sale, 1640. Current location unknown. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1675V. Classification: Lighthouse Keeper's Account. Date of statement: 8th April, 1675. Location: Isle of May, Scottish Highlands. Author: John Stewart, Lighthouse Keepers. Account of John Stewart Thurs. John Stewart, Keeper of the Isle of May Lighthouse. Do record what tends the light. I have kept this beacon for 15 years. Every night I climb the tower to light the lamp. Every morning I climb again to extinguish it. The light warns ships away from the rocks that surround this island. Many lives depend on my faithfulness, but I am not the only one who keeps the light. 3 months ago, I fell ill with fever. For 2 nights I was too weak to climb the tower. I thought the light would stay dark. Ships would be in danger. But on the 3rd morning, a fisherman told me he had seen the light burning. Both nights, shining as usual. I thought he was mistaken, but other sailors confirmed it. The lighthouse had burned through both nights. Someone had tended it in my absence. I thought perhaps a passing sailor had helped, but no ship had landed on the island. I was alone here with my illness. When I recovered, I examined the lamp. Fresh oil in the reservoir, the wick trimmed properly, the lens cleaned and polished, all the work I would have done. But I had not climbed the tower. That night, I watched from my window. At dusk, I saw a figure climbing the tower stairs, a man in old clothing. He reached the lamp room and lit the beacon. I climbed up to confront him. The lamp was burning bright, but no one was there. The lamp room was empty except for me. I asked the villagers on the mainland about this. They told me of the first lighthouse keeper, a man named Thomas Gray. He had kept the light for 30 years. He died while trimming the lamp one winter night. Heart failure, sudden and complete. He fell in the lamp room where he had worked so faithfully. Since then, the light has never failed, even when the keeper is unable to tend it. Thomas continues his duty, still climbing the tower each evening, still ensuring the light burns bright. I am grateful for his help. 2 keepers watch over this light now, one living, one beyond death, both committed to the same sacred duty. Some responsibilities outlast life itself. John Stewart, Lighthouse Keeper. Isle of May, Scottish Highlands, 8th April, 1675. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Lighthouse records confirm. Thomas Gray died on duty, December 1640. 31 years of service. Subsequent keepers documented similar phenomena across multiple generations. Light never failed throughout operational history, despite occasional keeper illness or absence. Remarkable reliability noted in maritime records. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1591G. Declassification. Musician's record. Date of statement 19th July 1591. Location: Melrose Abbey, Scottish Highlands. Author: Andrew Murray, Abbey musician. Record of Andrew Murray. First, Andrew Murray, musician of Melrose Abbey. Do record what plays in harmony. I have served this abbey for 12 years. I play the organ for services and feast days. The instrument is old but well maintained. Its voice fills the abbey with sacred music, but sometimes it plays when I am not there. The first time I heard it, I thought I had imagined it. I was walking to the abbey in the early morning. Music drifted across the grounds, the organ playing a melody I did not know. I hurried inside, thinking someone had entered without permission. The abbey was empty. The organ sat silent, but the music continued, softer now, as if coming from a great distance. I approached the organ. The keys were not moving. No one sat at the bench. Yet the music played on, a complex piece, masterfully performed, multiple voices weaving together. Then it stopped abruptly. The silence was profound. I asked the abbot about this. He was unsurprised. He said the abbey has always had music, even before they installed the organ. Centuries ago, a monk named Brother David had been the abbey's finest musician. He composed hymns and played the harp. His music was said to make angels weep. He died at his harp, playing a new composition. The music stopped mid-phrase, never finished. Since then, music continues in the abbey, not always the same piece. Sometimes organ, sometimes harp, sometimes voices, all beautiful beyond description, all played by hands that have no flesh. I have learned to listen without fear. Sometimes when I play, I hear another voice join mine, harmonizing perfectly with my melody, adding layers I had not imagined, making the music richer than I could create, alone. I think it is Brother David, still composing after 600 years, still adding beauty to the sacred space. We play together now. One living musician, one dead, both serving the same divine purpose. The music never ends here. It only changes its players. Andrew Murray, musician, Melrose Abbey, Scottish Highlands, 19th July 1591. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Abbey records confirm. Brother David died 1183, harp in hand, composition unfinished. Multiple musicians across centuries reported similar phenomena. The organ mentioned was installed 1520, yet music predates its installation. Recordings made in the empty abbey in modern times capture unexplained musical sounds. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1642S. Classification: Baker's testimony. Date of statement: 13th May 1642. Location: Elgin, Scottish Highlands. Author: William Campbell, village baker. Testimony of William Campbell first. William Campbell, baker of Elgin. Do testify about what bakes in the night. My bakery has served this village for 3 generations. We bake bread and pies from before dawn until midday. The ovens are hot, the work is hard, but it is honest work that feeds the village. My father taught me the trade before he died. He taught me the recipes and the rhythms, but he did not tell me about the night baker. I discovered this myself 6 months ago. I rose early one morning, earlier than usual. The ovens were already hot. Fresh bread cooled on the racks. 12 perfect loaves, golden and fragrant. I thought my apprentice had come in early, but he was still sleeping in the back room. I questioned him closely. He had not baked the bread. He had heard nothing in the night. The next morning, the same thing. Fresh bread waiting when I arrived. This time, 20 loaves. All perfect. All still warm. I resolved to watch and see who entered my bakery. I hid in the storage room one night. Near midnight, I heard movement, the scrape of the wooden peel, the clang of the oven door. I peered through the doorway. A figure worked at the ovens, a man in old-fashioned clothes. He shaped dough with practiced hands. He slid loaves into the oven with perfect timing. He moved like someone who had done this work for 50 years. I stepped into the room to confront him. He turned to look at me. His face was my grandfather's face, the man who founded this bakery, dead for 30 years. He smiled and returned to his work. I watched him bake through the night. He did not speak. He only baked, as he had in life. When dawn approached, he set the last loaf to cool. Then he faded like smoke from the ovens. I told my father about this. He nodded slowly. He said his father had loved baking more than anything. He had worked until his final day. He had died with flour on his hands. His last words were worry about the morning's bread. Now he bakes still, unable to rest while there is work to be done. I do not mind his help. The bread he makes is perfect, better than mine, better than my father's. Some crafts are never forgotten. Some bakers never stop baking. William Campbell, Baker Elgin, Scottish Highlands. 13th May, 1642. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Campbell family-operated bakery until 1820. Each generation documented similar nocturnal baking phenomena. The grandfather mentioned, Malcolm Campbell, died 1612. Parish records note, he died at his work. Midloaf. Bakery location now private residence. New owners report the smell of fresh bread at night, though no baking occurs. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1568B. Classification. Scribe's Journal. Date of statement. 1st September 1568. Location. St. Andrews, Scottish Highlands. Author Robert Douglas, Cathedral Scribe. Journal of Robert Douglas I. Robert Douglas. Scribe of St. Andrew's Cathedral. Do record what writes in the shadows. I copy manuscripts and documents for the church. I prepare contracts and record births, deaths, marriages. My hand is steady, my letters clear. I have copied thousands of pages in my service, but someone else writes here too. I first noticed this last winter. I left a document half finished on my desk, a marriage contract that needed completion. I planned to finish it the next morning. When I returned, it was complete. The writing matched mine exactly, every letter, every flourish, as if I had written it myself, but I had not touched it. I questioned the other scribes. None had entered my workspace. I thought perhaps I had completed it and forgotten. But this happened again, and again. Documents I left unfinished would be completed by morning, always in my own hand, always perfect. I decided to watch one night. I hid in the scriptorium after evening, prayers. The room was dark except for moonlight through the windows. Near midnight, a candle lit itself on my desk. A figure sat in my chair. He took my quill and began to write. His hand moved across the page, letters forming in my exact script. I stepped forward to see who mimicked my writing. The figure turned. The face was my own, but older, lined with years I had not yet lived. I stumbled backward in shock. The figure returned to writing. He worked until the document was complete. Then he set down the quill. He looked at me once more and smiled, a sad, knowing smile. Then he vanished. The candle went out. I examined the document by lamplight. The writing was flawless. My future hand completing work my present hand had left undone. I do not understand what I saw. I do not know if it was my ghost or my future self. I know only that some work will get done, even if I do not live to finish it. Someone else will write in my hand. Someone else will complete what I begin. Robert Douglas, Scribe St Andrews, Scottish Highlands, 1st September 1568. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Douglas served as cathedral scribe for 42 years total, dying at his desk in 1589, age 64. The phenomenon he described ceased after his death. No subsequent scribes reported similar experiences. This case stands unique in suggesting temporal rather than spiritual displacement. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1699P. Classification: Monk's Final Testament. Date of statement: 31st December 1699. Location: Pluscarden Abbey, Scottish Highlands. Author: Brother Angus Macpherson, Abbey Monk. Final Testament of Brother Angus Macpherson. Verse: Brother Angus Macpherson, Monk of Pluscarden Abbey. Do record my final testimony as this century ends. I have lived in this abbey for 40 years. I have kept the holy offices faithfully. I have maintained the silence and solitude required of our order. Now, as I approach my own death, I must record what I have learned. This abbey is not empty of spirits. We who live here are not alone. There are others who keep vigil with us. Brothers who died but never left. I have seen them many times over the years. Shadows moving in the cloister at dawn. Figures kneeling in the chapel during midnight prayers. Voices joining our chants, though no living mouths move. At first, I thought I imagined these things, tricks of candlelight and exhaustion. But I have learned differently. The dead remain here because they loved this place. They gave their lives to prayer and service. They cannot abandon that dedication simply because they died. They continue their devotions, silent and unseen by most, but present nonetheless. I do not fear them. They are my brothers. We serve together, some in flesh, some in spirit, all dedicated to the same holy purpose. When I die, I will join them. I will remain in this abbey I have loved. I will keep the hours even after my body fails. I will pray in the chapel where I prayed for 40 years. Future brothers may see me, a shadow in the cloister, a figure at prayer, a voice in the chanting. They should not be afraid. I will only be continuing my service. Death ends life, but it does not end devotion. This abbey has been a house of prayer for 500 years. It will continue for 500 more, and we who loved it will never truly leave. We will remain between the stones we walked. We will remain in the prayers we spoke. We will remain because some loves transcend death. Some homes hold us even after we are gone. I write this as the old century ends and a new one begins. I write this knowing my time grows short. I write this so others will understand. The abbey keeps its own, forever. Brother Angus Macpherson, Monk Pluscarden Abbey, Scottish Highlands, 31st December, 1699. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Brother Angus, died 3 days after writing this testament, January 1700. His body was interred in the abbey grounds. Subsequent monks reported seeing a figure matching his description in the cloister and chapel. Plusgarden Abbey remains active today. The community acknowledges long tradition of spiritual presences within its walls. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1519H. Classification: Fishmonger's account. Date of statement: 24th March 1519. Location: Peterhead, Scottish Highlands. Author: George Fraser, fish market trader. Account of George Fraser. George Fraser, fishmonger of Peterhead. Do record what sells at the market. I have run my stall at the fish market for 15 years. I buy from the boats each morning and sell through the day. I know every fisherman and every customer. The market is my life. But there is one customer who troubles me. She comes every morning at the same time, just after dawn when the catch is unloaded. An old woman in a grey shawl. She approaches my stall and asks for herring. 2 fish, she says. Always the same request. I wrap them for her and quote my price. She pays with coins that feel wrong in my hand. Too light, too cold. She takes the fish and leaves without another word. This happened for weeks before I noticed something strange. I never saw her arrive or depart. She simply appeared at my stall and vanished when our business was done. One morning I followed her. She walked toward the old part of town, the streets where no one lives anymore. She entered a house that had burned down years ago. I stood staring at the blackened ruins. She had walked through the doorway as if the house still stood. I asked the harbour master about this. He went pale at my description. He said a woman matching that appearance had lived in that house. She had died in the fire that destroyed it. 30 years ago. She had been on her way to buy fish that morning. Her regular purchase, 2 herring. She never made it to the market. The fire took her before dawn. Now she makes that purchase every day. Forever walking to the market. Forever buying the fish she never got to cook. I still see her each morning. I still sell her the herring. I accept her strange coins. They vanish from my purse by evening. But it seems wrong to refuse her. Some errands cannot be abandoned. Some daily routines outlast death. George Fraser, fishmonger, Peterhead, Scottish Highlands, 24th March, 1519. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Peterhead, town records confirm fire death, March 1489. Margaret Davidson, aged 62. Multiple market traders over decades reported similar encounters. The burned house site remained empty until redevelopment in 1823. Reports ceased after new construction. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1674. M classification. Printer's testimony. Date of statement: 7th November 1674. Location: Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands. Author: Thomas Anderson, Master Printer. Testimony of Thomas Anderson. Thomas Anderson, Master Printer of Edinburgh. Do testify about what works the press. My print shop produces books, pamphlets, and broadsides. I employ 3 apprentices and run 2 presses. We work from morning until the light fails. The presses must be tended constantly. The ink must be mixed fresh. The type must be set precisely. but someone works here when we are gone. I first noticed this 3 months ago. I left a job half finished on the press, a pamphlet that needed 50 more copies. I planned to complete it the next morning. When I arrived, the work was done. 50 fresh copies stacked neatly, the press cleaned, the type returned to cases. I thought one of my apprentices had returned, but all 3 denied it. I questioned them separately. Their stories matched. None had come back after we closed. This happened again 2 nights later. Another job completed. Another press cleaned and ready. I decided to watch. I hid in the storage room one night after the apprentices left. The shop was dark and silent. Near midnight, I heard the press, the familiar clank and rhythm of printing. I crept forward to see who worked. A man stood at the press, his back to me, working steadily. He moved with the efficiency of long practice. Pull the bar, remove the sheet, set another. The rhythm never faltered. I stepped closer. The man wore clothes from decades past. His hands were stained black with old ink. I called out to him. He did not stop working. I moved around to see his face. He looked through me as if I was not there. His eyes were focused on the work. Nothing else existed for him. I recognized him then. My master, who had taught me the trade. Dead for 20 years. He had owned this shop before me. He had worked these same presses. He had died at this very press, struck down while printing. Now he returns to finish the work, to complete the jobs that must be done. I no longer hide to watch. I leave work for him when I go. Jobs that need doing, type that need setting. By morning they are finished, printed perfectly, better than I could do. 2 printers work this shop now, one living, one dead, both devoted to the same craft. Some work is too important to abandon. Thomas Anderson, Printer, Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands, 7th November, 1674. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Anderson's master was John Campbell. Died 1654 at his press, heart failure. Shop records show unusual productivity during Anderson's tenure, output beyond what 3 apprentices and 1 master could reasonably produce. Building now houses different business, no phenomena reported. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file, NOA 1553B. Classification, Shepherd's Report. Date of statement, 16th June, 1553. Location, Trossachs, Scottish Highlands. Author, Colin MacGregor, Highland Shepherd. Report of Colin MacGregor. Colin MacGregor, Shepherd of the Trossachs, do report what herds in the mist. I have tended sheep in these mountains for 30 years. I know every glen and every shelter. I know where to lead my flock in all seasons. The sheep trust me to keep them safe. But there is another shepherd in these hills. I see him in the early morning mist, a figure on the far ridge, tending his own flock. He moves as I do, staff in hand. His dog runs circles around his sheep, but when the mist clears, he is gone. No shepherd stands on that ridge. No flock grazes there. I thought my eyes were failing, tricks of light and fog. But my son sees him too. We both watched him one morning, clear as day through the thinning mist, an old shepherd with grey beard. His flock numbered perhaps 50. They grazed peacefully under his watch. We climbed toward him. The mist thickened as we ascended. When we reached the ridge, nothing was there. No footprints in the dew-wet grass. No sheep droppings. No sign anyone had stood there. I asked the old men of the village about this. They nodded knowingly. They said a shepherd worked these hills long ago. His name was Donald MacLeod. He tended sheep here for 60 years. He died on the mountain, struck by lightning while bringing his flock down. The sheep scattered, never recovered. Donald blamed himself for losing them. His last words were worry for his flock. Now he searches still, tending phantom sheep through the morning mist, forever looking for the ones he lost, forever shepherding in death as he did in life. My son asks if we should help him. I tell him no. Donald's flock exists only for him. He must find them on his own, or search forever in the mist. Some losses cannot be recovered. Some responsibilities never end. Colin MacGregor, Shepherd Trossachs, Scottish Highlands, 16th June, 1553. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Local records confirm Shepherd Donald MacLeod died by lightning strike, July 1493, aged 81. His flock scattered in the storm, most never found. Subsequent shepherds across 5 centuries reported similar sightings, phenomenon particularly common on misty mornings near anniversary of original death. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1628K. Classification. Carpenter's statement. Date of statement 5th February 1628. Location Inverness, Scottish Highlands. Author James Robertson, Master Carpenter. Statement of James Robertson. James Robertson, Master Carpenter of Inverness. Do record what builds in the workshop. I have worked with wood for 40 years. I know oak and pine, ash and birch. I know how to join and plane and carve. My hands have built houses and furniture throughout the Highlands, but someone else uses my workshop. I first noticed this last autumn. I had been building a table for the church, a large piece, requiring careful work. I left it, half assembled one evening. The joints needed fitting before I could proceed. When I returned at dawn, the table was complete, perfectly joined, perfectly finished. Better work than I could have done alone. I thought perhaps my apprentice had worked through the night, but he had been home with his family. I questioned him closely. He swore he had not touched the table. This happened again with a chair, and again with a cabinet. Work I left unfinished would be completed by morning. I resolved to discover who helped me. I hid in the loft above my workshop one night. The moon was bright enough to see by. Near midnight, someone entered through the locked door. He moved to my workbench and examined the unfinished chair. He selected tools and began to work. His movements were smooth and practiced. He knew exactly what needed doing. I watched him work for hours. His skill was extraordinary. Every cut perfect, every joint precise. When he finished, he stood back and examined the chair. Then he turned toward the loft. He looked directly at where I hid. I saw his face in the moonlight. My father's face. Dead these 10 years. He smiled slightly, as if acknowledging me. Then he walked out through the solid door. I climbed down and examined the chair. It was flawless. My father had always been the better carpenter. I inherited his workshop, but never his full skill. Now he returns to show me how it should be done, to complete the work I struggle with, to maintain the standard he always kept. I no longer hide to watch. I leave difficult pieces for him, work that challenges my ability. By morning they are perfect. 2 carpenters work here now, father and son, though only one still breathes. Some skills are never truly passed on. They must be borrowed from the dead. James Robertson, Carpenter Inverness, Scottish Highlands, 5th February 1628. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Robertson's father, Malcolm Robertson, died 1618, master carpenter of considerable reputation. James continued the workshop until his own death in 1653. Son reported similar phenomena, suggesting tradition may have continued through generations. Workshop site, now commercial building. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file, NOA1582V. Classification, Dairymaid's account. Date of statement, 12th September 1582. Location, Ayrshire, Scottish Highlands. Author, Janet Campbell. Dairymaid, account of Janet Campbell. Janet Campbell, dairymaid of the Highland Estates. Do record what churns in the darkness. I have worked in the dairy for 8 years. I milk the cows each morning and evening. I make butter and cheese from their milk. The work is hard, but I am skilled at it. The dairy is my domain. But someone else works here at night. I first noticed this last spring. I came to the dairy before dawn. The butter churn was already working. The handle moved up and down steadily, but no one sat at it. I stood frozen in the doorway. The churn continued its rhythm. Up and down, up and down. The butter was forming inside. I could hear it thickening. I stepped forward slowly. The churning stopped. The handle settled into stillness. I examined the butter. It was perfect. Better than I had ever made. I told the cook what I had seen. She nodded without surprise. She said a dairymaid had worked here before me, a woman named Mary Ross. She had been devoted to her work. She took pride in every batch of butter. She had died suddenly, taken by fever. She had been churning butter when the fever struck. She collapsed at the churn and never rose. They found her the next morning, dead beside her work. The butter in the churn had separated perfectly. Even in death, she had not failed. Now she returns each night, finishing work that was left undone, churning butter that must be made, continuing the duties she loved. I have seen her twice more, a shadow at the churn in the pre-dawn darkness, working steadily, never stopping. When I enter, she fades, but the butter remains, perfect and golden. I do not mind her presence. She does no harm. She only works, as she did in life. Some crafts become part of the soul. They cannot be abandoned even in death. Janet Campbell, dairymaid, Ayrshire, Scottish Highlands, 12th September 1582. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, estate, records confirm Mary Ross died at dairy station, April 1574, sudden fever. Subsequent dairymaids documented similar phenomena through 1802 when dairy was relocated. The butter churn mentioned was preserved as estate artifact, current location unknown. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file, NOA1697L. Classification, Tollkeeper's testimony. Date of statement, 28th July, 1697. Location, Calendar, Scottish Highlands. Author, Robert MacLeod. Bridge toll, keeper. Testimony of Robert MacLeod. Census Robert MacLeod, keeper of the bridge toll, do testify about what crosses without paying. I have collected tolls at this bridge for 12 years. Every person, every cart, every animal must pay to cross. I know all the regular travellers. I know who tries to avoid payment. But there is one traveller who crosses without stopping. He appears always at midnight, a rider on a dark horse galloping hard. He comes from the north and crosses heading south. I call out for him to stop and pay. He never slows. Horse and rider race across the bridge. The hoofbeats echo like thunder. Then they vanish on the far side. I have tried to stop him. I stretched a rope across the bridge. The rider passed through it as if it was not there. I stood in his path myself once. He rode straight at me. I threw myself aside at the last moment. I felt nothing as he passed. No wind, no heat, no presence. Only the sound of hooves and the sight of the rider. Then he was gone. I asked the village elder about this. He told me of a messenger who died on this road 50 years ago during the clan wars. He carried urgent news south, a warning that could save lives. He rode through the night, pushing his horse hard. He crossed this bridge at full gallop, but he never reached his destination. Raiders caught him on the far side. They killed him and took his message. The warning never arrived. Many died who could have been saved. Now he rides this route every night, still carrying his urgent news, still racing to deliver his warning, forever trying to complete his mission. I do not try to stop him anymore. Some journeys cannot be interrupted. Some messages must be delivered even if they are centuries late. Robert MacLeod, Tollkeeper Calendar, Scottish Highlands, 28th of July 1697. Archivist note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Clan Records confirm messenger killed 1647, carrying warning of MacDonald raid. Raid succeeded, 37 casualties. Subsequent toll keepers documented identical phenomena at midnight. Bridge, rebuilt 1856, sightings continued. Modern bridge keepers report occasional midnight hoofbeats. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1534D. Classification Candlemaker's record. Date of statement 14th April 1534. Location Stirling, Scottish Highlands. Author William Douglas, Master Candlemaker. Record of William Douglas I, William Douglas, Candlemaker of Stirling. Do record what burns eternal. I have made candles for 20 years, tallow candles for common use, beeswax candles for the church. I know how to achieve the perfect flame, steady and bright, burning slowly. But one candle will not go out. It appeared in my workshop 6 months ago. I found it burning on my workbench one morning. A simple tallow candle in a brass holder. I did not recognize it as my work. The flame burned steadily, not flickering. I thought an apprentice had left it burning. A dangerous mistake in a workshop full of wax. I blew it out. The next morning, it was burning again. Same candle, same holder, same steady flame. I asked my apprentices about it. None admitted to lighting it. I removed the candle and locked it in a chest. The following morning, it burned on my bench again. I threw it in the river. It returned the next day, burning as always. I brought it to the priest. He blessed it and prayed over it. The flame never wavered. He returned it to me, troubled. He said some lights cannot be extinguished. I asked the oldest chandler in town about this. He remembered a similar story from his father, a candlemaker who lived in my shop long ago. He made candles for funeral vigils. One winter, his own child died, a daughter, only 6 years old, taken by illness despite all prayers. The candlemaker made a candle for her vigil, the finest he had ever made. He lit it at her bedside and swore it would never go out. He would keep her light burning forever. But he died himself 3 days later. Grief took him as illness had taken her. The candle was extinguished at his funeral, or so they thought. But it returned, burning somewhere in the town, never staying out. A father's promise kept beyond death, a light maintained for a child long buried. The candle sits on my bench now. I have stopped trying to extinguish it. I make my candles around it. That eternal flame burns while I work, a reminder that some lights outlast their makers. Some promises cannot be broken. William Douglas, Candlemaker Stirling, Scottish Highlands, 14th April 1534. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Town records show candlemaker Thomas Stewart lost daughter Margaret, aged 6, December 1489. Thomas died 3 days later, grief and exhaustion. The phantom candle was reported in various Stirling locations for over a century, always the same candle, always burning. Last documented sighting, 1623. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1646S. Classification. Postman's Journal. Date of statement 3rd October 1646. Location Fort Augustus, Scottish Highlands. Author Duncan Cameron, Royal Postman. Journal of Duncan Cameron Bes. Duncan Cameron, postman to the Highland routes. Do record what delivers in the night. I have carried mail through these mountains for 15 years. I walk the same routes in all weather. Letters and parcels, official dispatches and private correspondence. I deliver to every village and isolated cottage. The mail must always go through. But someone else walks my routes. I first noticed this last winter. I was walking to Fort Augustus in heavy snow. My bag was full, the way was difficult. I saw footprints ahead of me in the snow, fresh prints, made recently. The same size as mine, the same stride. Someone had walked my exact route just before me. I hurried forward, thinking to catch this other walker, but the prints stayed ahead of me, always the same distance, never closer, never farther. I followed them all the way to Fort Augustus. At the village, they led to the post office door. Then they stopped, as if the walker had vanished at the threshold. Inside, the postmaster looked troubled. He asked if I had seen anyone on the road. I told him about the footprints. He nodded slowly. He said others had reported this. Footprints in the snow, always on my route, always leading to the post office. He told me about the postman before me, a man named Andrew Ross. He had walked this route for 30 years, faithful in all weather, never missing a delivery. He died on the road 3 years ago, caught in a blizzard, frozen before he could reach shelter. They found him the next spring when the snow melted, his bag still full of undelivered mail. He had been walking toward Fort Augustus, trying to complete his route even as he died. Now he walks it still, making the deliveries he never finished, keeping his route in death as he did in life. I have seen the footprints many times since, always ahead of me, always leading the way. Once I saw him, a figure in the distance, walking through the snow, bag over his shoulder, head down against the wind. I called out, but he did not turn. He simply walked forward and faded into the snowfall. I do not fear him. He's a fellow postman. We share the same duty. The mail must always go through. Even death cannot stop the delivery. Duncan Cameron, Postman Fort Augustus, Scottish Highlands, 3rd October, 1646. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Postal records confirm Andrew Ross died in service. February 1643, 22 pieces of mail recovered from his bag. All were eventually delivered. Subsequent postmen on this route documented similar phenomena through 1872, when route was reassigned. Footprints in snow particularly common near anniversary date. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1571ETE classification. Weaver's Testament. Date of statement 29th May 1571. Location Paisley, Scottish Highlands. Author Margaret Stewart. Master Weaver. Testament of Margaret Stewart, first verse. Margaret Stewart, Master Weaver of Paisley, do record what works at the loom beside me. I have woven cloth for 35 years. Fine cloth for the wealthy, simple cloth for the poor. I know every thread and every pattern. My loom has produced thousands of yards of fabric, but I'm not the only one who weaves here. My daughter works beside me still, though she has been dead for 2 years. Her name was Catherine. She learned weaving from me as a child. She had nimble fingers and a good eye for pattern. She would have been a better weaver than I ever was. But fever took her in her 20th year. She died quickly, too quickly for me to accept. 1 week, she was healthy and laughing. The next, she was cold in the ground. I thought grief would destroy me, but the work continued. The loom demanded attention. I returned to weaving with empty hands and emptier heart. That first morning, I heard her. The sound of another loom working beside mine. The same rhythm I had heard for years. Catherine's rhythm, slightly faster than mine. I looked to her usual seat, empty. But I heard her loom clearly. The shuttle passing, the threads drawing tight. I called her name. The sound stopped. I wept then, thinking I had imagined it. But the next morning, it returned. And every morning since. I weave and she weaves with me. I cannot see her. I cannot touch her. But I hear her working. I hear the patterns she creates. Sometimes cloth appears on her loom. Beautiful work, better than mine. Patterns I did not teach her. Designs she learned elsewhere. I sell her cloth along with mine. I tell no one where it comes from. I simply say, it is my finest work. That is true enough. She was my finest work, my daughter, my student, my companion. Death took her body, but it could not take her skill. It could not stop her weaving. I am old now. My hands shake, my eyes dim. Soon I will not be able to work, but Catherine will continue. She will weave here long after I'm gone. 2 weavers at 2 looms, mother and daughter, both dead, both working still. Margaret Stewart, Weaver Paisley, Scottish Highlands, 29th May, 1571. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Parish records confirm Catherine Stewart died July 1569. Fever, aged 19. Margaret died 1574. Her loom inherited by niece. Niece reported similar phenomena. Second loom working independently. Building now houses Paisley Weaving Museum. Visitors occasionally report sounds of weaving from empty loom rooms. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1683G. Classification Physician's Notes. Date of statement 11th January 1683. Location: Inverness, Scottish Highlands. Author: Dr. Alexander Mackenzie. Town physician. Notes of Dr. Alexander Mackenzie first. Dr. Alexander Mackenzie, physician of Inverness. Do record what visits the sick. I have practiced medicine for 20 years. I attend to injuries and illness throughout the town. I do what I can with the knowledge available. Some I save, many I lose. Such is the nature of our profession. But one patient continues to seek my help. A woman comes to my door at irregular intervals. Always at night, always in distress. She says her child is ill with fever. She begs me to come quickly. The first time this happened, I grabbed my bag and followed. She led me through dark streets to a cottage at the edge of town. She rushed inside ahead of me. When I entered, the cottage was empty. No furniture, no occupants, no sick child. Dust covered everything. No one had lived there for years. I stood confused in the darkness. The woman had vanished. I thought perhaps I had misunderstood. But she returned 2 weeks later. The same desperate plea. The same cottage. The same empty rooms. I began to investigate. I asked the town clerk about the cottage. He checked his records. The cottage had been abandoned for 15 years. The last residents were a woman and her son. The boy had died of fever. The mother had called for a physician. By the time the doctor arrived, the child was gone. The mother could not accept it. She continued to seek medical help, knocking on doors, begging for assistance. She died herself 3 months later. Grief and guilt consuming her. Now she searches still, forever trying to save her child, forever calling for help that comes too late. I have seen her 6 times now. Each time I follow. Each time the cottage is empty. Each time she vanishes when I arrive. I do not know how to help her. Her child has been dead for 15 years. She has been dead almost as long. No medicine can treat their condition. Some losses are beyond healing. Some parents never stop trying to save their children. Dr. Alexander Mackenzie, physician Inverness, Scottish Highlands, 11th January 1683. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Town records show Anna Campbell lost son David, age 7, May 1667. Anna died September 1667, cause listed as broken heart. Subsequent physicians documented similar encounters. Cottage demolished 1722, built over with new construction. Phenomenon ceased after demolition. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1549N. Classification: Rope maker's account. Date of statement: 6th August 1549. Location: Aberdeen, Scottish Highlands. Author: John Fraser, Master Rope Maker. Account of John Fraser Thirst, John Fraser, Rope Maker of Aberdeen. Do record what twists in my workshop. I have made rope for 28 years. Ship's rigging, climbing rope, all varieties of cordage. I know hemp and manila, sisal and jute. The work requires strength and patience. Each strand must be twisted properly. Each rope must be tested for strength. Lives depend on my work, but someone helps me at night. I first noticed this last autumn. I had been making a heavy rope for a ship. The work was slow, requiring many strands. I left it half finished one evening. When I returned at dawn, 20 feet of new rope lay coiled. Perfect work, better than mine. Each strand twisted precisely, the tension exactly right. I thought my journeyman had worked through the night, but he had been in the tavern until late. 3 witnesses confirmed it. He could not have made the rope. This happened again the next week, and again the week after. Always the same. Work left unfinished would be completed by morning. I hid in my workshop one night to watch. Near midnight, I heard the wheel turning, the familiar sound of rope being twisted. I peered through the darkness. A figure worked at my station, hands moving with practiced skill, feeding fibre, maintaining tension, creating rope with the ease of long experience. I lit a candle to see better. The figure continued working, ignoring my light. His face was weathered and old. His hands were scarred from years of work. I recognized him, my master, who had taught me the trade. Dead these 5 years. He had worked in this shop for 50 years. He had died at his station, making rope until his heart stopped. Now he returns to continue, unable to leave the work he loved, unable to rest while rope needs making. I watch him sometimes, learning techniques I had not mastered, seeing skills I thought were lost. When dawn comes, he fades. The rope remains, perfect and strong, ready for the ships that depend on it. 2 rope makers work here now, master and student, both bound to the same craft. Some work is eternal. John Fraser, rope maker, Aberdeen, Scottish Highlands, 6th August, 1549. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Fraser's master was Thomas Gordon. Died 1544 at his rope walk, age 73. The workshop operated until 1682. Each master reporting similar phenomena. Building now demolished, site occupied by modern construction. Gordon's rope-making tools preserved in Aberdeen Maritime Museum. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1637W. Classification Innkeeper's record. Date of statement 22nd March 1637. Location Calendar, Scottish Highlands. Author Andrew MacLeod, innkeeper. Record of Andrew MacLeod. First, Andrew MacLeod, keeper of the Highland Rest Inn. Do record what serves at table. My inn accommodates travellers between Glasgow and Inverness. We offer food, drink and lodging. The common room is always busy during travel season. I employed 2 serving girls and a cook, but there is another who serves here. Guests mention her regularly. A young woman in a plain dress. She brings food and clears plates. She refills cups without being asked. She moves quietly, efficiently. Then she vanishes before they can thank her. At first, I thought they described one of my girls, but neither matches the description. Both my servants are older, dressed differently. I questioned them about working extra shifts. Both denied it. I began to pay attention. Guests would motion toward an empty space, thanking someone who was not there, commenting on excellent service from a girl they could not name. I asked one guest to describe her. Young, he said, perhaps 16. Brown hair, grey dress, a sad face but gentle manner. I went cold at his words. That described my daughter. Dead these 3 years. She had worked in this inn from childhood. She had loved serving the guests, making them comfortable, ensuring they had all they needed. She had died of fever at age 15. Her last words were worry about the guests. Who would serve them? Who would care for them? Now she serves them still, bringing food they do not remember ordering, clearing plates before they notice, doing the work she loved, unable to rest while guests need care. I have seen her once myself, moving through the common room at dusk, carrying a tray though nothing sat upon it. She looked at me and smiled, then faded like candle smoke. I wept for hours after, but I understand now. She is happy here, still working, still serving, still doing what brought her joy. Some loves continue beyond death. Andrew MacLeod, innkeeper, calendar, Scottish Highlands, 22nd March, 1637. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Parish records confirm death of Sarah MacLeod, age 15, October 1634. Inn operated by MacLeod family until 1749. Subsequent owners reported similar phenomena until building destroyed by fire, 1802. Guests consistently describe same figure across 168 years. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1586R. Classification Tanner's testimony. Date of statement 9th July 1586. Location Perth, Scottish Highlands. Author Robert Campbell, Master Tanner. Testimony of Robert Campbell verse. Robert Campbell, Master Tanner of Perth. Do testify about what cures the hides. I have worked leather for 30 years. I know every stage of tanning, from raw hide to finished leather. The process takes weeks of careful work. Each hide must be treated properly. But someone tends the vats at night. I first noticed this during the summer. The hides in the tanning vats need regular checking. They must be turned and moved. The solution must be maintained. I check them each morning and evening, but someone checks them during the night. I found hides turned when I had not touched them. Solution levels adjusted. Work progressing faster than it should. I thought my apprentice was working extra hours, but he denied it convincingly. I decided to watch. I hid in the storage shed one warm night. The tannery smells are strong even after years, but I grew accustomed and waited. Past midnight, I heard splashing. Movement in the tanning yard. I peered through a crack in the door. A figure worked among the vats, testing the hides, moving them as needed, working with the confidence of long experience. I stepped out to confront him. He turned at my approach. My brother's face looked back at me. Dead these 12 years. We had worked together as boys, learning the trade from our father. He had been the better tanner, more patient, more skilled. He died young, an accident with caustic solution. It burned his lungs, killed him slowly. Now he works here still, tending the vats as he did in life, unable to leave the craft that killed him. Or perhaps unable to leave work left unfinished. I spoke his name. He smiled and nodded, then returned to checking the hides. I watched him work until dawn. When the sun rose, he faded. The vats were perfectly tended. I no longer hide to watch. I work by day, he works by night. Brothers in craft, if not in life. Both serving the same purpose. The leather we produce is the finest in Perth. 2 tanners make it so. Robert Campbell, Tanner Perth, Scottish Highlands, 9th July 1586. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Town records show Malcolm Campbell died 1574. Tanning accident, aged 26. Campbell Tannery operated until 1823, renowned for quality. Each generation reported nocturnal assistance. Site now industrial complex. No phenomena reported in modern structures. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 165 1b. Classification. Midwife's final account. Date of statement. 17th December, 1651. Location. Dundee, Scottish Highlands. Author Agnes MacDonald, village midwife. Final account of Agnes MacDonald the First. Agnes MacDonald, midwife of Dundee. Do record what I have learned in 40 years. I have delivered 300 babies. I have saved many mothers and lost some. I have seen birth in all its forms, joy and sorrow, life and death. But I have learned that some births never end. Some children continue to be born across the years. I attended a difficult birth 20 years ago. The mother was young, frightened. The baby was in distress. I worked through the night to save them both. The child was born at dawn, a girl, perfect and small. But she did not cry. She did not breathe. I tried everything I knew, but she was gone, born into death rather than life. The mother wept for days. She blamed herself, blamed me, blamed God. She died a year later, her heart broken. Since then, I hear that baby. On certain nights, always near dawn, the cry of a newborn, thin and desperate, wanting life. It comes from nowhere and everywhere. A baby, forever being born, forever taking that first breath, forever crossing from darkness into light. I hear her every year on the anniversary. That same cry unchanged. She is being born eternally, in some place between life and death, where children who almost lived continue their arrival. I have delivered other stillborn babies since. I hear them too now. Different cries on different nights, a chorus of children who never were. I am old now, near the end of my time. Soon I will cross that threshold myself. Perhaps I will find them there. All the babies I could not save. Perhaps I can finally help them. Guide them into whatever comes next. Complete the births that death interrupted. Some midwives serve the living, some serve the dead. I think I will serve both. Forever helping children be born, on both sides of existence. Agnes MacDonald, Midwife Dundee, Scottish Highlands, 17th December, 1651. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Agnes MacDonald died January 1652, aged 64. Her records document 37 stillbirths, among 300 deliveries. Subsequent midwives in Dundee reported similar auditory phenomena, particularly near anniversaries of infant deaths. Experiences suggest residual trauma may echo across generations of practitioners. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1617K. Classification Brewer's Statement. Date of statement 25th February 1617. Location Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands. Author Malcolm Stewart, Master Brewer. Statement of Malcolm Stewart verse. Malcolm Stewart, Master Brewer of Edinburgh. Do record what ferments in the cellar. I have brewed ale and beer for 25 years. I know barley and hops, yeast and water. I know the timing and temperature required. Each batch must be watched carefully. Fermentation cannot be rushed or ignored. But someone tends my vats at night. I first noticed this last winter. A batch I expected to be ready took less time. The fermentation was perfect, better than I could have achieved. I thought perhaps the temperature had been ideal, but it happened again with the next batch, and the one after that. Every brew was perfect, all finishing faster than they should. I began to suspect assistance. I hid in the brewery one night. The cellar was cold and dark. I waited among the barrels. Near midnight, I heard footsteps on the stairs. Someone entered the cellar with a lantern. He moved to each vat, checking them carefully, testing the fermentation, adjusting as needed. His movements were practiced and sure. I stepped forward to confront him. He turned toward me. My father's face looked back, dead these 7 years. He had been a brewer before me. He had taught me everything I knew. He had died in this cellar, checking a batch of ale. His heart had stopped as he worked. Now he continues that work, unable to leave the craft he loved, unable to stop tending the fermentation. I spoke to him, but he did not answer. He simply returned to his work, moving from vat to vat, ensuring each batch developed properly. When he finished, he climbed the stairs. His footsteps faded into silence. The lantern went dark. I checked the vats by my own light. Each one was perfect. He had adjusted them expertly. I no longer questioned this help. I brew by day, he brews by night. The ale we produce is the finest in Edinburgh. 2 brewers maintain it, father and son, though only one still lives. Some crafts are passed through blood. They remain in blood even after death. Malcolm Stewart, Brewer, Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands, 25th February 1617. Archivist note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Stewart Brewery operated 1580 to 1698. Renowned quality. Father William Stewart died 1610 in brewery cellar. Multiple brewmasters documented similar nocturnal phenomena. Building demolished 1820. Site now occupied by modern construction. Family brewing tradition ended with demolition. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1523V. Classification: Glassblower's account. Date of statement: 8th June 1523. Location: Leith, Scottish Highlands. Author: Thomas Grant. Master Glassblower. Account of Thomas Grant I. Thomas Grant, Master Glassblower of Leith. Do record what shapes the molten glass. I have blown glass for 18 years. Bottles and windows, goblets and vessels. The work requires perfect timing. The glass must be the right temperature. The breath must be steady and controlled. One mistake and the piece is ruined. But someone works my furnace at night. I found the first piece 6 months ago. A perfect goblet sitting on my workbench. I did not remember making it, yet it bore my style, my techniques. I thought perhaps I had made it and forgotten. But more pieces appeared. A bottle one morning. 3 window panes the next week. A beautiful vase after that. All perfect. All beyond my skill. I resolved to discover who entered my workshop. I hid in the storage room one evening. The furnace had been banked for the night. Near midnight, I heard it roar to life. Someone had stoked it hot. I peered around the doorway. A man worked at the furnace, gathering molten glass on his pipe, blowing and shaping with perfect control. His movements were graceful and precise. He worked as if the glass spoke to him, as if he knew what it wanted to become. I watched him create a goblet, more beautiful than any I had made. He set it aside to cool. Then he turned toward where I hid. I recognized him then, my master who had taught me the craft. Dead these 10 years. He had been the finest glass blower in Scotland. His work had been sought by nobles and churches. He had died at his furnace. The heat had overcome him on a summer day. Now he returns to work, creating pieces that cannot be matched, continuing his art beyond death. I no longer hide. I watch him when he comes, learning techniques I never mastered, seeing skills that died with him, or so I thought. By morning, he is gone. The pieces remain. I sell them as my finest work. That is partly true. He was my master. His work is mine to claim, even if he makes it from beyond the grave. Thomas Grant, Glassblower, Leith, Scottish Highlands. 8th June, 1523. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Grant's master was John Davidson. Died 1513. Heat exhaustion at furnace. Workshop operated until 1592. Each master reporting similar phenomena. Several goblets matching Davidson's documented style survive in museum collections dated after his death. Attribution remains disputed. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1689M. Classification Surgeon's Journal. Date of statement 14th November 1689. Location Glasgow, Scottish Highlands. Author Dr. James MacLeod, Naval Surgeon. Journal of Dr. James MacLeod Befoods. Dr. James MacLeod, Surgeon to the Naval Hospital. Do record what assists in surgery. I have performed operations for 12 years. Amputations, wound repairs, tumour removals. The work is difficult and often fatal. Many die despite my best efforts, but some operations succeed beyond my skill. I first noticed this during a complex amputation. A sailor's leg crushed in an accident. The surgery was difficult. Multiple vessels to tie off, the bone to saw cleanly. I worked as carefully as I could, but my hands shook with exhaustion. Then I felt steadiness come over me, as if someone guided my movements. My hands moved with confidence I did not feel. The cuts were perfect, the ties secure. The amputation succeeded beautifully. The sailor survived and healed well. I thought perhaps I had simply found my rhythm. But it happened again during the next surgery, and again after that. Always during the most difficult moments. Always that sense of guidance, of hands steadier than mine controlling the instruments. I asked the attending nurse if she noticed anything unusual. She hesitated before answering. She said she sometimes saw a shadow beside me during operations, a figure standing close, hands moving with mine. But when she looked directly, nothing was there. I investigated the hospital's history. A surgeon had worked here before me, Dr. William Ross, renowned for his skill. He had performed hundreds of successful operations. He had died during surgery. His heart failed while removing a tumour. The patient had survived. Dr. Ross's last words were completion of the procedure. Now he continues his work, guiding those who follow him, ensuring operations succeed, saving lives even after his own has ended. I no longer fear difficult surgeries. I know he stands beside me. His skill flows through my hands. 2 surgeons work together, one living, one dead, both devoted to saving lives. Some callings transcend death. Dr. James MacLeod, Surgeon, Glasgow, Scottish Highlands, 14th November 1689. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Hospital records confirm Dr. William Ross died during surgery, March 1682, age 56. Patient survived. Subsequent surgeons documented similar experiences through 1850s. MacLeod's surgical success rate notably exceeded predecessors. Hospital relocated 1875. Phenomena ceased at new location. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1564B. Classification: Cobbler's testimony. Date of statement: 3rd April 1564. Location: Dundee, Scottish Highlands. Author: Andrew Campbell, Master Cobbler. Testimony of Andrew Campbell. Andrew Campbell, Master Cobbler of Dundee. Do testify about what mends the shoes. I have repaired shoes for 30 years. I know leather and stitching, soles and heels. Every shoe that comes to me is different. Each requires specific attention. My work keeps the town walking, but someone else works at my bench. I first noticed this 2 years ago. A pile of shoes, waited for repair. Torn boots, worn soles, broken laces. I planned to work on them the next day. When I arrived, they were finished. Every shoe repaired perfectly. Stitching neat, leather oiled. Better work than I usually manage. I thought my apprentice had stayed late, but he had been with his family all evening. Multiple witnesses confirmed it. This continued weekly. Shoes left unfinished would be completed overnight. I decided to watch. I hid in my back room one evening. Near midnight, I heard my tools being used. The familiar sounds of cobbling, hammer on leather, needle through sole. I peered through the doorway. A woman sat at my bench, small and hunched with age. Her hands moved with practiced ease. She worked quickly but carefully. Each stitch placed perfectly. I stepped into the room. She continued working, not acknowledging me. I moved closer to see her face. My grandmother looked up at me, dead these 20 years. She had been a cobbler before me, one of the few women in the trade. She had taught me everything, insisted I learn properly. She had died at her bench, making shoes until the end. Now she returns to work, unable to rest while shoes need mending, unable to stop the craft she loved. I spoke her name. She smiled slightly, then returned to her work. I sat beside her and watched, learning again from her skilled hands. When dawn approached, she faded. The shoes remained, perfect and ready. I leave work for her now, the shoes that challenge my skill, the repairs I struggle with. By morning they are done. Grandmother and grandson working together, separated by death but joined by craft. Some skills are eternal. Andrew Campbell, Cobbler Dundee, Scottish Highlands. 3rd April 1564, Archivist. Archivist note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Campbell's grandmother, Janet Campbell, died 1544 at her cobbler's bench, age 78. Rare documented female cobbler of the period. Shop operated until 1643, each generation reporting similar phenomena. Building destroyed in Civil War conflict. Site never rebuilt. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1645R. Classification: Mason's record. Date of statement: 19th September 1645. Location: Stirling, Scottish Highlands. Author: Robert Douglas, Master Mason. Record of Robert Douglas first. Robert Douglas, Master Mason of Stirling. Do record what builds at night. I have worked stone for 28 years. Walls and buildings, bridges and monuments. Each stone must be placed correctly. Each joint must be true. The work is slow and demanding, but someone assists me after dark. I am building a wall for the town kirk. A large project requiring months of work. Each day I lay what stones I can. Each morning I find more stones laid. Perfect work, perfectly joined, beyond what I accomplished on the day before. At first, I thought my apprentices worked extra hours, but they denied it. I questioned them separately. Their stories matched. None had returned after we left each evening. I decided to watch the site. I hid behind the partially built wall one night. The moon was bright enough to see clearly. Near midnight, figures appeared. 3 men carrying stones, setting them in place with practiced skill, working in coordinated silence. Each knew exactly what to do. I watched them lay a dozen stones, perfect placement, perfect joints, work that would take me a full day. They completed it in an hour. I stepped from my hiding place. They paused and turned toward me. I recognized them. Masons I had known years ago, all 3 dead now. James died in a fall from scaffolding. William crushed by falling stone. Thomas taken by fever. All had died while building. All had left work unfinished. Now they returned to build, to complete the craft they loved, to lay stones they never got to place. I spoke their names. They nodded in acknowledgement, then returned to work. I joined them. 4 masons building together, 3 dead, 1 living, all devoted to the same purpose. We worked until dawn. When the sun rose, they faded. The wall stood higher than before, strong and true, built by hands that span the grave. I no longer work alone. The dead build with me. Some crafts unite the living and the dead. Robert Douglas, Mason Stirling, Scottish Highlands, 19th September 1645. Archivist Ives note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Town records confirm deaths of 3 Masons. James Ross, 1638. William Campbell, 1640. Thomas Grant, 1642. Kirk Wall completed in record time. Exceptional quality. Douglas documented phenomenon throughout project. Wall stands today regarded as finest masonry in Stirling. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1596T. Classification Bookbinder's account. Date of statement 27th October 1596. Location St Andrews, Scottish Highlands. Author William Murray, Master Bookbinder. Account of William Murray Verts. Verse William Murray, Master Bookbinder of St Andrews, do record what binds in the darkness. I have bound books for 15 years, Bibles and prayer books, legal documents and histories. Each binding must be strong and beautiful. The pages must be protected. The work requires patience and precision. But someone works at my bench when I am gone. I first discovered this last spring. A Bible waited for binding. The pages were sewn but needed covering. I planned to complete it the next day. When I arrived, it was finished. Bound in fine leather, gilded edges. Work beyond my usual skill. More beautiful than I could create. I thought perhaps the client had hired another binder, but he knew nothing of this. He was delighted with the work. He paid me well for binding I had not done. This happened again with a legal text, and again with a book of hours. Always the same. Work left unfinished would be completed overnight. I resolved to discover who helped me. I hid in my workshop one evening. The room was dark and quiet. Near midnight, a candle lit itself on my bench. A figure sat down and began to work. He took the unfinished book. His hands moved with assured grace, cutting leather, applying glue, creating a binding of exceptional beauty. I watched for hours as he worked. His concentration was complete. Nothing distracted him from his craft. When he finished, he examined the book carefully. Then he set it aside and looked toward where I hid. I saw his face clearly in the candlelight, a face I knew from a portrait. My grandfather's grandfather, the founder of this bindery, dead for over 100 years. He had been the finest bookbinder in Scotland. His work had been treasured by kings and bishops. He had died at his bench, binding a final book. Now he returns to bind still, his skill undiminished by death, his love of books unchanged. I no longer hide. I leave my most important work for him. Books that deserve the finest binding. By morning they are perfect, beyond anything I could achieve alone. 4 generations work in this bindery, across a century of death, all bound by love of books. William Murray, Bookbinder St Andrews, Scottish Highlands, 27th October, 1596. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Murray family bindery operated 1480 to 1789, renowned throughout Scotland. Founder Thomas Murray died 1492 at his bench. Multiple generations documented similar phenomena. Several bindings attributed to William Murray survive in collections. Quality suggests supernatural assistance. Bindery records show exceptional output for single craftsman operation. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1678L. Classification. Watchmaker's statement. Date of statement 4th January 1678. Location Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands. Author John Stewart, Master Watchmaker. Statement of John Stewart. John Stewart, Master Watchmaker of Edinburgh. Do record what winds the timepieces. I have repaired watches and clocks for 20 years. Delicate mechanisms, precise movements. Each piece requires careful attention. The smallest error can stop time itself. Or so it seems within these tiny machines. But someone tends them when I sleep. I first noticed this 6 months ago. A gentleman's watch waited for repair. The mainspring had broken. I ordered a replacement and set it aside. When the part arrived, I went to install it. The watch was already repaired, running perfectly, keeping exact time. I examined the mechanism. The work was flawless. Better than I could have done. I thought perhaps my apprentice had fixed it, but he swore he had not touched it. This happened again with a pocket watch, and again with a clock mechanism. Always perfect repairs, always while I was away. I decided to watch my workshop. I hid in the back room one night, my tools and parts laid out on the bench. Near midnight, I heard the familiar sounds. Tiny screwdrivers turning, springs being fitted, gears clicking into place. I peered through the doorway. A man sat at my bench, a magnifying lens held to his eye, hands steady despite advanced age. He worked on a watch I had deemed beyond repair, taking it apart with infinite patience, cleaning each piece, replacing what needed replacing, assembling it again with perfect precision. I stepped into the room. He continued working, focused entirely on the watch. I moved closer. The face was familiar from an old portrait. My master's master, the watchmaker who had trained my teacher, dead for 40 years. He had been legendary for his skill. Watches he repaired ran for generations. He had died at his bench, working on a nobleman's timepiece. Now he works still, repairing watches that need his skill, keeping time running as it should. I no longer try to repair the impossible. I leave those pieces for him. By morning, they run perfectly. 3 generations of watchmakers work in this shop, linked through time like gears in a mechanism. Some keep time even after their time has ended. John Stewart, watchmaker, Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands, 4th January 1678. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Stewart's master was trained by Andrew Ross, died 1638, renowned watchmaker. Multiple timepieces attributed to Ross survive, some bearing dates after his death. Stewart's shop operated until 1756, each master reporting similar phenomena. Several impossible repairs documented in shop records. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1542W. Classification Chandler's testimony. Date of statement 18th August 1542. Location Perth, Scottish Highlands. Author Thomas MacLeod. Chandler testimony of Thomas MacLeod. For first, Thomas MacLeod, Chandler of Perth. Do testify about what makes the candles. I have made candles for 12 years. Tallow and beeswax, simple and ornate. Each candle must burn cleanly and steadily. Churches and homes depend on my work. Light in the darkness is sacred. But someone shares my work. I first noticed this last winter. I had orders for 100 church candles. The work would take me 3 days. I made 30 on the first day. When I returned the next morning, 60 more sat cooling. Perfect candles, perfectly made, indistinguishable from my own work. I thought my wife had helped, but she knew nothing of it. I accused my apprentice. He denied it truthfully. No one had entered my workshop, yet the candles existed. This happened again with an order for the abbey, and again with candles for a funeral. Always perfect work appearing overnight. I decided to watch and wait. I hid in my storeroom one evening. My workshop smelled of wax and tallow, the familiar scent of my trade. Near midnight, someone entered, a young woman in simple dress. She lit my work candle, then began making candles with practiced skill, dipping the wicks, building up layers, trimming them perfectly. She worked quickly but carefully, each candle identical to the last. I stepped forward to speak with her. She looked up as I approached. A face I knew from my wife's description, her sister who had worked with me before. Dead these 3 years. She had loved making candles. She said it was like creating light itself. She had died young, fever taking her suddenly. Her last words were regret for unfinished orders. Now she returns to finish them, to create the light she loved, to continue the work death interrupted. I spoke her name. She smiled sadly, then returned to her work. I watched until dawn. She made exactly 40 candles. Then she faded with the darkness. The candles remained, ready to bring light. I no longer question this help. I make candles by day. She makes them by night. Together we keep the darkness at bay. Some lights never go out. Thomas MacLeod, Chandler, Perth, Scottish Highlands, 18th August, 1542. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, wife's sister, Catherine Ross, died 1539, age 17. MacLeod Chandlery operated until 1680, renowned for quality and reliability. Each generation reported nocturnal assistance with large orders. Building demolished 1823. No subsequent phenomena reported at new Chandler's location. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1639P. Classification: Sailmaker's record. Date of statement: 9th May, 1639. Location: Leith, Scottish Highlands. Author James Fraser, Master Sailmaker. Record of James Fraser III. James Fraser, Master Sailmaker of Leith, do record what sows in the sail loft. I have made sails for 16 years, from small boats to large ships. Each sail must be cut and sewn precisely. The stitching must be strong. Lives depend on sails holding in storms. But someone works at my benches after dark. I first noticed this during a rush order. A merchant ship needed new sails quickly. I worked late into the night but could not finish. I left planning to start early the next morning. When I arrived, 2 sails were complete. Perfect stitching, perfect proportions. Work that would have taken me 2 days. I questioned my workers. All denied coming in early. This happened again on the next rush order, and again after that. Always when I needed help most. Always perfect work appearing overnight. I decided to watch my loft. I hid among the rolls of canvas one evening. The loft was dark and quiet. Near midnight, I heard footsteps on the stairs. 3 men entered carrying lanterns. They spread canvas on the cutting tables. They measured and marked with assured skill. Then they cut and began to sew. Their needles flashed in the lamplight. They worked in coordinated silence, each knowing his task without speaking. I watched them complete a sail. The stitching was perfect. The seams would hold against any storm. When they finished, they stood back and examined their work. I stepped forward into the light. They turned toward me. I recognized all 3. Sailmakers who had worked in this loft. Duncan died when his ship went down. William crushed by shifting cargo on the docks. Robert taken by fever after a voyage. All had died young. All had left sails unmade. Now they returned to finish the work, to sew the sails that will keep ships safe, to complete what they could not in life. I called their names. They nodded in acknowledgement. Then they folded their finished sail and walked back down the stairs. Their footsteps faded into silence. I no longer work alone. The dead sew beside me. Ships that use our sails never founder, protected by stitches that span death itself. James Fraser, Sailmaker Leith, Scottish Highlands, 9th May, 1639. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Port records confirm deaths of 3 sailmakers: Duncan Campbell, 1633, William Ross, 1635, Robert Grant, 1637. Fraser's loft produced exceptional quantity of high-quality sails. Ships using Fraser sails showed remarkable safety record. Loft operated until 1802, each master reporting similar phenomena. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1575D. Classification: Cheesemaker's account. Date of statement: 22nd November, 1575. Location: Ayrshire, Scottish Highlands. Author: Margaret Campbell, cheesemaker. Account of Margaret Campbell first. Margaret Campbell, cheesemaker of Ayrshire. Do record what turns the cheese. I have made cheese for 23 years. From milk to curd to aged rounds. The process requires timing and care. Each cheese must be turned regularly as it ages. The rhythm must not be broken. But someone tends my aging room. I first noticed this last spring. I went to turn the cheeses. They had already been turned, each one rotated precisely. I thought perhaps my daughter had helped, but she had been in the village all day. This continued throughout the season. The cheeses were always properly turned, always at the right time, even when I was too ill to do it myself. I decided to watch. I hid in the aging room one evening. The room smelled of ripening cheese, a smell I had known my whole life. Near midnight, someone entered, an old woman with a lantern. She moved along the bare shelves methodically, turning each cheese a quarter turn, examining them for any issues. Working with the confidence of long practice, I recognized her movements, the same way I worked, the same careful attention. I stepped into her light. She looked at me without surprise. My mother's face, aged as I remembered, dead these 15 years. She had been a cheesemaker before me. Her mother had been one before her. 4 generations of women making cheese. She had taught me everything. She had died in this very room, checking her cheeses until the last. Now she checks them still, unable to rest while cheese needs tending, unable to abandon the craft she loved. I spoke to her. She smiled and nodded, then returned to her work. I help her now. 2 generations turning cheese together, mother and daughter, both devoted to the same ancient craft. The cheese we make is renowned. People say it has a quality no other can match. They do not know the secret, that the dead tend it as carefully as the living. Some crafts span generations, some transcend death itself. Margaret Campbell, cheesemaker, Ayrshire, Scottish Highlands, 22nd November, 1575. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Campbell family cheesemaking tradition, documented back to 1480s. Mother Agnes Campbell died 1560 in aging room, heart failure. Cheese quality remained exceptional across generations. Tradition ended 1789, when last family member died without heir. Building converted to other use, phenomena ceased. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1693 S. Classification Violin Maker's Testament. Date of statement 30th December 1693. Location Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands. Author Andrew Ross, Master Luthier. Testament of Andrew Ross. Andrew Ross, maker of fine violins. Do record what crafts in silence. I have built violins for 30 years. Each instrument unique, each with its own voice. The wood must be chosen carefully. The proportions must be perfect. A violin is not merely built. It must be brought to life. But someone works in my shop, creating instruments beyond my skill. I first discovered this 2 years ago. A violin appeared on my bench, not one I was building. Completed, varnished, perfect. I examined it closely. The craftsmanship was extraordinary, better than anything I had made. I played it. The sound was like angels singing, pure and rich and full of life. I asked everyone if they had left it. No one knew anything about it. This happened again 3 months later. Another violin equally perfect. And again 6 months after that. Always when I was struggling with my own work. Always a reminder of what perfection sounds like. I hid in my shop one night to watch. The moon was full, giving enough light. Near midnight, someone entered. He carried wood and tools. He began to work at the empty bench. His hands moved with absolute certainty, cutting, shaping, joining. No hesitation, no error. The violin emerged from his hands like song from silence. I watched in awe until dawn. When the sun rose, he held up the finished instrument. He turned toward me. Antonio Stradivari looked at me and smiled. The greatest violin maker who ever lived. I have seen his portrait in books. I have studied his techniques for years. Now here he stood in my workshop. He set down the violin. Then he walked toward me. He placed his hand on my shoulder. I felt warmth and encouragement flow through me. Then he faded with the morning light. The violin remained, perfect and singing. I understand now. The greatest masters never truly die. They return to teach and inspire, to show us what is possible, to remind us why we craft at all. I leave my shop unlocked now. Perhaps others will visit. Perhaps other masters work here too, creating beauty that transcends time and death. Andrew Ross, Luthier, Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands, 30th December, 1693. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Ross, was respected luthier, though not of Stradivari's caliber. 3 violins in his estate sale showed craftsmanship far exceeding his documented skill. Current location of these instruments unknown. Ross died 1694, one day after writing this testament. Workshop demolished 1820, replaced by tenement building. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1538K. Classification: Herbalist's final record. Date of statement: 16th March 1538. Location: Inverness, Scottish Highlands. Author: Elspeth MacLeod. Village herbalist. Final record of Elspeth MacLeod. Elspeth MacLeod, herbalist of Inverness. Do record what I have learned at the end. I have prepared medicines for 45 years. Herbs and roots, bark and flowers. Each plant has its purpose. Each remedy its place. I have healed many and lost some. But I have learned that healing does not end with death. Some herbalists continue their work. Some plants still grow for those who know how to see them. I am dying now. The growth in my stomach cannot be cured. I have tried every herb I know, but some illnesses belong to death alone. As I lie here, I see things I never saw before. My garden glows with light. Each plant surrounded by a gentle radiance, colors beyond what the living eye perceives. And I see her, the herbalist who lived here before me, dead for 60 years. She walks among the plants, tending them as she did in life. She has been here all along. I simply could not see her. She smiles at me now. She beckons me to join her. Soon I will. Soon I will walk that garden too, tending plants that grow in both worlds, preparing medicines that heal beyond death. For I understand, now, the sick continue to need help. The dead still suffer ailments, and herbalists tend them still, in gardens that exist between life and death. I write this so others will know. When you see an herbalist's garden glowing, when you feel healing in places where none grow, know that we are there, the herbalists who could not stop healing, who continue our work across the threshold. Some gardens bloom eternal. Some healers never rest. Elspeth MacLeod, herbalist, Inverness, Scottish Highlands, 16th March, 1538. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Elspeth MacLeod died 3 days after writing this, March 1538. Her garden remained productive for decades after, herbs growing with unusual vigour. Subsequent herbalists reported seeing figures tending plants, particularly near dawn and dusk. Garden site now buried under modern construction. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1657V. Classification: Bell ringer's account. Date of statement: 1st January 1657. Location: Glasgow Cathedral, Scottish Highlands. Author: Malcolm Stewart. Cathedral bell ringer. Account of Malcolm Stewart verse. Malcolm Stewart, bell ringer of Glasgow Cathedral. Do record what rings the hours. I have rung these bells for 18 years. Every hour, every service, every occasion. The bells call the faithful to prayer. They mark the passage of time. They announce joy and sorrow alike. It is my sacred duty to ring them properly, but someone else rings them when I cannot. Last winter I fell ill with fever. For 3 weeks I was too weak to climb the tower. I worried constantly about the bells. Who would ring the hours? Who would call the faithful? But the bells rang. Every hour, perfectly timed. Every service properly announced. I asked who had rung them. No one had climbed the tower. The verger said he heard them ring. But the tower door remained locked. I had the only key. When I recovered, I climbed to the bell chamber. Everything was as I had left it. No sign anyone had been there. Yet the bells had rung for 3 weeks. I asked the oldest priest about this. He nodded knowingly. He said a bell ringer from long ago still serves. A man named John Campbell. He rang these bells for 50 years. He died in the chamber while ringing for vespers. His heart stopped mid-pull. The bells rang their last note. Then he fell. Since then, the bells never go unrung. Even when the bell ringer is absent. Even when the tower is locked. John continues his duty, ringing the hours faithfully, calling the faithful to prayer. Some service never ends. I have heard him sometimes, the sound of the ropes moving, footsteps in the chamber above. But when I climb up, I am alone. The bells sway slightly, as if just rung. I no longer worry when I am ill. I know the bells will ring. 2. Ringers serve this cathedral. One living, one dead, both faithful to the call. Malcolm Stewart, bell ringer, Glasgow Cathedral, Scottish Highlands, 1st January 1657. Archivist note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Cathedral Records confirm. John Campbell died ringing bells, November 1598, age 72. Subsequent bell ringers documented similar phenomena through present day. Bells continue to ring during vacant periods between appointments of official ringers. Cathedral maintains tradition of thanking both ringers during annual blessing of bells. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1514G. Classification: Mapmaker's Journal. Date of statement: 11th July 1514. Location: Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands. Author: David Cameron. Royal Cartographer. Journal of David Cameron First, David Cameron, Cartographer to the Crown. Do record what draws upon my maps. I have made maps for 8 years, coastal charts and inland surveys. Every mountain and valley carefully recorded. My maps guide travellers and armies alike. Accuracy is everything, but someone corrects my work. I first noticed this 6 months ago. I was mapping the western coast, a complex shoreline with many hidden rocks. I sketched what I could see from the cliffs. That night, I left my work on the table. In the morning, additions appeared. Rocks I had not seen, channels I had not charted, all drawn in ink matching mine. all precisely accurate. I sailed to those coordinates. Every marking was correct, rocks exactly where shown, safe passages precisely marked. These additions saved ships. This continued with every map, always corrections appearing overnight, always perfectly accurate. I decided to watch my studio. I hid in the corner one evening, my tools laid out on the table. Near midnight, a candle lit itself. A man sat at my table. He took up my pens and began to work, adding details to my coastal chart. His hand moved with absolute confidence. He knew these waters intimately. Every rock, every current, every danger. I stepped forward to see him better. He was old, his face lined by wind and sun. His hands were stained with ink. I recognized him from a portrait at the palace. Robert Gordon, the king's former cartographer, dead these 20 years. He had spent his life mapping Scotland's coast. His charts had saved countless ships. He had died at his table, drawing his final map. Now he continues that work, ensuring maps are accurate, preventing ships from wrecking, saving lives even after death. I spoke his name. He looked up and nodded, then returned to his corrections. When he finished, he examined the map carefully. Satisfied, he set down his pen. He walked to the window and faded with the moonlight. The map remained, perfect and complete. I no longer draw alone. The master corrects the student. Together we map Scotland's dangerous waters, 2 cartographers across 2 decades, both devoted to saving lives at sea. David Cameron, cartographer, Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands, 11th July 1514. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Robert Gordon died 1494 at his drawing table. His charts remained in use for over a century, noted for unusual accuracy. Cameron's subsequent maps showed remarkable detail, particularly in areas difficult to survey. Several copies bearing both men's work survive in maritime collections. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 168 2M classification. Distiller's testimony. Date of statement 23rd May 1682. Location Speyside, Scottish Highlands. Author John MacGregor. Master Distiller. Testimony of John MacGregor first. John MacGregor, Master Distiller of Speyside, do testify about what monitors the stills. I have made whiskey for 19 years, from barley to malt to spirit. The process requires constant attention. The temperature must be exact, the timing precise. One mistake can ruin an entire batch, but someone watches over my distillery. I first noticed this last autumn. I had been distilling through the night. Exhausted, I fell asleep at my post. I woke in panic hours later, certain I had ruined the batch, but the stills had been tended perfectly. Temperature maintained. Spirit collected at exactly the right moment. Work I should have done was complete. I thought my assistant had covered for me, but he had been home all night. His wife confirmed it. This happened again when I was called away. A family emergency that kept me gone for 2 days. I expected to return to disaster. Instead, the distillery ran perfectly, every batch properly managed, every still tended with expert care. I resolved to discover who helped me. I pretended to leave one evening. Then I crept back and hid in the warehouse. The stills bubbled and steamed, the familiar sounds of distillation. Near midnight, I heard footsteps, someone walking between the stills, checking each one methodically. I peered around a barrel. An old man moved through the distillery, testing temperatures, adjusting flows, working with the ease of long practice. I recognized him from stories. My grandfather's brother, the one who built this distillery, dead these 30 years. He had been a master distiller. His whiskey was renowned throughout Scotland. He had died in this building during a fire, trying to save his precious stills. Now he tends them still, ensuring no batch is lost, maintaining the standards he set. I stepped into his view. He looked at me without surprise. He nodded toward a still that needed adjustment. I made the correction. He smiled in approval. Then he walked into the darkness and vanished. The stills continued their work. Perfectly tended. I no longer worry when I must be away. I know he watches over everything. 2 distillers work here now. Uncle and nephew, separated by death, both devoted to the same craft. The whiskey we make is the finest in Scotland, protected by hands that span the grave. John MacGregor, distiller Speyside, Scottish Highlands, 23rd May, 1682. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Malcolm MacGregor, died 1652, fighting distillery fire, age 58. Building partially destroyed but still salvaged. Subsequent distillers documented similar phenomena across multiple generations. Distillery operates today, maintains tradition of leaving, offering at Founders Memorial each season. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1569R. Classification: Armourer's account. Date of statement: 7th September 1569. Location: Stirling Castle, Scottish Highlands. Author: William Douglas, Royal Armourer. Account of William Douglas I. William Douglas, Armourer to the Crown. Do record what forges in the night. I have made armour and weapons for 15 years. Swords and mail, breastplates and helms. Each piece must be perfect. A weak joint or poor tempering can cost a life. The responsibility weighs heavily, but someone shares this burden. I first discovered this a year ago. A knight needed armour repaired urgently. Battle damage that required careful work. I began the repairs but could not finish by morning. When I returned at dawn, the work was complete. Every damaged link replaced. Every dent carefully removed. Better work than I had planned. I questioned the castle guards. No one had entered the forge. The doors had been locked. Yet the armour was finished. This happened again with a sword, and again with a helmet. Always perfect repairs appearing overnight. I decided to watch the forge. I hid among the weapons one evening. The forge fire was banked low. Near midnight, the fire roared to life. Someone stoked it hot. I heard the hammer on the anvil, the familiar rhythm of metalwork. I emerged from hiding. A man worked at my anvil, hammering heated metal with powerful strikes, shaping it with masterful skill. I watched him repair a sword. The blade straightened under his hammer, the edge restored with perfect precision. He worked the metal as if speaking to it, as if the steel answered his commands. I moved closer to see his face, the face in the King's Portrait Hall, Thomas Blackwood, Royal Armourer from 2 generations past. Dead these 40 years, he had been legendary for his craft. Armour he made never failed. Swords he forged never broke. He had died at this very anvil, struck down while working on the king's armour. Now he works here still, ensuring armour protects, ensuring weapons hold, keeping soldiers safe through his craft. I called his name. He paused and looked at me. He gestured to the weapons waiting for repair. Together we worked until dawn. He taught me techniques I had never learned, showed me secrets of the craft. When the sun rose, he set down his hammer. He examined our work with satisfaction. Then he walked into the morning light and faded. I work with him often now, learning from the master, 2 armourers across 40 years, both forging protection for Scotland's defenders. William Douglas, Armourer, Stirling Castle, Scottish Highlands. 7th September, 1569. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Thomas Blackwood died 1529 at Royal Anvil, aged 61. His work is preserved in Castle Collection, noted for exceptional quality. Douglas became renowned armourer. Work showed marked improvement after 1568. Forge operates today as historical demonstration. Staff report occasional sound of hammering when building empty. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1626T. Classification. Stone carver's statement. Date of statement 15th November 1626. Location Elgin Cathedral, Scottish Highlands. Author Robert MacLeod, Master Stone Carver. Statement of Robert MacLeod Bathurst. Robert MacLeod, Master Carver of Stone. Do record what sculpts in darkness. I have carved decorative stone for 12 years. Capitals and corbels, gargoyles and saints. Each piece must be both beautiful and sacred. The cathedral restoration requires my finest work, but someone carves better than I ever could. I first noticed this during the summer. I was carving a saint's face for a column. Difficult work requiring days of attention. I left it half-finished one evening. The features roughly blocked out. When I returned at dawn, it was complete. The saint's face looked heavenward with perfect grace, every detail exquisite, expression both holy and human, work beyond my skill. I thought perhaps the bishop had hired another carver, but no one knew of such a person. This happened again with an angel, and again with decorative foliage, always perfect work appearing overnight. I resolved to discover this master carver. I hid in the cathedral one evening, my tools laid out ready, the stone waiting for completion. Near midnight, I heard chipping, the familiar sound of chisel on stone. I crept forward through the darkness. A figure worked at my stone, carving with absolute confidence, never measuring, never hesitating. The image emerged from the stone as if it had always been there, simply waiting to be revealed. I watched in amazement. The skill was extraordinary, every stroke precise, every detail perfect. When the figure paused, I stepped forward. He turned toward me. An old man with weathered hands. Stone dust covered his clothing. I recognized him from descriptions. Master William, who had carved the original cathedral. Dead these 300 years. He had carved for 40 years before the cathedral was finished. He had died seeing his life's work complete. Now he returns to restore it, unable to bear seeing his carvings damaged, unable to rest while the cathedral needs repair. I spoke with reverence. He smiled and gestured to the unfinished work. I picked up my chisel. He guided my hand, teaching me how to see the form within the stone, how to release it rather than create it. We worked together until dawn. When the sun touched the windows, he faded. The carving remained, perfect and sacred. I no longer carve alone. The master teaches the apprentice across 3 centuries. Together, we restore the cathedral. His vision and my hands. both devoted to glory of God in stone. Robert MacLeod, stone carver, Elgin Cathedral, Scottish Highlands, 15th November 1626. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Master William documented as chief carver 1224-1264, died at cathedral completion. MacLeod's subsequent work showed remarkable improvement in quality. Several pieces attributed to MacLeod show skill suggesting supernatural assistance. Cathedral maintains tradition of blessing all carvers, past and present, during annual services. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1547 W classification Boat Builder's Record. Date of statement 3rd August 1547. Location Mallaig, Scottish Highlands. Author Duncan Campbell, Master Boat Builder. Record of Duncan Campbell. Duncan Campbell, builder of fishing boats. Do record what builds beside the sea. I have built boats for 18 years, from small rowing boats to larger fishing vessels. Each must be seaworthy and strong. Lives depend on the boats I build. The sea forgives no weakness, but someone helps with my work. I first noticed this last spring. I was building a fishing boat for a local crew. Large work requiring weeks of effort. I finished the frame and left for the evening. When I returned at dawn, the planking had begun. 3 strakes fitted perfectly to the frame. Work that should have taken me 2 days. I questioned everyone in the village. No one had touched my boat. This continued throughout the build. Each morning, more work completed. Always perfect, always advancing the project. The boat was finished in half the expected time. I resolved to watch my boatyard. I hid among the stacked timber one night. The sea crashed on the rocks nearby, the familiar sound of my whole life. Near midnight, someone walked down to my boat. He carried tools and began to work, fitting planks with practiced skill, each piece placed perfectly, the boat growing under his hands. I emerged from hiding. He continued working, not acknowledging me. I moved closer to see him. My father's face, though he had been dead 5 years. He had built boats all his life. This boatyard had been his before mine. He had died as he lived, building boats until his end. Now he builds still, unable to stop the work he loved, unable to rest while boats need making. I picked up tools and joined him, working beside him as I had in my youth. He taught me techniques I had forgotten, showed me ways to make the boat stronger. We worked together until the tide changed. When dawn touched the water, he set down his tools. He examined our work with satisfaction. Then he walked into the morning mist and faded. The boat remained, strong and ready for the sea. I work with him often now, father and son building together, separated by death, but joined by craft. The boats we build never fail, protected by hands that know the sea, both living and dead. Duncan Campbell, boat builder, Mallaig, Scottish Highlands, 3rd August 1547. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Malcolm Campbell, died 1542 at his boatyard, age 68. Campbell boats renowned for seaworthiness, none lost to structural failure across 3 generations. Boatyard operated until 1823. Each generation reporting similar phenomena. Site now harbour facilities, occasional reports of hammering heard near old building locations. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1673L classification. Illuminator's Journal. Date of statement 19th April 1673. Location Aberdeen, Scottish Highlands. Author Margaret Douglas, Manuscript Illuminator. Journal of Margaret Douglas the First, Margaret Douglas. Illuminator of Sacred Texts. Do record what paints in the darkness. I have illuminated manuscripts for 22 years. Bibles and prayer books, psalters and gospels. Each letter carefully formed. Each decoration perfect. Gold leaf and brilliant colours. Work that glorifies God through beauty. But someone paints more beautifully than I can. I first discovered this a year ago. I was illuminating a psalter for the bishop. Delicate work requiring weeks of attention. I completed the text and began the decorations. One evening, I left a page partially finished. The initial letter outlined but not filled. When I returned at dawn, it was complete. Gold leaf applied perfectly, colours more brilliant than any I could achieve. Details so fine they seemed alive. The flowers appeared to grow, the birds seemed ready to fly. I questioned my assistant. She swore she had not touched it. This continued throughout the manuscript. Each page I left unfinished would be completed, always more beautiful than I could have made it. I decided to watch my scriptorium. I hid in the storage room one evening. My pigments and gold leaf laid out ready. Near midnight, a candle appeared on my desk. A figure sat and took up my brush. She began to paint the unfinished illumination. Her hand was steady and sure. She mixed colours I had never seen, applied gold leaf with perfect precision, created beauty that made me weep. I stepped into the candlelight. She looked up at me, an old woman with kind eyes. Paint stained her fingers. I recognized her from the convent records. Sister Catherine, who had illuminated manuscripts here, dead these 50 years. She had been the finest illuminator in Scotland. Her work was treasured by churches across the land. She had died at her desk, painting a final gospel. Now she paints still, unable to stop creating beauty, unable to rest while God's word needs illumination. I knelt beside her. She smiled and offered me a brush. Together, we painted until dawn. She taught me secrets of the craft, how to achieve colours that glow, how to make gold leaf shine like heaven. When the sun rose, she set down her brush. She examined our work with joy. Then she faded with the morning light. The illumination remained, more beautiful than any I had seen. I paint with her often now. 2 women across 50 years, both using our art to glorify God. The manuscripts we create are treasured. People say they contain light itself. They do not know how true that is. Margaret Douglas, Illuminator, Aberdeen, Scottish Highlands, 19th April 1673. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Sister Catherine died 1623 at illumination desk, age 71. Several manuscripts attributed to her show work completed after death date. Douglas became renowned illuminator. Work shows sudden quality improvement in 1672. Several collaborative pieces survive in cathedral collections showing 2 distinct hands. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1584P. Classification Organ Builder's Testimony. Date of statement 26th October 1584. Location St Giles Cathedral, Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands. Author James Fraser, Master Organ Builder. Testimony of James Fraser I. James Fraser, builder of pipe organs. Do testify about what tunes in the night. I have built and maintained organs for 16 years, from small chapel organs to great cathedral instruments. Each pipe must be voiced perfectly. Each mechanism must work precisely. An organ is 1,000 parts working as one, but someone helps maintain the cathedral organ. I first noticed this during routine maintenance. The organ needed extensive tuning, work that would take me a week. I began, but could not finish in one day. When I returned the next morning, 50 pipes were tuned. Perfect pitch, perfectly voiced. Work I had not done. I thought perhaps my assistant had stayed late, but he had left with me. This continued throughout the maintenance. Each morning, more work completed. Always perfect, always advancing the project. The organ was finished in 3 days instead of 7. I decided to watch the cathedral. I hid in the choir loft one evening. The cathedral was dark and silent. Near midnight, I heard footsteps. Someone climbing to the organ loft. I heard pipes being adjusted. The careful work of tuning. I crept forward to see. A man worked at the organ console, testing each pipe methodically, adjusting until the sound was perfect. His ear was extraordinarily sensitive. He heard nuances I could barely detect. I stepped into his view. He looked at me without surprise. I recognized him from cathedral records. Master Thomas, who had built this organ. Dead these 40 years. He had spent 3 years building it. His masterwork, his finest creation. He had died hearing it played for the first time. His heart filled with joy at the sound. Now he maintains it, unable to let his creation deteriorate, unable to rest while it needs care. I spoke to him with reverence. He gestured to the pipes. Together, we worked through the night. He taught me how to hear what the organ needed, how to voice pipes to blend perfectly, how to make the instrument sing. When dawn came, he played a chord. The sound filled the cathedral like angels singing. He smiled in satisfaction. Then he walked down from the loft and faded. The organ remained, perfect and glorious. I maintain it with him now. 2 builders across 40 years, both devoted to this instrument. The organ we tend is finest in Scotland, protected by hands that built it, loved by ears that cannot stop listening. James Fraser, organ builder. St Giles Cathedral, Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands, 26th October, 1584. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Master Thomas, died 1544 at organ dedication, age 63. Organ remains in use, noted for exceptional tone quality. Subsequent organ builders documented similar phenomena across centuries. Cathedral maintains tradition of playing specific chord sequence each evening for the builder. Custom origin now forgotten by most. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1641D. Classification Beekeeper's account. Date of statement 12th June 1641. Location Kelso Abbey, Scottish Highlands. Author Brother Malcolm Stewart. Abbey beekeeper. Account of Brother Malcolm Stewart I. Brother Malcolm Stewart, keeper of the abbey bees, do record what tends the hives. I have kept bees for 9 years, 20 hives that provide honey and wax. Each hive is a small kingdom. Each requires careful attention. The bees know their keeper. They sense care and devotion. But they also know another keeper. I first noticed this last summer. A hive had been damaged by a storm. The entrance was broken, the comb disturbed. I planned to repair it in the morning. When I arrived at dawn, it was already fixed. The entrance rebuilt perfectly. The comb straightened and secured. Work that required skill and courage. The bees had accepted this repair. They worked peacefully. I questioned the other brothers. None had touched the hive. This happened again with a weak colony. They needed feeding to survive the winter. I prepared sugar water but ran out. The next morning, the hive was fed. The bees thrived. I resolved to watch the bee yard. I hid among the apple trees one evening. The sun was setting, the bees returning home. Near midnight, someone walked among the hives. A figure carrying a lantern. He moved from hive to hive confidently. The bees did not sting him. They crawled on his hands peacefully. He spoke to them softly. Words I could not quite hear, but the bees responded, calming to his voice. I stepped forward carefully. He turned toward me. Brother David looked at me and smiled. Dead these 20 years. He had been the abbey beekeeper before me. He had tended these hives for 40 years. He had died among them, stung by a swarm. Though the bees had been defending their queen, Brother David bore no anger toward them. His last words were concern for the hives. Now he tends them still, unable to leave his beloved bees, unable to rest while they need care. I spoke his name. He gestured to a hive that needed attention. Together we worked in the moonlight. The bees accepted both of us, recognizing their keepers, living and dead. When dawn approached, he gathered his tools. He looked at me with satisfaction. Then he walked into the morning mist and vanished. The bees hummed contentedly. Well tended, well loved. I work with him often now. 2 beekeepers across 20 years, both devoted to these small kingdoms. The honey we harvest is the finest, made by bees who know love, from keepers who never stop caring. Brother Malcolm Stewart, beekeeper, Kelso Abbey, Scottish Highlands, 12th June 1641. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Brother David died 1621, age 78. Allergic reaction to multiple stings. Abbey Bee Yard remained productive through Civil War period, despite general disruption. Subsequent beekeepers documented similar phenomena until Abbey dissolution. Bee Yard site preserved. Local beekeepers report occasional figure among hives at dawn. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1531S. Classification. Dyer's statement. Date of statement 5th January 1531. Location Galashiels, Scottish Highlands. Author William MacLeod. Master Dyer. Statement of William MacLeod. First, William MacLeod, Master Dyer of Wool. Do record what mixes the colours. I have dyed cloth for 14 years. From common browns to precious purples. Each colour requires specific knowledge. The right plants, the right mordants, the right timing. One error ruins the entire batch. But someone knows the secrets better than I do. I first noticed this last autumn. A merchant ordered cloth in a specific blue, a colour I had never achieved before. I tried 3 times and failed. Each batch came out wrong, too pale or too dark. I was ready to refuse the commission. Then one morning I found a vat prepared. The dye mixed perfectly, the colour exact. I dipped a test piece. The blue was perfect, exactly what the merchant wanted. I asked everyone who could have done this. No one admitted to helping. This happened again with a difficult purple, and again with a red that required rare ingredients. Always perfect dyes appearing overnight. I decided to watch my dye house. I hid among the cloth bales one evening. The vats sat ready, waiting for morning. Near midnight, someone entered. She carried plants and minerals. She began mixing dyes with confident movements, adding ingredients in precise amounts, testing colours on cloth scraps, adjusting until perfection. I stepped forward to see her. She turned towards me, my master's wife, who had taught me dyeing. Dead these 7 years, she had known more about dyes than anyone. She had learned from her mother and grandmother, knowledge passed down through generations of women. She had died suddenly, her knowledge dying with her, or so I thought. Now she returns to share it, unable to let the craft be lost, unable to rest while colours need mixing. I spoke her name gratefully. She smiled and gestured to the vats. Together, we mixed dyes until dawn. She taught me secrets she had never shared in life, combinations I had never imagined, ways to achieve colours I thought impossible. When the sun rose, she examined our work. Satisfied, she gathered her plants. Then she walked out into the morning and faded. The dyes remained, perfect and brilliant. I dye with her guidance now. Student and teacher reunited. The colours we create are renowned. People come from across Scotland for our cloth. They do not know the secret, that the dead die alongside the living. William MacLeod, Dyer Galashiels, Scottish Highlands, 5th January 1531. Archivists note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Master's wife, Agnes Cameron, died 1524. MacLeod's dye work showed remarkable improvement after 1530, achieving colours previously impossible. Subsequent dyers reported similar nocturnal assistance. Dye House operated until 1789, renowned throughout Scotland. Several recipe books survive, some entries in different handwriting than MacLeod's. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 169-8K. Classification: Thatcher's record. Date of statement: 28th December 1698. Location: Aberfeldy, Scottish Highlands. Author: Andrew Campbell. Master Thatcher, record of Andrew Campbell Fur. Andrew Campbell, Master Thatcher. Do record what thatches in the night. I have thatched roofs for 23 years. Cottages and barns, halls and churches. Each roof must be tight and weatherproof. Good thatching keeps families dry. Poor thatching can ruin a home, but someone helps with my work. I first noticed this last spring. I was thatching a large barn. Work that would take me a week alone. I worked the first day, completing one section. When I returned at dawn, 3 more sections were complete. Perfect thatching, perfectly laid. Better than I could have done. I questioned everyone in the village. No one had touched the barn. This continued throughout the job. Each morning, more work completed. The barn was finished in 2 days, instead of 7. I decided to watch the site. I hid in the barn below one evening. The fresh thatch smell filled the air. Near midnight, I heard footsteps on the roof. Someone working above. The familiar sounds of thatching. Reed being laid, securing being fastened. I climbed up to see. A man worked in the moonlight. His movements were smooth and practiced. He laid thatch with perfect precision, each bundle placed exactly right. I watched him work for an hour. His skill was extraordinary. Then I called out to him. He turned toward me. My father looked at me and smiled. Dead these 5 years. He had been a thatcher all his life. He had taught me everything. He had died on a roof, working until his last breath, fell when his heart stopped. Now he works still, unable to leave roofs unthatched, unable to rest while families need shelter. I joined him on the roof, working beside him as in my youth. He showed me techniques I had forgotten, ways to make thatching last longer. We worked together until dawn. When the sun touched the roof, he secured his last bundle. He examined our work with pride. Then he climbed down the ladder and faded. The thatching remained, perfect and weather-tight. I thatch with him often now, father and son working together. The roofs we make never leak, protected by hands that know their craft, both living and dead. Andrew Campbell, Thatcher Aberfeldy, Scottish Highlands, 28th December 1698. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Malcolm Campbell died 1693. Fall from roof while thatching, age 66. Campbell thatching, renowned for longevity, roofs lasting twice as long as competitors. Tradition maintained through 5 generations until slate roofing replaced thatch. Several Campbell thatch buildings survive, roofs still intact after centuries. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1572V. Classification Falconer's Journal. Date of statement 9th March 1572. Location Falkland Palace, Scottish Highlands. Author Robert Douglas, Royal Falconer. Journal of Robert Douglas I. Robert Douglas, Falconer to the Crown. Do record what tend the birds. I have kept hunting birds for 11 years. Hawks and falcons, each with their own nature. Each requires daily attention. They must be fed and flown. Their health monitored constantly, but someone helps care for them. I first noticed this during winter. A falcon fell ill with the moult, a dangerous time when birds often die. I tended her carefully through the evening, but I feared she would not survive the night. When I returned at dawn, she was recovered, eating heartily, feathers glossy, as if she had never been ill. I examined her carefully. Someone had tended her through the night, fed her, cleaned her, encouraged her. This happened again with a hawk, and again with a peregrine. Always sick birds recovering overnight. Always perfect care given. I decided to watch the mews. I hid in the equipment room one evening. The birds settled on their perches. Near midnight, someone entered. He carried meat and water. He moved from bird to bird, speaking softly to each one, checking them with experienced hands. The birds responded to him, calm and trusting. Even the wildest falcon accepted his touch. I stepped into the lamplight. He turned toward me. The face from the palace portrait. Master John, royal falconer from 30 years past, dead before I was born. He had been legendary for his skill. Birds flew for him like no other. He had died peacefully, surrounded by his hawks. His last words were concern for their welfare. Now he tends them still, unable to leave the birds he loved, unable to rest while they need care. I spoke with reverence. He smiled and gestured to the perches. Together we tended the birds. He taught me things no living person knew. how to read their moods, how to train without breaking their spirit. When dawn came, he gave each bird a final pat. Then he walked out into the morning and faded. The birds called after him, as if saying farewell to an old friend. I work with him often now. 2 falconers across 30 years, both devoted to these magnificent birds. The hawks we tend are the finest, flying with skill that seems supernatural, because they are trained by hands, both living and dead. Robert Douglas, falconer, Falkland Palace, Scottish Highlands, 9th March, 1572. Archivists, note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Master John, died 1542, age 74, documented as greatest royal falconer. Douglas became renowned falconer. Royal hunting success rate increased dramatically under his tenure. Multiple falconers reported similar phenomena through centuries. Palace Mews maintained until 1651, tradition of speaking to both falconers when entering building. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 165 AM. Classification: Cooper's testimony. Date of statement: 21st July, 1658. Location: Dundee, Scottish Highlands. Author: James Grant, Master Cooper. Testimony of James Grant. James Grant, maker of barrels and casks, do testify about what shapes the staves. I have been a cooper for 17 years, from small buckets to large casks. Each must be tight and strong. Barrels hold ale and wine, whiskey and water. Poor coopering means loss of precious contents. But someone works wood beside me. I first noticed this 2 years ago. I was making a large whiskey cask. Difficult work requiring many staves. I shaped half of them before exhaustion forced me to stop. When I returned at dawn, all the staves were finished. Perfect curves, perfect joints. Work that would have taken me another full day. I questioned my apprentice. He swore he had not touched them. This happened again with barrel hoops, and again with repairs to old casks. Always perfect work appearing overnight. I resolved to discover who helped me. I hid in my workshop one evening. The smell of wood shavings filled the air. Near midnight, I heard the draw knife working. Someone shaping staves. I peered around a stack of hoops. An old man worked at my bench. His hands moved with absolute certainty, shaping wood as if he knew its grain by touch, each stave perfect before he set it aside. I stepped into his view. He looked up at me, my grandfather's face, though he died before I was born. I knew him from family stories, the greatest cooper in Dundee. 3 generations had learned from him. He had died at his bench, making barrels until his end. Now he makes them still, unable to stop the work he loved, unable to rest while wood needs shaping. I picked up tools and joined him, working as he must have worked with my father. He taught me secrets passed down through generations, ways to read wood that cannot be taught in words. We worked together until dawn. When the sun rose, he examined our casks. He tested each joint, satisfied with our work. Then he gathered his tools and faded. The barrels remained, perfect and tight. I work with him every night now. Grandfather and grandson, linked through generations. The casks we make never leak, never fail, protected by hands that span the years. Some crafts are eternal. James Grant, Cooper, Dundee, Scottish Highlands. 21st July 1658. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Grandfather William Grant died 1618, aged 81, renowned cooper. Grant Family Cooperage operated until 1843, noted for exceptional quality. Multiple generations documented similar phenomena. Several Grant casks survive in whiskey cellars, some over 2 centuries old, still holding liquid without leakage. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1612B. Classification: Shipwright's account. Date of statement: 4th February 1612. Location: Leith Docks, Scottish Highlands. Author: Thomas Stewart. Master Shipwright. Account of Thomas Stewart. First, Thomas Stewart, builder of merchant vessels. Do record what works in the shipyard. I have built ships for 14 years, from coastal traders to ocean-going vessels. Each must be seaworthy and strong. The sea tests every joint and timber. One weak point can sink a ship and drown its crew, but someone ensures my ships are sound. I first noticed this during construction of a merchant bark. Complex work requiring months of labor. I would leave each evening with work unfinished. Each morning I would find progress made. Timbers fitted that I had not touched. Joints secured that I had planned to do. Always perfect work, advancing the construction. I questioned my workers closely. All denied working after hours. The shipyard was locked each night, yet the work continued. I decided to watch one evening. I hid among the stored timbers near the slipway. The yard was quiet, except for water lapping the docks. Near midnight, I heard hammering. Someone working on my ship. I crept forward through the shadows. 3 men worked on the hull, fitting planks with practiced coordination, each knowing his task without speaking. They worked as a crew who had built together for years. I stepped into the moonlight. They paused and turned toward me. I recognized all 3. Shipwrights who had worked in this yard. Duncan drowned when a ship capsized during launch. William, crushed by falling timber. Robert taken by ship fever after a voyage. All had died with ships unfinished. All had left work incomplete. Now they return to build, unable to rest while vessels need completion, unable to abandon the craft that defined their lives. I called their names. They nodded in acknowledgement. Duncan gestured to a section that needed work. I picked up tools and joined them. 4 shipwrights working together, 3 dead, 1 living, all devoted to the same purpose. We worked until the tide turned. When dawn touched the water, they set down their tools. They examined our work with satisfaction. Then they walked toward the sea and faded into the morning mist. The ship remained, strong and true, ready for the ocean. I work with them often now. The dead build beside the living. Ships from this yard never founder, protected by hands that know the sea, both above the waves and below. Thomas Stewart, Shipwright, Leith Docks, Scottish Highlands, 4th February 1612. Archivist note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Yard records confirm 3 deaths. Duncan Ross, 1605, William Campbell, 1607, Robert Fraser, 1609. Stewart's ships showed exceptional safety record, none lost to structural failure. Shipyard operated until 1840, each master reporting similar phenomena. Site now commercial. Development. Occasional reports of hammering heard at night near old slipway location. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 56T. Classification: Saddler's Statement. Date of statement: 17th September 1556. Location: Stirling, Scottish Highlands. Author: William MacLeod, Master Saddler Statement of William MacLeod First. William MacLeod, maker of saddles and harness, do record what works the leather. I have crafted riding equipment for 19 years, from simple bridles to ornate ceremonial saddles. Each piece must be both functional and beautiful. A poorly made saddle can injure horse and rider alike, but someone ensures my work is perfect. I first discovered this last spring. I was making a saddle for a nobleman. Complex work requiring weeks of careful attention. I cut and shaped the leather through the day. When I returned at dawn, the stitching had begun. Dozens of perfect stitches I had not made. Work that would have taken me hours. I questioned my apprentice. He denied touching the saddle. This continued throughout the commission. Each morning, more work completed. Always perfect craftsmanship. The saddle was finished in half the expected time. I resolved to discover who helped me. I hid in my workshop one evening. The smell of leather and oil filled the air. Near midnight, someone entered. He lit a candle and sat at my workbench. He took up the unfinished saddle. His hands moved with absolute confidence, stitching with perfect rhythm. Each stitch placed exactly right, the leather shaping beautifully under his skill. I stepped forward to see him better. He looked up as I approached. My master's face, dead these 12 years. He had taught me everything I knew. He had been the finest saddler in Scotland. His work was sought by nobles and kings. He had died at his bench, stitching a final bridle. Now he stitches still, unable to stop the work he loved, unable to rest while leather needs shaping. I spoke his name with reverence. He smiled and gestured to the saddle. I sat beside him. Together we worked through the night. He taught me techniques I had never mastered, showed me ways to make leather last forever. When dawn approached, he finished the final stitch. He examined the saddle with pride. Then he gathered his tools and faded. The saddle remained, more beautiful than any I had made alone. I work with him often now. Master and student reunited. The saddles we make never fail, never break or wear, protected by stitches that span death itself. William MacLeod, Saddler Stirling, Scottish Highlands, 17th September, 1556. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Master Duncan MacLeod, died 1544 at workbench, age 67. Several saddles attributed to William MacLeod survive in collections. Quality suggests exceptional. Training or assistance. Workshop operated until 1702. Each saddler reporting similar phenomena. Building now converted to other use. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1679. W classification. Silversmith's record. Date of statement 23rd November 1679. Location Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands. Author Robert Campbell, Master Silversmith. Record of Robert Campbell. Verse Robert Campbell, worker in precious metals. Do record what crafts in silver. I have worked silver for 16 years. Plates and goblets, jewelry and ornaments. Each piece must be perfect. Silver shows every flaw, every hesitation. The metal demands absolute skill, but someone works silver better than I can. I first noticed this a year ago. A client commissioned a ceremonial cup, complex work requiring weeks of attention. I began the raising and shaping. One evening, I left it partially formed. When I returned at dawn, the forming was complete. The silver shaped perfectly. Work that should have taken me 3 more days. I examined it closely. The craftsmanship was extraordinary, beyond anything I could achieve. I questioned everyone in my household. No one had entered my workshop. This happened again with a plate, and again with a jeweled brooch. Always perfect work appearing overnight. I decided to watch my workshop. I hid in the storage room one evening, my tools laid out on the bench, the silver waiting for completion. Near midnight, someone entered. He carried no lamp, but seemed to bring light with him. He sat at my bench and took up my work. His hands moved over the silver, not hammering or filing, simply touching, as if speaking to the metal. The silver responded, flowing and shaping under his fingers, becoming what it was meant to be. I watched in amazement. He worked the metal with thought alone. No tools, no force, only gentle guidance. When he finished, he examined the piece. Then he looked toward where I hid. I stepped into his light. He was old, his hair white, his hands unmarked despite decades of work. I recognized him from guild records. Master Andrew, greatest silversmith of the last century, dead these 50 years. His work was treasured across Europe. Kings and popes commissioned his pieces. He had died at his bench, touching his final creation. Now he creates still, unable to stop shaping beauty, unable to rest while silver needs forming. I knelt before him in respect. He smiled and gestured to my bench. Together we worked until dawn. He taught me to speak to the metal, to ask rather than force, to guide rather than command. When the sun rose, he touched the finished piece. It glowed briefly with inner light. Then he faded with the morning. The silver remained, perfect and luminous. I work differently now, learning to speak as he does. The pieces I create shine with unusual light. People say they seem alive. They are. Touched by hands that know silver's soul. Robert Campbell, Silversmith, Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands, 23rd November, 1679. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Master Andrew, died 1629 at workbench, age 76. His work survives in major collections, noted for unusual luminosity. Campbell became renowned silversmith. Work showed sudden dramatic improvement. 1678. Several pieces attributed to Campbell show craftsmanship, suggesting supernatural assistance. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1529L. Classification Net maker's testimony. Date of statement 8th May 1529. Location Pittenweem, Scottish Highlands. Author Andrew Fraser. Master netmaker. Testimony of Andrew Fraser Vs. Andrew Fraser, maker of fishing nets. Do testify about what knots in the darkness. I have made nets for 12 years, from small hand nets to large seine nets. Each knot must be perfect, each mesh the right size. A weak knot means lost fish or lost nets. Fishermen's lives depend on strong nets, but someone ensures my nets are perfect. I first noticed this during winter. I was making a large net for the herring season. Work that would take me 2 weeks. I knotted through the first day. When I returned at dawn, a third of the net was complete. Perfect knots, perfect spacing. Work I had not done. I questioned everyone in the village. No one admitted to helping. This continued throughout the project. Each morning, more net completed. The work was finished in 5 days instead of 14. I decided to watch my workshop. I hid among the cork floats one evening. The smell of tar and hemp filled the air. Near midnight, someone entered, an old woman carrying a lantern. She sat and took up my net. Her fingers moved with incredible speed, knotting faster than I could follow. Yet each knot was perfect. She worked with the skill of a lifetime. I stepped forward to see her. She looked up at me, my grandmother's face, though she died before I was born. I knew her from family stories. The finest net maker on this coast. She had made nets until her final day. She had died with needle in hand. Now she knots still, unable to stop the work she loved, unable to rest while nets need making. I sat beside her. She smiled and showed me techniques, ways to make knots stronger, patterns that catch more fish. We worked together until dawn. When the sun touched the water, she tied the final knot. She examined the net with satisfaction. Then she walked out into the morning light and faded. The net remained, stronger than any I had made. I work with her often now, grandmother and grandson, linked through generations of net makers. The nets we make never fail, never tear or break. Fishermen who use our nets always return safely, protected by knots that hold beyond death. Andrew Fraser, net maker, Pittenweem, Scottish Highlands, 8th May 1529. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Grandmother Janet Fraser died 1502, age 79. Fraser family net-making tradition continued 4 generations. Fishermen consistently requested Fraser nets, none documented as failing. Workshop operated until 1698, each generation reporting similar phenomena. Building now private residence. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1643R. Classification Herbalist's Journal. Date of statement 14th October 1643. Location Aberdeen, Scottish Highlands. Author Margaret Ross. Village Herbalist. Journal of Margaret Ross, Thurs. Margaret Ross, herbalist and healer. Do record what gathers in the garden. I have prepared medicines for 18 years. Herbs and roots for every ailment. Each plant has its purpose and season. Each remedy must be prepared correctly. Lives depend on my knowledge. But someone helps tend my garden. I first noticed this last spring. I needed feverfew for a patient, but my plants had not yet flowered. The next morning, fresh feverfew lay on my workbench, perfectly dried, ready to use, exactly what I needed. I asked my family if they had gathered it. All denied knowing about it. This happened again with comfrey, and again with valerian. Always the exact herb I needed, always appearing when I needed it. I decided to watch my garden. I hid behind the wall one evening. The plants swayed gently in the breeze. Near midnight, someone entered, a woman carrying a basket. She moved among the plants knowingly, touching each one gently, speaking to them softly. The plants seemed to respond, leaning toward her touch, growing brighter in the moonlight. She gathered what was needed, not taking too much from any plant, leaving each one healthy and strong. I stepped into the garden. She turned toward me. My teacher's face dead these 10 years. She had taught me everything about herbs. She had been the finest herbalist in the region. She had died in this garden, tending her beloved plants. Now she tends them still, unable to leave them unattended, unable to rest while people need healing. I spoke her name with love. She smiled and gestured to the plants. Together we gathered through the night. She taught me things I had never learned. Which plants heal together, which times of night make remedies stronger. When dawn approached, she filled my basket. She touched each plant in farewell. Then she walked into the morning mist and faded. The herbs remained, potent and healing. I work with her guidance now. Teacher and student reunited. The medicines we make never fail. People come from distant villages for our remedies. They do not know the secret, that the dead still heal the living, through plants that grow in both worlds. Margaret Ross, herbalist, Aberdeen, Scottish Highlands, 14th October, 1643, archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, teacher, Catherine MacDonald, died 1633 in her garden, age 68. Ross became renowned herbalist, success rate notably higher than contemporaries. Garden maintained until 1789, exceptional plant vigour documented. Site now built over. No vegetation remains. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file. NOA 1593K. Classification. Wheelwright's account. Date of statement. 27th June, 1593. Location, Perth, Scottish Highlands. Author, James Campbell, Master Wheelwright. Account of James Campbell Woofs. James Campbell, maker of wheels. Do record what turns in the shop. I have built wheels for 21 years. Cart wheels and wagon wheels. Each must be perfectly round and true. An unbalanced wheel will break or cause accidents. But someone ensures my wheels are perfect. I first noticed this during summer. I was making wheels for a merchant's wagon. 4 large wheels requiring days of work. I shaped the first wheel, but could not finish. When I returned at dawn, it was complete. Perfectly round, perfectly balanced. Better than I could have made it. I questioned my apprentice. He swore he had not touched it. This continued with the other wheels. Each morning, more work completed. All 4 wheels finished in half the expected time. I decided to watch my workshop. I hid in the timber store one evening. The smell of fresh-cut oak filled the air. Near midnight, someone entered. He lit a fire to heat the iron tire. Then he began shaping the final wheel. His movements were precise and practiced. Every spoke placed perfectly. The rim joined seamlessly. He worked as if the wheel spoke to him, telling him what it needed to be. I stepped forward to see him. He turned towards me, my father's father, dead before my birth. I knew him from family descriptions. The greatest wheelwright in Perth. His wheels never failed, never broke. He had died at his work, shaping oak. Now he shapes it still, unable to stop the craft he mastered, unable to rest while wheels need making. I picked up tools and joined him. Working as he must have worked with my father, he taught me secrets of the craft, how to see the perfect wheel within the wood, how to make wheels that last forever. We worked together until dawn. When the sun rose, he tested the wheel. It spun perfectly true. He smiled in satisfaction. Then he gathered his tools and faded. The wheels remained. Perfect and strong. I work with him every day now. Grandfather and grandson. 3 generations in one craft. The wheels we make never fail, protected by hands that know their work, both living and dead. James Campbell, Wheelwright Perth. Scottish Highlands, 27th June 1593. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Grandfather, Malcolm Campbell, died 1560, aged 74. Campbell wheels renowned for quality, none documented as failing. Workshop operated until 1842, each generation reporting similar phenomena. Several Campbell wheels survive in museums, still perfectly balanced after centuries. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1686D. Classification Scribe's Testament. Date of statement 1st January 1686. Location Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands. Author Thomas Murray. Legal Scribe Testament of Thomas Murray I. Thomas Murray. Scribe of legal documents. Do record what writes the truth. I have copied contracts and deeds for 13 years. Every word must be exact. Every letter clearly formed. Legal documents require absolute accuracy. One error can invalidate an entire contract, but someone ensures my work is perfect. I first noticed this last year. I was copying a complex property deed. Long work requiring several days. I completed half before exhaustion forced me to stop. When I returned at dawn, the rest was finished. Every word perfectly copied. Every letter matching my hand. Indistinguishable from my own work. I questioned everyone who could have done this. No one admitted to helping. This happened again with a merchant contract, and again with a will. Always perfect copying appearing overnight. I decided to watch my office. I hid in the storage room one evening. My papers and pens laid out on the desk. Near midnight, a candle lit itself. Someone sat at my desk. He took up my pen and began to write. His hand moved steadily across the page, never pausing, never making errors. Copying the document with absolute precision, I stepped forward to see him. He continued writing, focused on the work. I recognized him from guild records. Master Andrew, chief legal scribe from 40 years past. Dead before I entered the profession. He had been legendary for his accuracy. In 30 years of work, he never made an error. He had died at his desk, copying a final contract. Now he copies still, unable to stop ensuring accuracy, unable to rest while truth needs recording. I spoke his name. He looked up and nodded. He gestured to the unfinished document. I sat beside him. Together we copied until dawn. He showed me techniques for maintaining focus, ways to ensure every word is exact. When the sun rose, he examined our work. He checked every line carefully. Satisfied, he set down the pen. Then he gathered his papers and faded. The documents remained, perfect and true. I work with him often now. 2 scribes ensuring accuracy. The documents we copy never contain errors. Lawyers trust our work absolutely. They do not know the secret, that the dead still write the truth. Thomas Murray, Scribe, Edinburgh. Scottish Highlands, 1st January 1686. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Master Andrew, died 1646 at his desk, aged 68. Legal records confirm Murray's exceptional accuracy rate after 1685. Several documents bearing Murray's signature survive, some showing 2 distinct hands, though both match Murray's official exemplar. Guild records note unusual consistency. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1545P. Classification: Butcher's Record. Date of statement: 19th March 1545. Location: Dundee, Scottish Highlands. Author: William Fraser, Master Butcher. Record of William Fraser I. William Fraser, Butcher of Meat. Do record what prepares in the night. I have worked meat for 16 years, from slaughter to butchering to sale. Each cut must be precise, each joint properly separated. People depend on me for their meat, but someone helps with the work. I first noticed this during winter. A farmer brought me 2 cattle. Large work requiring full day to butcher. I slaughtered and began the butchering. When I returned at dawn, it was finished. Both cattle perfectly butchered, every cut precise, every joint clean. Work that should have taken me another day. I questioned my apprentice. He denied working through the night. This happened again with several pigs, and again with a deer. Always perfect butchering appearing overnight. I decided to watch my shop. I hid in the cold room one evening. The smell of fresh meat hung in the air. Near midnight, someone entered. He carried a lantern and his knives. He began working on the hanging carcass. His movements were swift and sure, each cut placed perfectly. He knew exactly where each joint separated, where each muscle attached. He worked as if reading the meat, understanding its structure completely. I stepped forward to see him. He paused and looked at me. My master's face, dead these 8 years. He had taught me everything. He had been the finest butcher in Dundee. His shop was always busy with customers. He had died at his block, cutting meat. Now he cut still, unable to stop the work he knew, unable to rest while meat needs butchering. I spoke his name. He smiled and gestured to the carcass. I picked up my knives and joined him. We worked together as we had before. He showed me cuts I had never mastered, ways to waste nothing. When dawn approached, he finished the final cut. He sharpened his knives one last time, then he hung them on the wall and faded. The meat remained, perfectly butchered, ready for sale. I work with him often now, master and student reunited. The meat we prepare is the finest. Nothing wasted, everything used. Protected by hands that know their craft. William Fraser, Butcher, Dundee, Scottish Highlands, 19th March, 1545, Archivist and Note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft and Master Duncan Fraser died 1537 at Butcher's Block, age 59. Shop operated until 1702, renowned for quality and fair pricing. Each generation reported similar phenomena. Building demolished, 1820. Site now occupied by modern construction. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1634. S classification. Basket weaver's testimony. Date of statement 24th August 1634. Location: Fife, Scottish Highlands. Author: Margaret Stewart, basket weaver. Testimony of Margaret Stewart. Margaret Stewart, weaver of willow baskets. Do testify about what weaves in the willows. I have woven baskets for 14 years. From small hand baskets to large harvest baskets. Each must be strong and well formed. Farmers and merchants depend on my baskets, but someone helps with the weaving. I first noticed this last autumn. I was making baskets for the harvest. Large work requiring many days. I wove through the day until darkness fell. When I returned at dawn, 5 baskets were complete. Perfect weaving, perfect shape. Work I had not done. I questioned everyone in my family. All denied helping me. This continued throughout harvest season. Each morning, more baskets completed. The work was finished in half the time. I decided to watch my workshop. I hid in the willow store one evening. The smell of soaked willow filled the air. Near midnight, someone entered, an old woman carrying her own willow. She sat and began to weave. Her hands moved with incredible speed, weaving faster than I could follow. Yet each basket was perfect. She worked with skill beyond measure. I stepped forward to see her. She looked up at me, my mother's mother, dead these 20 years. She had been a basket weaver all her life. She had taught me when I was young. She had died weaving, basket in her hands. Now she weaves still, unable to stop the craft she loved, unable to rest while baskets need making. I sat beside her. She smiled and showed me patterns, designs I had never seen before, ways to make baskets stronger. We wove together until dawn. When the sun rose, she finished her final basket. She examined all our work with pride. Then she gathered her willow and faded. The baskets remained, stronger than any I had made alone. I work with her every day now, grandmother and granddaughter, 2 generations weaving together. The baskets we make never break, never wear out, protected by weaving that spans death itself. Margaret Stewart, basket weaver, Fife, Scottish Highlands, 24th August, 1634. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, grandmother, Agnes Stewart, died 1614, age 72. Stewart baskets, renowned for durability, some documented as lasting decades. Workshop operated until 1798, each generation, reporting similar phenomena. Several Stewart baskets survive in collections, still usable after centuries. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file. NOA 1578V. Classification. Locksmith statement. Date of statement. 10th July 1578. Location. Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands. Author. Robert Douglas. Master Locksmith statement of Robert Douglas III. Robert Douglas, maker of locks and keys. Do record what crafts in metal. I have made locks for 11 years. From simple door locks to complex vault locks. Each must be secure and reliable. People trust their safety to my locks, but someone ensures my work is perfect. I first noticed this during spring. I was making a complex lock for the castle. Intricate work requiring weeks of precision. I shaped the mechanism through the day. When I returned at dawn, more work was complete. Springs fitted, tumblers aligned. Work that should have taken me days. I questioned my apprentice. He denied touching the lock. This happened again with a bank vault lock, and again with a church lock. Always perfect work appearing overnight. I decided to watch my workshop. I hid in the tool room one evening. My files and springs laid out on the bench. Near midnight, someone entered. He lit a lamp and examined my work. Then he began fitting the mechanism. His hands moved with absolute precision. Every piece placed perfectly. He worked as if seeing inside the metal, understanding how each piece must move. I stepped forward to see him. He looked up as I approached, the face from the guild portrait. Master John, greatest locksmith of the last century, dead these 30 years. He had been legendary for his skill. Locks he made were unpickable. Keys he cut never failed. He had died at his bench, fitting a final lock. Now he worked still, unable to stop ensuring security, unable to rest while locks need making. I spoke with reverence. He smiled and gestured to the mechanism. Together we worked through the night. He taught me secrets of the craft, how to make locks that cannot be broken, how to cut keys that never wear. When dawn came, he tested the lock. It worked perfectly, smoothly. He nodded in satisfaction. Then he gathered his tools and faded. The lock remained, perfect and secure. I work with him often now. 2 locksmiths across 30 years. The locks we make are legendary, never picked, never broken, protected by craft that spans death itself. Robert Douglas, Locksmith, Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands, 10th July, 1578. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Master John died 1548 at workbench, age 64. Several locks attributed to both men survive, showing identical craftsmanship, though made decades apart. Douglas became renowned locksmith. Work showed marked improvement after 1577. Shop operated until 1789, maintained. Reputation for unpickable locks. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1691M. Classification: Tapestry maker's account. Date of statement: 5th December 1691. Location: Stirling Castle, Scottish Highlands. Author: Catherine Ross, Royal Tapestry Maker. Account of Catherine Ross. First, Catherine Ross, maker of royal tapestries. Do record what weaves in the night. I have woven tapestries for 19 years, from small decorative pieces to large wall hangings. Each requires months or years of work, each thread carefully placed, each colour precisely chosen. But someone helps with the weaving. I first noticed this 2 years ago. I was weaving a hunting scene for the Great Hall. Complex work requiring 2 years to complete. I wove through each day until my eyes grew tired. When I returned at dawn, more work was done. Sections woven that I had planned. Colours blended that I had not yet started. All perfect, all advancing the design. I questioned everyone in the household. No one admitted to helping. The tapestry room was locked each night. Yet the work continued. I decided to watch one evening. I hid behind the finished tapestries. My loom stood ready with the work in progress. Near midnight, someone entered. A woman carrying her own threads. She sat at my loom and began to weave. Her shuttle moved like lightning, weaving faster than should be possible. Yet each thread fell perfectly into place, the colours blending beautifully. She wove as if seeing the finished tapestry, knowing exactly what each section needed. I stepped forward in awe. She paused and turned toward me. The Queen's former tapestry maker, dead these 40 years. She had woven the greatest tapestries ever made. Her work hung in palaces across Europe. She had died at her loom, weaving for the Queen. Now she weaves still, unable to stop creating beauty, unable to rest while tapestries need making. I knelt before her in respect. She smiled and gestured to the loom. I sat beside her. Together we wove until dawn. She taught me techniques I had never imagined, ways to make colours glow, how to weave scenes that seemed alive. When the sun rose, she examined our work. She touched the tapestry gently, then she gathered her threads and faded. The weaving remained, more beautiful than any I could create alone. I weave with her every night now. 2 makers across 40 years. The tapestries we create are legendary. People say they contain magic. They do, woven by hands that span life and death. Catherine Ross, tapestry maker. Stirling Castle, Scottish Highlands, 5th December 1691. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Queen's tapestry maker, Isabel MacDonald, died 1651 at Loom, age 69. Several tapestries attributed to Ross show quality suggesting supernatural assistance. Royal Tapestry Workshop operated until 1746. Several collaborative pieces survive in Castle collection, noted for unusual luminosity and detail. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1537K. Classification: Potter's Final Record. Date of statement: 28 February 1537. Location: Kirkcaldy, Scottish Highlands. Author: John MacLeod, Master Potter. Final record of John MacLeod refers: John MacLeod, maker of pottery. Do record what I have learned. I have shaped clay for 26 years. Plates and bowls, jugs and vessels. Each piece shaped by hand, each fired in the kiln. But I am old now, my hands failing. Soon I will not be able to work. Yet I know the work will continue. For I have seen who works beside me. My father, dead these 30 years. He works at the wheel when I'm not there, shaping clay I have not touched, creating pieces I have not made. His hands still know the craft. His skill undiminished by death. And I have seen my grandfather too. Dead before my birth. He tends the kiln at night, ensuring the firing is perfect, protecting each piece. 3 generations work this pottery, 1 living, 2 dead, all devoted to the same craft. When I die, I will join them. I will work beside my father, learning from my grandfather, continuing the craft forever. For I understand now, some work never ends. Some crafts transcend death. Potter's hands never stop shaping. Even when they are only spirit, I write this so others will know that the pottery will continue, that the work never stops, that hands that love clay never stop touching it, in life or death. John MacLeod, Potter Kirkcaldy, Scottish Highlands, 28 February 1537. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. John MacLeod died 3 weeks after writing this, March 1537. Pottery continued operation under new ownership. Subsequent potters documented similar phenomena through 7 generations. Building burned 1812, pottery never rebuilt. Several MacLeod pieces survive, some showing evidence of multiple hands in creation. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1654G. Classification: Surveyor's Journal. Date of statement: 16th April 1654. Location: Highland Estates, Scottish Highlands. Author: Duncan Cameron, Land Surveyor. Journal of Duncan Cameron I. Duncan Cameron, Surveyor of Boundaries and Estates. Do record what measures in the darkness. I have surveyed land for 17 years, from small crofts to vast Highland estates. Each measurement must be exact, each boundary precisely marked. Property disputes depend on accuracy, but someone ensures my measurements are correct. I first noticed this during summer. I was surveying a large estate, complex work requiring weeks of careful measurement. I measured and marked through the day. When I returned at dawn, additional markers were placed. Positions I had not yet determined, all perfectly accurate. Verified against my calculations, I questioned my assistant. He denied placing any markers. This continued throughout the survey. Each morning, more markers correctly positioned. The survey was completed in half the expected time. I decided to watch the survey site. I hid among the rocks one evening, my instruments laid out ready. Near midnight, someone appeared. He carried measuring chains and stakes. He moved across the land with purpose, measuring distances by moonlight, placing markers with absolute precision. He worked as if reading the land itself, understanding its contours and boundaries. I emerged from hiding. He turned toward me. The face from the guild records. Master William, chief surveyor from 30 years past. Dead before I entered the profession. He had been legendary for his accuracy. His surveys never required correction. His boundaries were never disputed. He had died measuring, struck by lightning on a hillside. Now he measures still, unable to stop ensuring accuracy, unable to rest while land needs surveying. I spoke his name with respect. He nodded and gestured to the unmarked section. Together, we worked through the night. He taught me techniques I had never learned, how to see the true boundaries, how to measure what cannot be seen. When dawn approached, he placed the final marker. He checked all measurements one last time. Satisfied, he gathered his chains. Then he walked into the morning mist and faded. The survey remained, perfect and true. I work with his guidance now. 2 surveyors ensuring accuracy. The surveys we complete are never disputed, never questioned, protected by measurements that span death itself. Duncan Cameron, Surveyor, Highland Estates, Scottish Highlands, 16th April, 1654. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Master William died 1624 during survey, lightning strike. His surveys remain foundation for modern boundary records. Cameron became renowned surveyor. Work showed exceptional accuracy after 1653. Several joint surveys documented, showing 2 distinct hands in field. Notes. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1581M. Classification. Furrier's testimony. Date of statement 22nd November 1581. Location Aberdeen, Scottish Highlands. Author Thomas Ross, Master Furrier. Testimony of Thomas Ross. Fur Thomas Ross, worker in fine furs. Do testify about what sows in the night. I have worked furs for 14 years, from rabbit to fox, mink to ermine. Each pelt must be handled carefully. Each seam must be invisible. Noble families depend on my work, but someone ensures my work is perfect. I first noticed this last winter. I was making a fur cloak for a nobleman, delicate work requiring days of attention. I matched and cut pelts through the day. When I returned at dawn, the sewing had begun. Dozens of perfect seams I had not made. Work that should have taken me 2 days. I questioned my apprentice. He denied touching the furs. This continued throughout the commission. Each morning, more work completed. The cloak was finished in half the expected time. I decided to watch my workshop. I hid in the fur storage one evening. The smell of cured pelts filled the air. Near midnight, someone entered. She carried a lamp and her needles. She took up the unfinished cloak. Her hands moved with incredible delicacy. Sewing seemed so fine they vanished, matching furs with perfect eye. She worked as if speaking to the pelts, understanding which pieces belonged together. I stepped forward to see her. She looked up at me. My master's daughter, dead these 5 years. She had been the finest fur worker I ever knew. She could match pelts no one else could match. She could sew seams invisible to the eye. She had died young, fever taking her suddenly. Her last words were concern for unfinished work. Now she finishes it, unable to stop creating beauty, unable to rest while furs need sewing. I spoke her name gently. She smiled and gestured to the cloak. I sat beside her. Together we worked until dawn. She taught me techniques she had never shared, ways to make seams disappear completely, how to match furs perfectly. When the sun rose, she examined our work. She stroked the fur lovingly. Then she gathered her needles and faded. The cloak remained, more beautiful than any I had made alone. I work with her often now, 2 furriers creating together. The garments we make are legendary. People say they seem alive. They are, touched by hands that love their work. In life and beyond. Thomas Ross, Furrier Aberdeen, Scottish Highlands, 22nd November, Sabur, 1581. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Master's daughter, Elizabeth MacDonald, died 1576, aged 23, fever. Ross became renowned furrier. Work showed marked quality improvement after 1581. Several garments attributed to Ross survive, showing seamwork beyond contemporary skill levels. Workshop operated until 1742. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1621R. Classification: Bridge Builder's Account. Date of statement: 7th August 1621. Location: River Tay, Scottish Highlands. Author: William Fraser, Master Bridge Builder. Account of William Fraser III. William Fraser, builder of bridges. Do record what builds over water. I have constructed bridges for 19 years, from small footbridges to large stone spans. Each must be strong enough to last. Each must withstand floods and storms. Lives depend on solid bridges, but someone ensures my bridges stand. I first noticed this during construction of a stone bridge. Massive work requiring 2 years of labour. We laid foundations and built piers. Progress was slower than planned. Then work began appearing overnight. Stones placed that we had not touched. Mortar joints that we had not made. All perfect work, advancing construction. I questioned my workers closely. All denied working after hours. The site was watched each night. Yet the work continued. I decided to watch myself. I hid near the construction one evening. The river rushed below, dark and swift. Near midnight, I heard voices, men working on the bridge. I crept forward through the darkness. 4 men laid stones by lantern light, working in perfect coordination, each knowing his task without speaking. They worked as a crew who had built together for years. I stepped into their light. They paused and turned toward me. I recognized all 4. Bridge builders who had worked on previous projects. Andrew drowned during foundation work. Robert crushed by falling stone. James swept away by flood. Malcolm taken by fever on site. All had died building bridges. All had left work incomplete. Now they returned to build. Unable to rest while spans need completing. Unable to abandon their craft. I called their names. They nodded in acknowledgement. Andrew gestured to the unfinished section. I joined them with my tools. 5 builders working together, 4 dead, 1 living, all devoted to the bridge. We worked until the tide turned. When dawn touched the water, they set down their stones. They examined our work with satisfaction. Then they walked into the morning mist and faded. The bridge remained, strong and true, ready to stand for centuries. I work with them often now. The dead build beside the living. Bridges we make never fail, never collapse, protected by hands that know their strength. William Fraser, bridge builder. River Tay, Scottish Highlands, 7th August 1621. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, 4 deaths confirmed in bridge construction records. Andrew Ross, 1615. Robert Campbell, 1617. James MacDonald, 1618. Malcolm Grant, 1619. Fraser Bridges, noted for exceptional durability, none. Failed structurally. Multiple projects documented similar phenomena. Several Fraser Bridges still in use today. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1548T. Classification. Lacemaker's statement. Date of statement 3rd May 1548. Location Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands. Author Isabel Stewart. Lacemaker. Statement of Isabel Stewart. Isabel Stewart, maker of fine lace. Do record what works the bobbins. I have made lace for 11 years. Delicate work requiring perfect concentration. Each thread must follow the pattern exactly. One error ruins the entire piece. Noble ladies depend on my lace, but someone helps with the making. I first noticed this last spring. I was making lace for a wedding veil. Complex pattern requiring weeks of work. I worked through the day until my eyes failed. When I returned at dawn, more lace was complete. Several inches of perfect pattern. Work I had not done. I questioned everyone in my household. No one admitted to helping. This continued throughout the commission. Each morning, more lace completed. The veil was finished in half the time. I decided to watch my workspace. I hid in the storage room one evening. My bobbins and pins laid out ready. Near midnight, someone entered. An old woman carrying her own pillow. She sat and took up my work. Her hands moved like birds flying, bobbins dancing between her fingers. The lace growing with impossible speed. Yet each stitch was perfect. She worked as if the pattern spoke to her, telling her where each thread should go. I stepped forward in awe. She looked up at me. My teacher's teacher, dead these 30 years. She had been the finest lacemaker in Scotland. Her work was treasured by queens. She had died making lace, bobbins in her hands. Now she makes it still, unable to stop creating beauty, unable to rest while lace needs making. I knelt beside her. She smiled and showed me the pattern. Together we worked until dawn. She taught me techniques lost with her death, ways to make lace that seemed alive, patterns that moved like water. When the sun rose, she examined our work. She touched the lace gently. Then she gathered her bobbins and faded. The lace remained, more beautiful than any ever made. I work with her often now, student of a student becoming a master. The lace we create is legendary. People say it contains magic. It does. Made by hands that span 3 generations. 2 living, 1 dead. All devoted to beauty. Isabel Stewart, lacemaker. Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands, 3rd May 1548. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Teacher's teacher, Margaret Ross, died 1518, aged 76. Several pieces attributed to Stuart survive. Quality suggests supernatural assistance. Stuart became court lacemaker 1550. Workshop maintained tradition through 4 generations, each reporting similar phenomena. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1676L. Classification Carpenter's record. Date of statement 19th October 1676. Location Inverness, Scottish Highlands. Author Andrew MacLeod. Master Carpenter. Record of Andrew MacLeod I. Andrew MacLeod, carpenter and joiner. Do record what builds in the workshop. I have worked wood for 18 years. Furniture and panelling, doors and frames. Each piece must fit perfectly. Each joint must be strong. But someone ensures my work is perfect. I first noticed this during autumn. I was building a cabinet for a merchant. Complex work with many drawers and compartments. I shaped and fitted pieces through the day. When I returned at dawn, joints were complete. Dovetails I had not cut. Mortices I had not made. All perfect, all fitting exactly. I questioned my apprentice. He swore he had not touched the cabinet. This continued throughout the project. Each morning, more work completed. The cabinet was finished in remarkable time. I decided to watch my workshop. I hid in the lumber store one evening. The smell of fresh sawdust filled the air. Near midnight, someone entered. He lit a candle and examined my work. Then he began cutting joints. His hands moved with perfect precision. Every cut exact, every angle true. He worked as if seeing through the wood, understanding its grain completely. I stepped forward to see him. He turned toward me. The face from family stories. My grandfather, dead before my birth. He had been legendary for his joinery. His furniture never loosened, never failed. He had died at his bench, building a final piece. Now he builds still, unable to stop working wood, unable to rest while pieces need joining. I picked up tools and joined him. Working as he must have worked with my father, he taught me secrets of the craft, how to read wood grain, how to make joints that last forever. We worked together until dawn. When the sun rose, he tested each joint. All held perfectly, strongly. He nodded in satisfaction. Then he gathered his tools and faded. The cabinet remained, perfect and beautiful. I work with him every night now. Grandfather and grandson, linked through wood and craft. The furniture we make is legendary. Never breaks, never fails. Protected by joints that span generations. Andrew MacLeod, carpenter Inverness, Scottish Highlands. 19th October, 1676. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Grandfather, Malcolm MacLeod, died 1638, age 71. MacLeod furniture renowned for quality. Several pieces survive in excellent condition after centuries. Workshop operated until 1823, each generation reporting similar phenomena. Several joint techniques attributed to family not documented elsewhere. End of file. Proceeding to next. Recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1562. Classification Sculptor's testimony. Date of statement 25th January 1562. Location Aberdeen, Scottish Highlands. Author Robert Douglas, stone sculptor. Testimony of Robert Douglas III, Robert Douglas, sculptor of stone. Do testify about what carves in darkness. I have carved stone for 15 years. Statues and monuments, decorative work. Each piece must capture life in stone. Each figure must seem ready to move, but someone carves better than I can. I first noticed this during winter. I was carving a statue for a church, a saint with hands raised in blessing. Difficult work requiring months of attention. I rough carved the form through the day. When I returned at dawn, more detail appeared, the face partially formed, the hands beginning to take shape. Work I had not done. I questioned everyone who could have done this. No one admitted to carving. This continued throughout the project. Each morning, more detail revealed. The statue was finished in half the expected time. I decided to watch the church. I hid among the pews one evening, my tools and stone visible in the lamplight. Near midnight, someone entered. He carried his own chisels. He approached the statue and began to work. His hands moved over the stone gently, not hammering or cutting, simply touching, as if releasing what was inside. The stone responded to his touch, features emerging without force, details appearing with gentle persuasion. I watched in amazement. He carved as if speaking to the stone, asking rather than commanding, the stone answering his request. When he paused, I stepped forward. He turned toward me. The face from cathedral records. Master Thomas, greatest sculptor of the last century. Dead these 40 years. His work filled churches across Scotland. His statues seemed alive, breathing. He had died carving, chisel in hand. Now he carves still, unable to stop releasing beauty, unable to rest while stone needs freeing. I spoke with reverence. He smiled and gestured to the statue. Together, we carved until dawn. He taught me to see what lives within stone, to release rather than create, to ask rather than force. When the sun rose, he stepped back. The statue was nearly complete. The saint looked heavenward with perfect grace. He touched the stone in blessing. Then he gathered his chisels and faded. The statue remained, more alive than any I had carved alone. I work differently now, learning to speak to stone. The statues I carve seem to breathe. People say they contain souls. They do, released by hands that know stone secrets. Robert Douglas, Sculptor, Aberdeen, Scottish Highlands. 25th January, 1562. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Master Thomas died 1522 at age 68. His work survives in multiple cathedrals, noted for unusual lifelike quality. Douglas became renowned sculptor. Work showed dramatic improvement after 1561. Several pieces show evidence of two distinct hands, though both achieve same lifelike quality. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1649. Classification: Swordmaker's account. Date of statement: 11th June, 1649. Location: Stirling, Scottish Highlands. Author: James Campbell, Master Swordmaker. Account of James Campbell first, James Campbell. Forger of swords, do record what tempers in the night. I have made swords for 20 years. From simple broadswords to ornate ceremonial blades. Each must be perfectly balanced. Each edge must hold forever. Warriors' lives depend on good steel, but someone ensures my blades are perfect. I first noticed this during spring. I was forging a sword for a clan chief. Fine work requiring weeks of careful tempering. I forged and shaped the blade through the day. When I returned at dawn, the tempering was complete, the steel perfectly hardened, the edge already sharpened. Work that should have taken me 3 more days. I questioned my apprentice. He denied touching the sword. This happened again with a ceremonial blade, and again with a warrior's sword, always perfect tempering appearing overnight. I decided to watch my forge. I hid in the weapons store one evening. My forge fire was banked low. Near midnight, the fire roared to life. Someone stoked it to perfect heat. I heard the hammer on the anvil, the familiar ring of steel being worked. I emerged from hiding. A man worked at my anvil, heating and quenching the blade, testing the temper with expert eye. He worked as if the steel spoke to him, telling him when it was ready. I moved closer to see him. He turned toward me. The warrior from clan stories, Master Duncan, greatest sword maker of his age, dead these 50 years. He had forged swords for 3 generations of chiefs. His blades never broke, never bent. Warriors who carried his swords never fell. He had died at his forge, tempering a final blade. Now he tempers still, unable to stop making weapons, unable to rest while steel needs forging. I spoke his name with awe. He nodded and gestured to the blade. I took up my hammer and joined him. Together we forged until dawn. He taught me secrets of the steel, how to hear when tempering is perfect, how to forge blades that never fail. When the sun rose, he tested the blade. It rang perfectly, true and strong. He smiled in satisfaction. Then he plunged it once more in water and faded with the rising steam. The sword remained, perfect and deadly. I forge with him often now. 2 smiths across 50 years. The swords we make are legendary, never broken in battle, never failed their wielders, protected by steel forged between life and death. James Campbell, sword. Maker Stirling, Scottish Highlands, 11th June, 1649. Archivists, note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Master Duncan died 1599 at Forge, age 73. Several swords attributed to both men survive. All show identical superior metallurgy. Campbell became clan swordmaker 1650. Workshop maintained tradition until 1746, after which swordmaking declined due to weapons prohibitions. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1597D. Classification Binder's Journal. Date of statement 4th March 1597. Location Perth, Scottish Highlands. Author Margaret MacDonald, bookbinder. Journal of Margaret MacDonald, binder of books. Do record what binds in the darkness. I have bound books for 13 years, from simple volumes to ornate manuscripts. Each binding must protect the pages. Each cover must last for generations. But someone ensures my bindings are perfect. I first noticed this last winter. I was binding a collection of sermons. Fine work requiring careful attention. I prepared the covers and began the sewing. When I returned at dawn, the sewing was complete. Perfect stitching I had not made. Work that should have taken me 2 days. I questioned my apprentice. She denied touching the binding. This continued with other books. Each morning, more work completed. Always perfect, always advancing the projects. I decided to watch my bindery. I hid among the leather hides one evening. My tools laid out ready, Near midnight, someone entered, an old woman carrying her own needles. She took up the unfinished binding. Her hands moved with incredible skill, sewing with perfect tension, each stitch placed exactly right. She worked as if the book spoke to her, telling her how it wished to be bound. I stepped forward to see her. She looked up at me, my mother's face dead these 8 years. She had been a binder before me. She had taught me everything. She had died at her bench, binding a final book. Now she binds still, unable to stop protecting books, unable to rest while pages need covering. I spoke her name lovingly. She smiled and gestured to the binding. I sat beside her. Together we worked until dawn. She taught me techniques she had never shared, ways to make bindings last forever, how to protect books from all harm. When the sun rose, she examined our work. She closed the finished book gently. Then she gathered her needles and faded. The book remained, beautifully bound, ready to last for centuries. I work with her every night now. Mother and daughter reunited. The books we bind are legendary, never falling apart, never failing, protected by bindings that span death itself. Margaret MacDonald, bookbinder, Perth, Scottish Highlands, 4th March, 1597. Archivists, note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, mother. Janet MacDonald, died 1589, age 62. MacDonald bindings renowned for durability. Several survive in excellent condition. Bindery operated until 1789, each generation reporting similar phenomena. Multiple books show evidence of 2 distinct binding hands. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 16884S. Classification. Instrument maker's statement. Date of statement 17th September 1684. Location Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands. Author William Stewart, instrument maker. Statement of William Stewart I. William Stewart, maker of musical instruments, do record what crafts sound. I have built instruments for 16 years. Lutes and harps, fiddles and pipes. Each must be perfectly tuned. Each must sing with true voice. Musicians depend on my craft, but someone helps create perfect sound. I first noticed this during summer. I was building a lute for a court musician. Delicate work requiring weeks of attention. I carved the body and attached the neck. When I returned at dawn, the soundboard was fitted. Perfect installation I had not done. The instrument already beginning to have voice. I questioned my apprentice. He denied touching the lute. This continued throughout construction. Each morning, more work completed. The lute was finished in remarkable time, and when played, it sang like an angel. I decided to watch my workshop. I hid among the finished instruments one evening, my tools and wood laid out ready. Near midnight, someone entered. He carried his own tools and wood. He took up the unfinished instrument. His hands moved over it lovingly, not building mechanically, but coaxing sound from silence, shaping wood into voice. He worked as if hearing the instrument before it could make sound, understanding what it wanted to become. I stepped forward to see him. He looked up at me, the master from Guild Stories. John Campbell, greatest instrument maker of his age, dead these 30 years. Musicians had wept at his funeral. His instruments were treasures beyond price. He had died building, carving a final lute. Now he builds still, unable to stop creating music, unable to rest while instruments need making. I spoke with reverence. He smiled and gestured to the workbench. Together we built until dawn. He taught me to hear what would be, to shape for sound not yet born, to release music trapped in wood. When the sun rose, he plucked the strings. The lute sang perfectly, sweetly. He nodded in satisfaction. Then he gathered his tools and faded. The instrument remained, perfect and singing. I build differently now, hearing before creating. The instruments I make are legendary. Musicians say they have souls. They do. Given by hands that hear beyond silence. William Stewart, instrument maker. Edinburgh, Scottish Highlands, 17th September 1684 Archivist Note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. John Campbell died 1654, age 69. Several instruments attributed to both men survive, all noted for exceptional tonal quality. Stewart became court instrument maker 1685. Workshop maintained tradition until 1798, each maker reporting similar phenomena. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1535K. Classification: Rope Maker's Testament. Date of statement: 29th December 1535. Location: Dundee, Scottish Highlands. Author: Robert Fraser, Master Rope Maker. Testament of Robert Fraser Furs. Robert Fraser, maker of rope and cordage, do record what twists in the night. I have made rope for 24 years. Ship's rigging, climbing rope, all manner of cordage. Each strand must be twisted properly. Each rope must be tested for strength. Lives depend on strong rope, but someone ensures my rope never fails. I first noticed this years ago. Rope I left unfinished would be completed overnight. Always perfect tension, perfect twist. Always stronger than I could make alone. I thought perhaps my journeyman helped, but he denied it. This continued for years. I became renowned for unbreakable rope. Sailors requested my cordage specifically. Ships using my rope never lost rigging. I finally watched one night. An old man came to my rope walk. He worked the wheel with practiced ease, twisting fibers with perfect rhythm. I recognized him. My grandfather, the founder of this rope walk, dead these 40 years. I had never met him in life, but I knew his face from family stories. He had made rope until his final day. He had died at his wheel, twisting cordage. Now he twists still, ensuring rope is strong, ensuring sailors stay safe. I spoke to him. He smiled and nodded. We worked together until dawn. He taught me everything I had never learned, secrets passed down through death. When I die, I will join him. I will work this rope walk forever. 3 generations twisting together, past, present, and future, all making rope that never breaks. This is my testament, my promise. I will continue the work, in life and beyond. Robert Fraser, Rope Maker, Dundee, Scottish Highlands, 29th December, 1535. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Robert Fraser died 1538. Grandfather Malcolm Fraser died 1495. Fraser Rope Walk operated until 1834, renowned for quality. None of Fraser Rope documented as failing. Multiple generations reported working with deceased family members. Tradition maintained that Rope Walk was never truly empty, always had workers. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1618V. Classification: Chandler's final record. Date of statement: 6th November, 1618. Location: Aberdeen, Scottish Highlands. Author: Thomas Grant. Master Chandler. Final record of Thomas Grant. Thomas Grant, maker of candles. Do record what I have learned at the end. I have made candles for 32 years. From simple tallow to fine beeswax. Each candle must burn cleanly and steadily. Light in the darkness is sacred work. But I am old now, my time ending. Yet I know the work will continue, for I have seen who works beside me. My wife, dead these 10 years. She makes candles when I'm not there, dipping and trimming with loving care. Her hands still know the craft, her skill undiminished by death, and I have seen my father too, dead before I was born. He tends the tallow pots at night, ensuring the wax is perfect, protecting each batch. 3 generations work this chandlery, 1 living, 2 dead, all devoted to bringing light. When I die, I will join them. I will dip candles beside my wife, learning from my father, continuing the craft forever. For I understand now, some lights never go out, some flames burn eternal. Chandlers never stop making light, even when they are only spirit. I write this so others will know that the chandlery will continue, that the light never stops, that hands that loved bringing light never stop working. In life or death, we are makers of light forever. Thomas Grant, Chandler, Aberdeen, Scottish Highlands, 6th November, 1618. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Thomas Grant died 2 weeks after writing this, November 1618. Chandlery continued operation under new ownership. Subsequent chandlers documented similar phenomena through 6 generations. Building destroyed by fire 1792, never rebuilt. Grant's final words reportedly were, "The light continues." End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1689M. Classification: Midwife's Testament. Date of statement: 23rd February 1689. Location: Glen, Affric, Scottish Highlands. Author: Margaret Ross, Midwife. Testament of Margaret Ross. First, Margaret Ross, midwife of 24 years, do testify about what assists at every birth. I have delivered 317 children, from crofters' cottages to laird's chambers. Each birth is different, each mother's struggle unique, but someone is always present to help. I first noticed this with my 10th delivery, a difficult breech presentation, the mother weakening with each hour. I worked alone in the lamplight, my hands guiding the child carefully. Then I felt other hands upon mine, cool fingers directing my movements, showing me angles I had not considered. The child was delivered safely. Mother and babe both survived. I turned to thank my assistant. No one stood behind me. This happened again with the next difficult birth. Invisible hands guiding mine, helping position the child correctly, providing strength when mine failed. I asked the mothers if they felt anything. They spoke of a woman's presence, comforting them through their pain, singing old songs they did not recognize. I searched the midwife records, found mention of Flora MacLeod. She had served these glens for 40 years, died delivering twins during a storm, both mother and children lost. She had blamed herself for their deaths, had wept that her skill was insufficient. Now she attends every birth, unable to rest while mothers labor, unable to stop offering her help. I see her sometimes in the shadows, grey hair bound in traditional cloth, hands moving through practiced motions, face lined with eternal concern. She particularly appears during complications, when the mother's life hangs uncertain, when the child presents wrongly. Her presence brings calm to panicked rooms. I no longer fear difficult births. She has guided me through the worst cases. Breech presentations turned successfully. Bleeding stopped by pressure, she shows me. Mothers who should have died surviving. Children who seemed lost breathing steadily. The other midwives speak of her as well. Each one describes the same helping presence, the same cool hands upon theirs, the same song soothing labouring mothers. Last month brought the hardest delivery. Twins, both positioned badly. The mother near death from blood loss. I felt her hands stronger than ever. She worked through me with desperate skill. Both children delivered alive. The mother survived against all expectation. Flora stood visible for one moment, tears upon her cheeks, perhaps finally forgiving herself. Then she faded as dawn approached. But I know she will return. The next difficult labour will summon her. She cannot abandon mothers in need, cannot rest while births require skill. Margaret Ross, Midwife, Glen Affric, Scottish Highlands, 23rd February 1689. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, recovered from parish records. Multiple midwives across 3 generations reported identical assistance. Medical outcomes in this region exceeded statistical expectations for the period. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1573H. Classification: Shepherd's account. Date of statement: 9th August 1573. Location: Ben Nevis Range, Scottish Highlands. Author: Hamish Campbell, Shepherd. Account of Hamish Campbell verse. Hamish Campbell, keeper of mountain flocks, do account for what watches on the heights. I have tended sheep for 31 years, leading them to summer pastures, bringing them safe through winter storms. Each season presents dangers. Cliffs, weather, predators all threaten the flock, but someone helps me watch them. I first saw him during spring lambing. I was checking the high meadows. A lamb had wandered near the cliff edge. I ran to catch it before it fell. A figure appeared before the lamb, blocking its path from the dangerous drop. The lamb turned back towards safety. The figure watched until I arrived. Then he walked into the mist. I called out my thanks. He did not respond or return. This happened throughout the season. Lost sheep guided back to the flock. Wandering lambs turned from danger. Always this figure appearing. Always silent and watchful. I asked other shepherds about him. They nodded with recognition. Each had been helped by the mountain watcher. Each had seen him guide lost animals. The eldest shepherd told me the story. Malcolm Fraser had been shepherd here. 60 years past he tended these slopes. He had lost an entire flock to a storm. Sheep scattered across the mountains. Most perished in hidden gullies. Malcolm blamed himself for their deaths, had walked into a blizzard searching, was found frozen near the summit. Now he watches over every flock, unable to rest while sheep need guiding, unable to stop protecting the vulnerable. I see him most often in dangerous weather, when mist descends and paths disappear, when snow obscures familiar landmarks. He appears ahead of wandering sheep, turning them from unseen cliffs, leading them toward sheltered ground. He especially watches the young lambs. those most likely to stray and fall. I have seen him carry them, gentle hands lifting them to safety, setting them near their bleating mothers, then fading back into the weather. Last winter brought the worst storm. Snow fell for 3 days without stopping. I could not reach the high pastures. Feared all the sheep were lost. When the weather cleared, I climbed up. Every sheep was gathered in one sheltered bowl, protected from wind and snow. Not one animal missing. Malcolm stood at the edge of the group, face turned toward the Shan mountains, still watching for danger, still protecting the helpless. I approached to offer thanks. He looked at me with sad eyes, then walked upward into snow, following paths only the dead remember. The other shepherds say he never stops. Summer and winter he walks the heights, watching over flocks not his own, atoning for sheep he could not save. Hamish Campbell, shepherd, Ben Nevis Range, Scottish Highlands, 9th August, 1573. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft estate records show unusually low livestock losses in this region across centuries. Local shepherds maintain a tradition of leaving offerings at high shelters, though the origin is unclear. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1621T. Classification: Weaver's record. Date of statement: 4th November 1621. Location: Isle of Skye, Scottish Highlands. Author: Catriona McKinnon, Master Weaver. Record of Catriona McKinnon Weave. Catriona McKinnon, Master of the Loom. Do record what weaves in the darkness. I have woven cloth for 19 years. Patterns passed down through generations. Each design holding meaning and purpose. The work requires absolute concentration. One mistake can ruin weeks of labor, but someone ensures my patterns stay true. I first noticed this during complex work, a ceremonial cloth for the chief's wedding, intricate design requiring perfect counting. I wove through long winter nights, my eyes straining in candlelight. When exhaustion forced me to stop, I would cover the loom and sleep. Upon waking, more work was completed. Several rows added during the night, every thread perfectly placed. The pattern continued exactly. I questioned my daughter. She swore she had not touched the loom. This continued throughout the project. Each night brought mysterious progress. The cloth finished in half the expected time. I decided to watch the loom. I pretended to sleep one evening, my back turned but eyes watching. Near midnight, I heard the shuttle moving, the steady rhythm of expert weaving. I turned slowly. A woman sat at my loom, her hands moving with practiced grace, white hair gleaming in candlelight. She wove as if reading the very threads, understanding patterns in her bones, each movement economical and precise. I recognized her from family stories. Moira McKinnon, my grandmother's aunt, the finest weaver the island had known. She had died at her loom, heart failing during her masterwork. The cloth left incomplete. Now she weaves still, unable to rest while looms sit idle, unable to stop creating beauty. I spoke her name softly. She did not pause in her work, but she smiled with ancient kindness. I sat beside her through the night, learning techniques forgotten by the living, watching hands that never tired, seeing patterns form as they were meant. She particularly appears for important work. Wedding cloths and burial shrouds, ceremonial pieces for significant moments. Her presence ensures perfection. Other weavers speak of her as well. Each one has found mysterious progress. Work completed during unwatched hours. Patterns corrected before mistakes spread. Last spring brought difficult commission. A chief's mourning cloth for his son. Traditional design I had never attempted. I struggled with the complex pattern. Moira appeared each night to help, her hands guiding mine through difficult sections, showing me where threads should cross, teaching patience when frustration rose. The cloth was completed perfectly. The chief wept at its beauty, said it honored his son's memory. Moira stood visible for one moment, pride upon her ancient face. Then she returned to shadow. But the loom clicks sometimes at night, steady rhythm of invisible work. She cannot abandon incomplete patterns, cannot rest while cloth needs weaving. Katrina McKinnon, Master Weaver, Isle of Skye, Scottish Highlands, 4th November 1621. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Several pieces attributed to this period show remarkable preservation and technique exceeding contemporary standards. The McKinnon family maintains the original loom, which supposedly moves without assistance during full moons. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1598P. Classification. Physician's notes. Date of statement 17th March 1598. Location Inverness, Scottish Highlands. Author Dr. James Murray, physician. Notes of Dr. James Murray I. Doctors James Murray, physician of Inverness. Do note what assists in my surgery. I have practiced medicine for 22 years, treating ailments from simple fever to grievous injury. Each case requires careful judgment. Each treatment carries risk, but someone guides my hand when doubt arises. I first noticed this during surgery. A man brought with crushed leg. Timber had fallen during construction. Bone was shattered beyond obvious repair. I prepared to amputate. Then I felt pressure on my shoulder, a presence standing close behind me. Though my surgery was empty save the patient, my hands moved differently, exploring the wound with new understanding, seeing possibilities I had missed. I set the bone in fragments, splintered it in ways I had not learned. The leg healed completely. The man walks without limp. This happened again with the next difficult case. Child with fever that would not break. I had exhausted my knowledge, prepared family for the worst. Then I felt that presence. My hands reached for herbs I rarely used, mixed them in proportions that seemed wrong. Yet the child recovered by morning. I searched the medical records, found mention of Dr. Robert MacLeod. He had practiced here 40 years before, renowned for saving impossible cases. He had died during plague, stayed to treat the sick when others fled, caught the illness from a child patient, had died believing he failed his duty. Now he attends difficult cases, unable to rest while patients suffer, unable to stop offering his knowledge. I feel him strongest during crisis, when life hangs upon my choices, when conventional treatment seems insufficient. His presence brings clarity. I understand symptoms I could not read, see treatments I had not considered. My success rate has improved remarkably. Cases I would have lost now survive. Injuries that seemed fatal healing cleanly. Other physicians notice this difference. They ask about my methods. I cannot explain the guidance I receive. Last month tested his help severely. Plague returned to our town. Many fell ill within days. I worked without sleep through the crisis. felt his presence constantly beside me. My hands moved with borrowed certainty, mixing remedies I had never studied, treating patients in unfamiliar ways. More survived than should have. The plague passed quicker than before. Dr. MacLeod appeared visible once, exhausted face lined with eternal concern. He nodded approval at the survivors, then faded as dawn touched the surgery. But he returns whenever needed. My surgery is never truly empty. He cannot abandon suffering patients, cannot rest while illness needs fighting. Dr. James Murray, physician Inverness, Scottish Highlands, 17th March, 1598. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Medical records from this period show anomalous survival rates. Modern analysis of described treatments reveals surprisingly advanced understanding of disease management for the era. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1647B. Classification. Ferryman's testimony. Date of statement 28th July 1647. Location Loch Ness, Scottish Highlands. Author Duncan Stewart, ferryman. Testimony of Duncan Stewart Burr. Duncan Stewart, keeper of the crossing, do testify about what rouse upon the Loch. I have ferried these waters for 16 years, carrying passengers across dangerous depths. Each crossing must be judged carefully. Weather and water both threaten the unwary, but someone ensures safe passage. I first saw him during autumn storm. I was returning empty to shore. Wind had risen dangerously. Waves threatened to swamp my boat. I fought to keep the bow pointing right. Then another boat appeared beside mine, a figure rowing with powerful strokes. Matching my pace exactly, he guided me toward calmer water, led me to safety through the storm. When I reached shore, I turned to thank him. His boat had vanished completely, no sign upon the churning loch. This happened again during winter. I was carrying a family across, children crying with cold and fear, ice forming on the oars. The phantom boat appeared again. Same figure rowing steadily. He broke ice ahead of my passage, created clear path through frozen water. The family reached safety. I searched for him afterward, found nothing but empty loch. I asked the eldest ferryman about this. He nodded with understanding. Every ferryman has been helped, every dangerous crossing guided. He told me of Malcolm Gordon, ferryman here for 30 years. He had capsized during a storm. 4 passengers drowned in dark water. Malcolm survived but never forgave himself. Walked into the loch one winter dawn. His body was never recovered. Now he rose still, unable to rest while crossings need making, unable to stop protecting passengers. I see him most clearly in danger. When storms make the crossing deadly, when ice threatens to trap boats, he appears ahead of struggling ferries, his oars breaking through obstacles, his boat creating path to follow. He especially watches loaded vessels, those carrying many passengers, families with young children, the vulnerable who cannot swim. Last spring brought the worst crossing. Wedding party returning from celebration. 20 people crowded into my boat. Weather turned suddenly violent. Wind and rain struck without warning. The boat began taking water. Passengers screamed in panic. Malcolm appeared with 2 other boats. 3 phantom ferries surrounding mine. They formed barrier against the waves, sheltered us until we reached shore. Every passenger survived. All spoke of the mysterious helpers. Boats that appeared then vanished. Rowers who asked for no payment. The other ferrymen tell similar stories. each one has been saved by Malcolm. Each one has seen his boat appear, his oars cutting through impossible conditions. He never stops watching the crossing, never rests while people need ferrying, his penance for those he could not save. Duncan Stewart, ferryman Loch Ness, Scottish Highlands, 28th of July, 1647. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Drowning statistics for this ferry route are remarkably low given the documented weather conditions. Local tradition forbids ferry work on certain dates, though records of why have been lost. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1566L. Classification: Blacksmith's account. Date of statement: 12th January 1566. Location: Fort William, Scottish Highlands. Author: Angus MacGregor, Master Blacksmith. Account of Angus MacGregor I. Angus MacGregor, Master of Forge and Iron, do account for what works the metal. I have smithed for 27 years. From simple nails to complex mechanisms, each piece requires exact knowledge. Too hot and iron crumbles. Too cold and it will not shape. But someone ensures my work is true. I first noticed this during weapon forging. A sword commissioned by a chief. The blade must be perfectly balanced. One flaw would make it useless. I worked through the night, my hammer falling in steady rhythm. Near dawn, I paused to rest. I had stepped outside for water. When I returned, work had progressed. Several hammer strokes had been added, each one perfectly placed. The blade shaped more than before. I questioned my apprentice. He had slept through the night. This continued with every important piece. Mysterious progress during unwatched moments. Work completed with invisible hands. I decided to watch the forge. I hid in the shadows one evening, my current project sitting ready. A complex lock for the castle gate. Precision work requiring great skill. Near midnight, the hammer rose. Moved by hands I could not see. It struck the metal with practiced accuracy, the lock mechanism taking perfect form. Then I saw him briefly, standing where heat waves rise from forge, a smith from an earlier time. Leather apron and strong arms. Face lined with concentration. I recognized him from guild records. Thomas Blair, master smith from decades past. He had been famous for his precision. His locks were considered unpickable. His blades never broke in battle. He had died at the anvil. Heart failed while working. His final piece left incomplete. Now he works still, unable to rest while iron needs shaping, unable to stop perfecting metal. He appears during demanding projects, when precision is absolutely required, when failure would be dangerous. His invisible hands guide mine, showing me angles I had not considered, teaching techniques through touch. Other blacksmiths speak of him as well. Each one has found mysterious assistance, work completed during night hours, pieces finished beyond their skill level. Last autumn brought difficult commission, church bells that must ring perfectly. Wrong casting would create discord. I had never made bells before. Thomas appeared each night to help, his hands moving through the moulding, showing me where metal should flow, teaching patience during cooling. The bells rang with clear beauty, sound that carried across the mountains. The priest blessed them with tears. Thomas stood visible for one moment, pride upon his weathered face. Then he returned to smoke and heat. But the hammer sometimes swings alone. Steady rhythm in empty forge. He cannot abandon unfinished work, cannot rest while metal needs mastering. Angus MacGregor, Master Blacksmith, Fort William, Scottish Highlands, 12th January 1566. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Metalwork from this region shows unusual sophistication. Modern analysis reveals techniques not documented in contemporary guild records. The original forge still stands, supposedly too hot to enter even when unlit. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1678 N. Classification Teacher's record. Date of statement 5th September 1678. Location Aberdeen, Scottish Highlands. Author William Fraser, schoolmaster. Record of William Fraser Thirse. William Fraser, master of the parish school. Do record what teaches in the darkness. I have instructed children for 14 years, teaching them letters and numbers, preparing them for useful trades. Each child learns at different pace. Some grasp concepts quickly, others struggle with simple lessons, but someone ensures no child is left behind. I first noticed this with a struggling boy. Young Robert could not master reading. Letters seemed meaningless to him. I feared he would never learn. I left him studying at his desk, stepped out briefly for supplies. When I returned, Robert was reading, stumbling but actually decoding words. He said a kind man had helped him, showed him how letters make sounds. But my classroom had been empty, the door locked from outside. This happened again with arithmetic. A girl who could not understand numbers. I left her with practice problems, returned to find her solving them correctly. She spoke of a patient teacher, someone who explained with gentleness, made the numbers finally make sense. I searched the school records, found mention of Andrew MacLeod. He had taught here 30 years before, beloved by students for his patience. He had died during winter, caught fever while staying late to help, had insisted on tutoring a struggling child. The fever took him within days. Now he teaches still, unable to rest while children struggle, unable to stop offering help. I see evidence of him constantly. Problems solved in unfamiliar handwriting, lessons advanced beyond what I taught, children suddenly understanding difficult concepts. He especially helps the slowest learners, those who feel ashamed of their struggles, those ready to give up entirely. His presence brings them encouragement. Other teachers speak of him as well. Each one has seen mysterious progress, students helped by invisible tutor, knowledge appearing where none existed. Last winter brought hardest case. A boy made simple by birth. His parents begged me to teach him. I doubted anything could be done, but Andrew appeared constantly to help. His patient voice in empty classroom, his gentle hands guiding the child, his endless compassion never failing. The boy learned to write his name, to count and recognize letters, more than anyone thought possible. His mother wept with gratitude. Andrew stood visible for one moment, joy upon his caring face. Then he faded into afternoon light, but his voice whispers sometimes. Soft encouragement in the classroom. He cannot abandon struggling children, cannot rest while students need teaching. William Fraser, Schoolmaster Aberdeen, Scottish Highlands, 5th September, 1678. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Educational records show anomalous literacy rates in this parish. The schoolhouse remains in use, with teachers reporting unexplained assistance during difficult lessons across 3 centuries. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA1584D. Classification: Mason's Testament. Date of statement: 19th June. Quindecennial 184. Location: Stirling, Scottish Highlands. Author: Robert Campbell, Master Mason. Testament of Robert Campbell. First, Robert Campbell, Master of Stone and Mortar, do testify about what builds in the night. I have worked stone for 33 years, from simple walls to cathedral spires. Each structure must stand against time. Wrong placement means eventual collapse. Lives depend upon proper building, but someone ensures my work is sound. I first noticed this during church construction. Complex archway requiring precise calculation. The stones must support each other perfectly. I laid them carefully through the day, each piece numbered and positioned. The next morning revealed changes. Several stones had been repositioned. Small adjustments to their placement, yet the arch was stronger for it. My calculations checked and improved. I questioned my apprentices. All swore they had not touched the work. This continued throughout the project. Mysterious corrections during night hours. My designs improved by invisible hands. I decided to watch the construction site. I hid among the scaffolding one evening. My tools and stones laid ready. Near midnight, I heard stone scraping. The sound of careful placement. A figure worked by moonlight, moving stones with practiced strength, checking each joint for soundness. His movements showed decades of experience. I recognized him from guild meetings. Malcolm Stewart, master mason from years past. He had built half the town, his structure still standing proud. He had died in a collapse. Supporting beam failed during construction. 3 apprentices had died with him. He had blamed himself for poor judgment. Now he builds still, unable to rest while walls rise, unable to stop ensuring safety. He appears during crucial work, when structures bear heavy loads, when lives will shelter beneath. His presence guarantees soundness. I feel him checking my joints, testing the strength of mortar, adjusting angles for better support. My buildings never fail, never crack or settle wrongly, never collapse or threaten inhabitants. Other masons speak of him as well. Each one has found improved work, corrections made during unwatched hours, structures stronger than planned. Last spring brought dangerous project, bridge spanning a deep gorge. Wrong building would send it falling. I had never attempted such work. Malcolm appeared each night to help, his hands moving through the calculations, showing me how weight must transfer, teaching patience during foundation laying. The bridge stands solid, carries heavy traffic safely. The town celebrates its strength. Malcolm stood visible for one moment, relief upon his weathered face. Then he returned to shadow. But stone sometimes moves at night, quiet scraping in empty sites. He cannot abandon dangerous construction, cannot rest while buildings need strength. Robert Campbell, Master Mason Stirling, Scottish Highlands, 19th June 1584. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Structures from this period show remarkable stability. Engineering analysis reveals stress distribution beyond contemporary knowledge. Several buildings contain stones positioned in ways that should be impossible without modern equipment. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1633, W classification, innkeeper's account, date of statement, 14th October 1633, location, Pitlochry, Scottish Highlands, author Donald Macpherson, innkeeper. Account of Donald Macpherson were Donald Macpherson, keeper of the Highland Inn. Do account for what serves the weary. I have kept this inn for 11 years, providing shelter to travellers, offering warmth and food and rest. Each guest deserves proper care. Highland journeys are dangerous. Many arrive exhausted and desperate, but someone ensures they are tended. I first noticed this during winter. A merchant arrived near collapse, half frozen from unexpected storm. I settled him near the fire, went to prepare hot food and drink. When I returned, he was better cared for. Additional blankets had been placed, his wet clothes removed and hung to dry, hot bricks wrapped for his feet. My wife swore she had not done this. No one else was present. This happened again the next week. A woman travelling alone arrived, sick with fever and deeply afraid. I gave her my best room, went to fetch medicine from the village. Upon returning, she was sleeping peacefully. Someone had tended her carefully, changed her sheets and cooled her brow, left remedies I had not prepared. She recovered by morning. I searched the inn's history, found mention of Mary Stewart. She had been innkeeper here 40 years before, known for exceptional care of travellers. She had died during plague, caught illness from a guest she nursed, had refused to turn away the sick. The disease took her within days. Now she serves still, unable to rest while travellers suffer, unable to stop offering care. I see signs of her constantly. Guests tended during my absence, rooms prepared beyond my ability, travellers comforted in the night. She especially helps the desperate, those who arrive near death, those fleeing danger or disaster. Her presence saves lives regularly. Other innkeepers speak of her as well. Each one has found mysterious assistance, guests helped by invisible hands, care provided beyond human capability. Last month brought hardest night. 10 travellers arrived in terrible storm, all seeking shelter simultaneously. I had only 5 rooms available. I despaired at turning people away, but Mary appeared to help. Rooms that were occupied became available. Spaces opened that should not exist. Everyone found shelter that night. All were dry and warm and fed. The travellers spoke of their excellent care, of kindness beyond normal hospitality. Mary stood visible for one moment, satisfaction upon her gentle face. Then she returned to shadow. But footsteps sound in empty corridors, soft movements tending invisible guests. She cannot abandon weary travellers, cannot rest while people need shelter. Donald Macpherson, innkeeper, Pitlochry, Scottish Highlands, 14th October 1633. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Inn records show no guest deaths across 2 centuries, despite multiple disease outbreaks in surrounding areas. Local legend claims the inn has more rooms inside than its exterior should contain. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1592F. Classification Huntsman's record. Date of statement 21st March 1592. Location Cairngorms, Scottish Highlands. Author Kenneth MacLeod, Royal Huntsman. Record of Kenneth MacLeod first. Kenneth MacLeod, Huntsman to the Laird. Do record what tracks through the forest. I have hunted these mountains for 18 years, providing game for the laird's table. Each hunt requires careful skill. The mountains give up their bounty reluctantly. Highland winters can mean starvation, but someone ensures the hunt succeeds. I first noticed this during lean times. Deep snow had driven game away. I tracked for days without finding prey. The laird's stores were dangerously low. I was ready to admit failure. Then I found tracks in fresh snow. Deer prints leading toward sheltered valley. The prints were strangely placed, as if deliberately showing me the way. I followed them to a hidden meadow. Large herd grazing in protection. Enough game to feed the household. The guiding tracks vanished completely, as if they had never existed. This happened again during spring. I was tracking a wounded stag. Trail had gone cold near the river. I searched fruitlessly for hours. Then new tracks appeared, leading me to where the stag had fallen, showing me what I had missed. I questioned the other huntsmen. Each one told similar stories, mysterious guidance during difficult hunts, tracks appearing when trails went cold. I searched the estate records, found mention of Alan Fraser. He had been master huntsman here, served the laird for 40 years. He had died during winter famine, failed to find sufficient game, walked into the mountains in shame. His body found frozen near the summit. Now he hunts still, unable to rest while people hunger, unable to stop tracking game. I see evidence of him constantly, trails that appear, then vanish, game driven toward my position. Difficult shots made easier. He especially helps during hardship, when winter stores run dangerously low, when many depend on successful hunt. His presence ensures survival. Other huntsmen speak of him as well. Each one has been guided mysteriously, led to game they could not find, shown paths they did not know. Last winter tested his help severely, worst cold in living memory. Game had retreated deep into mountains. Many households faced starvation. I hunted desperately for weeks. Found almost nothing. Then Alan appeared visibly before me. First time I had seen him clearly. He gestured for me to follow, led me through hidden passes, showed me where great herds sheltered, taught me secret places of abundance. I returned with enough game. The laird's household survived. Several villages were saved. Alan stood watching as we feasted, pride upon his weathered face. Then he walked into the forest, following paths only hunters know, but tracks appear sometimes at dawn, leading toward hidden game. He cannot abandon hungry people, cannot rest while hunting needs succeeding. Kenneth MacLeod, Royal Huntsman, Cairngorms, Scottish Highlands, 21st March 1592. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft estate records show unusually consistent game provisions despite documented harsh conditions. Local tradition maintains certain forest paths must never be closed, though the reason has been forgotten. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1659S. Classification. Ship's Captain Record. Date of statement 7th December 1659. Location Orkney Islands, Scottish Highlands. Author Captain James Morrison, Master Mariner. Record of Captain James Morrison first. Captain James Morrison, Master of Coastal Trade. Do record what navigates the storms. I have sailed these waters for 24 years, from gentle summer crossings to winter hurricanes. Each voyage tests skill and courage. The northern seas show no mercy. Many ships have been lost to these waters, but someone guides vessels through the worst. I first noticed this during autumn gale. My ship was caught far from harbour. Wind had risen beyond prediction. Waves threatened to break us apart. I fought to keep the bow correct. Then I saw another ship ahead, a vessel running the same course, its captain signalling directions. He led us toward protected waters, guided us safely through the storm. When we reached harbour, I looked for him. His ship had vanished completely, no sign in the crowded port. This happened again during fog, dense mist that hid all landmarks. I was navigating blind toward rocks. The phantom ship appeared again, its lanterns cutting through darkness. It showed the safe passage clearly, led us to harbour without incident. I asked the harbour master about this. He nodded with understanding. Every captain has been helped, every dangerous voyage guided safely. He told me of Captain Robert MacLeod, master mariner of legendary skill. He had sailed these waters for 50 years, never lost a ship or passenger. He had died trying to save another vessel, sailed into a hurricane to offer assistance. His ship was found weeks later, smashed against the northern rocks. Now he sails still, unable to rest while ships need guiding, unable to stop navigating danger. I see his ship most in terrible weather, when fog or storm threatens lives, when vessels are lost and desperate. He appears ahead of struggling ships, his lanterns showing safe passage, his course creating path to follow. He especially watches overloaded vessels, those carrying too many passengers, those pushed beyond safe limits. His presence saves countless lives. Other captains speak of him constantly. Each one has been guided mysteriously, led through impossible conditions, shown routes that should not exist. Last spring brought worse crossing. I was carrying a wedding party to islands. 40 passengers crowded aboard. Weather turned suddenly deadly. Wind and waves beyond anything expected. The ship began breaking apart. Passengers screamed in terror. Captain MacLeod appeared with 3 other ships, phantom fleet surrounding mine. They created shelter against the storm, held back the waves until we reached safety. Every passenger survived. All spoke of the mysterious protectors, ships that appeared then vanished, captains who asked for no recognition. The other mariners tell similar stories. Each one has been saved by MacLeod. Each one has seen his ship appear, his guidance through impossible seas. He never stops watching the waters, never rests while ships need navigating. His penance for those he could not save. Captain James Morrison, Master Mariner, Orkney Islands, Scottish Highlands, 7th December 1659. Archivist, Vist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Maritime records show anomalous survival rates in these waters. Weather conditions that destroyed other vessels somehow spared local shipping. Lighthouse keepers report unexplained signals during storms when no ships should be visible. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1615. M classification, Herbalist Testament. Date of statement, 30th May 1615. Location, Glen, Scottish Highlands. Author, Elspeth MacIntyre, Village Herbalist. Testament of Elspeth MacIntyre. Verse, Elspeth MacIntyre, Keeper of Healing Knowledge. Do testify about what gathers in the Cairngorms darkness. I have practiced herbal healing for 26 years, treating ailments from simple cough to mortal illness. Each remedy requires exact knowledge. Wrong plant can poison instead of heal. Lives depend upon proper gathering. but someone ensures I find what is needed. I first noticed this during summer. A child had fallen severely ill. Rare fever requiring specific herbs, plants that grew only in hidden places. I searched the mountains desperately, could not find what I needed. Then I discovered fresh-cut herbs, laid upon a flat rock, exactly the plants required, still wet with morning dew. No one else knew the child was sick. No one else understood the remedy. This happened again the next season. Woman in difficult labor needing help, herbs that would ease her pain. I had none in my supplies. Went to gather them urgently, found them already collected, bundled carefully at my door, more than I would have found alone. I questioned the village women. None admitted leaving the herbs. I searched the healing records, found mention of Marion Campbell. She had been herbalist here decades before, known throughout the Highlands for her skill. She had died treating plague victims, caught illness while preparing remedies, had died surrounded by drying herbs. Now she gathers still, unable to rest while illness needs treating, unable to stop collecting plants. I see evidence of her constantly, rare herbs appearing when needed, plants gathered at perfect ripeness, supplies replenished mysteriously. She especially helps during crisis. When many fall ill simultaneously, when common remedies prove insufficient, her knowledge exceeds anything taught. Other herbalists speak of her as well. Each one has found mysterious gifts. Herbs left during night. Plants they did not know existed. Last autumn brought terrible outbreak. Fever spreading through several villages. I exhausted all my knowledge. Many were dying despite my efforts. Marion appeared to me visibly. First time I had seen her clearly. She led me to a hidden valley, showed me plants I had never encountered, taught me how to prepare them. The remedies worked perfectly. The fever was conquered. Dozens of lives were saved. Marion stood watching as people recovered, peace upon her lined face. Then she walked into the mountains, following paths only healers know. But herbs appear sometimes at dawn, fresh gathered and carefully placed. She cannot abandon sick people, cannot rest while healing needs knowledge. Elspeth MacIntyre, village herbalist, Glen, Scottish Highlands, 30th May 1615, archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, medical records show unusual disease survival rates in this region. Botanical surveys reveal herb varieties thought extinct, still growing in protected areas. Local tradition forbids disturbing certain mountain meadows. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1691C. Classification Candlemaker's account. Date of statement 8th February 1691. Location Edinburgh. Outskirts Scottish Highlands. Author Thomas Grant, Master Chandler. Account of Thomas Grant Thomas Grant, maker of light in darkness. Do account for what works the wax. I have crafted candles for 19 years. From simple tallow to pure beeswax. Each candle must burn true. Wrong making causes dangerous flames. Churches and homes depend upon safe light. But someone ensures my work is perfect. I first noticed this during winter. Large order for cathedral candles. They must burn for long hours without smoking. I worked through many nights, my hands moving through practice motions. Each morning revealed additional progress. More candles completed during darkness, every one perfectly formed. The wax poured with absolute precision. I questioned my apprentices thoroughly. All swore they had not worked. This continued throughout busy seasons. mysterious assistance during heavy orders, work completed beyond my capacity, I decided to watch my workshop. I hid in the storage room one evening, my materials and molds ready. Near midnight, I heard quiet movement, the gentle sound of wax being poured. A figure worked by moonlight, his hands moving with expert knowledge. Each candle formed flawlessly. His movements showed a lifetime of skill. I recognized him from guild records. Peter Mackenzie, Master Chandler from years past. He had supplied the entire region. His candles burned clearest and longest. He had died in a workshop fire, stayed late to complete urgent order. Lamp had tipped and spread flames. He had died trying to save his work. Now he crafts still, unable to rest while darkness needs light, unable to stop making candles. He appears during important orders, when churches need candles for sacred rites, when homes require light through winter. His presence guarantees quality. I feel him guiding my hands, teaching me techniques long forgotten, showing me secrets of perfect burning. My candles never fail, never smoke or sputter dangerously, never go dark when light is needed. Other chandlers speak of him as well. Each one has found mysterious assistance, work completed during night hours, candles made beyond their skill. Last month brought crucial order. All the candles for Christmas service, hundreds needed within days. I could not complete them alone. Peter appeared each night to help, his hands working beside mine, creating candles faster than possible, teaching me speed without sacrificing quality. Every candle was delivered. The cathedral service blazed with light. The priest blessed the beautiful glow. Peter stood visible for one moment, joy upon his kind face. Then he returned to shadow. But wax sometimes melts at night, quiet pouring in empty workshop. He cannot abandon orders needing filling, cannot rest while darkness needs fighting. Thomas Grant, Master Chandler, Edinburgh Outskirts, Scottish Highlands, 8th February 1691. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Candles from this workshop showed unusual longevity. Chemical analysis reveals wax composition achieving near-perfect burn ratios. The original workshop stood until 1843, supposedly never requiring artificial light due to persistent glow. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1577. Classification. Prison Warden's Record. Date of statement 15th November 1577. Location Inverness Prison, Scottish Highlands. Author Malcolm Stewart. Head Warden. Record of Malcolm Stewart First. Malcolm Stewart, Keeper of the Condemned. Do record what walks the cells. I have been warden for 13 years, overseeing prisoners awaiting judgment. Each man deserves basic mercy, even those guilty of terrible crimes. My duty is to maintain order and humanity, but someone helps with the hardest task. I first noticed this with condemned prisoners, those awaiting execution at dawn. They face their final night in terror. Some scream until their voices fail. Some weep until morning comes. Then I found them sleeping peacefully, calm expressions on previously tortured faces, as if someone had given them comfort. The guards swore no one had entered the cells. The doors remained locked all night. This happened again with another condemned man, murderer who showed no remorse. He faced execution with defiant rage, cursing everyone who approached. Then his final night brought change. Morning found him weeping quietly. He confessed to crimes previously denied, asked forgiveness from his victims' families, said a priest had visited him, helped him face his sins honestly, but no priest had permission to enter. I searched the prison records, found mention of Father Donald MacLeod. He had been prison chaplain decades before, renowned for bringing peace to the condemned. He had died in these cells. Heart failed while comforting a prisoner, had died holding the man's hand. Now he ministers still, unable to rest while souls need comfort, unable to stop offering mercy. I see evidence of him constantly. Prisoners calmed beyond natural means, violent men made peaceful overnight, the guilty finding remorse. He especially helps the most troubled, those facing death without faith, those consumed by rage or terror. His presence brings acceptance. Other wardens speak of him as well. Each one has witnessed mysterious changes, condemned men finding peace, souls prepared for judgment. Last spring brought hardest case, young man condemned for passionate murder, killed his wife's lover in rage. He faced death with absolute despair, screamed that God had abandoned him, threatened to fight until his final breath. Father MacLeod appeared to help. I saw him enter the cell, translucent form moving through locked door. He sat with the condemned man, spoke words I could not hear. The prisoner's rage transformed to tears. By morning he was ready. He walked to execution with dignity, asked forgiveness with sincere heart, died peacefully in prayer. Father MacLeod stood watching, sorrow upon his gentle face. Then he returned to the cells, to wait for the next condemned soul. The other wardens tell similar stories. Each one has been helped by Father MacLeod. Each one has seen impossible transformations. His ministry through impossible means. He never stops walking the cells, never rests while souls need preparing. His eternal service to the condemned. Malcolm Stewart, Head Warden, Inverness Prison, Scottish Highlands. 15th November, 1577. Archivist's note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft prison records show unusual peace among condemned prisoners in final hours. Execution logs note remarkable calm and repentance. The original cell block was demolished in 1752, but workers reported feeling unexpected peace during night shifts. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1642K. Classification Brewer's Testament. Date of statement 22nd April 1642. Location Aberdeen, Scottish Highlands. Author Andrew MacLeod. Master Brewer Testament of Andrew MacLeod Uffs. Andrew MacLeod, Master of Ale and Spirits, do testify about what stirs the barrels. I have brewed for 21 years, providing drink for village and traveller alike. Each batch requires exact timing. Wrong temperature ruins everything. Wrong ingredients create poison, but someone ensures my brewing succeeds. I first noticed this during autumn. I was preparing large batch for Harvest Festival. The brewing requires constant attention. Temperature must be watched carefully. I had fallen asleep near the vats. Exhausted from days of preparation, I woke to find the work completed. Fermentation proceeding perfectly. Temperature maintained exactly right. Ingredients added at proper moments. My apprentice swore he had not helped. He had also slept through the night. This happened again during winter. Urgent order from the laird. His stores had spoiled unexpectedly. He needed replacement within days. I worked alone through the nights, my body demanding rest. Each morning revealed mysterious progress. Barrels filled beyond my capacity. every batch perfectly crafted. I decided to watch the brewery. I pretended to sleep one evening, my equipment prepared for work. Near midnight, I heard familiar sounds. The gentle splash of careful pouring, the steady rhythm of stirring. A figure moved among the barrels, his hands checking temperature constantly, his movements showing decades of knowledge. I recognized him from the guild. Robert Fraser, master brewer from years past. He had supplied the entire region. His ale was legendary for quality. He had died in the brewery, fell into a vat during brewing, drowned in the very ale he crafted. His body was not found for hours. Now he brews still, unable to rest while work needs doing, unable to stop creating drink. He appears during critical batches, when timing must be absolutely perfect, when temperature variations would ruin everything. His presence guarantees success. I feel him guiding the process, teaching me techniques never written, showing me secrets of perfect brewing. My ale never sours or fails, never makes drinkers sick, never brings shame to my name. Other brewers speak of him as well. Each one has found mysterious assistance, work completed during unwatched hours, batches improved beyond explanation. Last summer brought hardest test. Plague had struck surrounding villages. I prepared medicinal drinks to help, herbal brews requiring precise making. Robert appeared every night to help, his hands moving through careful measuring, creating remedies I had never learned, teaching healing through proper brewing. Many lives were saved. The drinks eased suffering significantly. The physician praised their effectiveness. Robert stood visible for one moment, satisfaction upon his weathered face. Then he returned to shadow. But barrels sometimes stir at night, quiet splashing in empty brewery. He cannot abandon brewing work, cannot rest while drink needs crafting. Andrew MacLeod, Master Brewer, Aberdeen, Scottish Highlands, 22nd April 1642. Archivist's note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Analysis of preserved recipes shows unusual sophistication. Modern brewers attempting historical methods achieve inferior results. The original brewery operated until 1889, supposedly never producing failed batches across 2 centuries. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1674E. Classification: Librarian's account. Date of statement: 6th October 1674. Location: St Andrews University, Scottish Highlands. Author: William Gordon, Chief Librarian. Account of William Gordon First. William Gordon, Keeper of Written Knowledge. Do account for what reads in the darkness. I have been librarian for 17 years, preserving manuscripts and ancient texts. Each volume contains irreplaceable knowledge. Damage to these works means loss forever. My duty is their protection and organization. But someone helps with this sacred task. I first noticed this during manuscript repair. Ancient volume with pages falling apart. The binding had deteriorated badly. I worked carefully to preserve it. Left it overnight to let adhesive dry. Morning revealed completed restoration. The binding perfectly reconstructed. Pages secured with expert skill. Work far beyond what I had accomplished. My assistant swore he had not touched it. The library had been locked. This happened again with cataloguing. Hundreds of volumes needed organization. Complex system requiring years to complete. I worked steadily, but progress seemed impossible. Then I began finding sections mysteriously organized, books shelved in perfect order, catalogue entries written in unfamiliar hand, all absolutely accurate and detailed. I searched the university records, found mention of Alexander MacLeod. He had been chief librarian before me, served the university for 43 years. He had died among the books. Heart failed while shelving volumes. Was found the next morning still holding a book. Now he works still, unable to rest while knowledge needs tending, unable to stop organizing wisdom. I see evidence of him constantly. Books reshelved during night hours, manuscripts repaired mysteriously, difficult texts translated overnight. He especially helps with fragile volumes, those most at risk of loss, those containing crucial knowledge. His presence preserves irreplaceable works. Other librarians speak of him as well. Each one has found mysterious assistance, work completed beyond human capacity, knowledge protected by invisible hands. Last winter brought critical situation. Water had leaked into rare manuscript room. Dozens of ancient texts threatened. I worked desperately to save them. Alexander appeared to help visibly. First time I had seen him clearly, his hands moving with incredible speed, drying pages without damage, repairing bindings before mold formed, teaching me preservation techniques. Every manuscript was saved. Not one word of knowledge lost. The university praised the miraculous preservation. Alexander stood among the rescued books, profound satisfaction on his face. Then he returned to the shadows. But pages turn sometimes at night, quiet rustling in empty library. He cannot abandon threatened knowledge, cannot rest while books need protection. William Gordon, Chief Librarian, St Andrews University, Scottish Highlands, 6th October 1674. Archivist's note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, library records show no significant losses across 3 centuries despite fires, floods and conflicts. Manuscript preservation rates exceed any comparable institution. Staff report books returning to proper locations after misfiling. End of file. Case closed to public record. The original document remains sealed within the vaults of the British Museum. The NOA archive remains committed to documenting phenomena that defy conventional understanding. These cases are submitted for academic review and further investigation. Further access requires written authorization or curiosity strong enough to ignore the warnings. Until next time, these are the National Occult Archives.